Sorry, the movie was so bad, Mary.
Oh, it's not your fault, Blackie. And besides, I think we walked out early because you weren't in the mood for a movie.
Wait, I'll open the door for you. It's funny, it's locked.
Funny, that's amazing. I didn't think the door to your apartment was ever locked.
No, I guess I locked it by accident when we went out.
Well, I'm glad to see you used keys to open the door. Turning honest, huh?
Oh, I jimmy my own every now and then just to keep in practice.
You don't need it.
Well, I'll tell you what I do need, something to do. We walked out on that movie so soon, we still have an evening to kill.
Well, I know the first thing you can do. You can turn on the lights. It's dark in here.
How's that?
Oh, Blackie, you're wonderful.
Yeah, that's what I keep telling myself.
That's where I must have heard it. Darling, the dining room doors are closed. Why?
None of your business.
But they're never closed.
They're closed now.
What are you hiding?
Nothing. You stay out of there, and I mean out.
Oh, now you have me curious.
You go in the dining room, and what you just said will be famous last words. I'll get the cards out of the den.
Don't hurry.
Now, you behave yourself.
Yes, Daddy. Now, just what is he hiding in there? I'm going to see. I wonder... Blackie!
Mary, I told you not to look in the dining room.
No wonder you didn't want me to look. You're hiding a dead man in there.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Mary, you have to listen to me. Now, please.
Oh, no, Blackie. You don't pull anything like this on me and get away with it. Goodbye.
Wait, Mary, please. Believe me, I didn't know that body was in the dining room.
Oh, you didn't. Then why were the dining room doors closed?
Because I closed
And why
them.
was the apartment door locked?
I don't know. I told you I must have locked it by accident.
And I suppose it was just an accident that you didn't want me to look in the dining room.
I can explain that,
You
Mary.
don't have to explain anything. It's all very clear. I've strung along with you through every jam you've been in, but this is too much. You're hiding a body in your apartment. I saw it. I've never believed you ever did anything wrong, but this time I have to. I saw it with my own eyes.
Mary, what's the matter with you?
There's nothing the matter with me. It's what's the matter with you. I don't know what you've done or why you had to kill that man, and I don't want to know. I'm through.
Mary, please, don't go.
Your telephone's ringing. If it's Inspector Faraday, try to talk yourself out of that body in there. Goodbye.
Mary, wait, will you?
No.
Oh, now what? Hello.
Hello, Blackie. This is Charlie Kingston.
Charlie, I can't talk to you just now. Let me call you back, will you?
Look, Blackie, this is urgent.
It'll have to wait, Charlie.
But it can't.
Now what have you done? Gambled a $100,000 diamond again, or let one of your employees swindle you out of $3 million?
Look, Blackie, this is no time for jokes. I have to see you right away.
It may be a long time before anyone can see me, Charlie, even you. I have a dead body up here.
What?
A dead body, spelled C-O-R-P-S-E. And I'm calling the police right away.
I need your help first. Now, don't call the police until I've talked to you about the trouble I'm in.
Oh, all right. Where are you now?
I'm at my apartment. You've got to be up here right away.
Now, let's get this straight, Miss Smith. Your house was robbed by two men at what time tonight?
About 8:30, Inspector Faraday.
You were in your living room. You heard a noise upstairs, went up to investigate, and saw two men stepping out of your bedroom window onto the porch roof. But you didn't get a look at their faces, huh?
No, I'm sorry I didn't, Inspector.
So then you got your pistol out of the closet and got to the window in time to fire one shot at them, huh?
Yes. By the time I got to the window with my gun, the men were running across the lawn, but I'm sure I hit one of them. He fell just after I fired, and the other one helped him up.
Is this the gun you used, Miss Smith?
Yes, it is, Inspector. I have a permit for it.
Well, I'll have to keep this a while. Just routine.
That's perfectly all right.
Now, this paper here contains a list of everything the two men stole.
As near as I could make out with a quick inventory.
Yeah.
Really, the only thing of value is a pearl necklace with a ruby clasp.
I see.
I'd certainly like to have that back. It cost $5,000.
You'll get it back, Miss Smith, as soon as we get one or both of the men who robbed your house. And the way I work, say how long can that be?
I don't know, Inspector. Do you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, hello, Jenkins.
Oh, good evening, sir.
Where's Mr. Kingston, Jenkins? He said he wanted to see me right away.
Mr. Kingston isn't here, sir. He hasn't been for 3 days.
Well, of course he's here. He phoned me from here less than half an hour ago.
Mr. Kingston's in Chicago. I'm not expecting him until tomorrow,
But
sir.
I talked to him myself. He said he was here and for me to come right over.
Someone must be playing a joke on you, sir. Mr. Kingston's phoned me from Chicago only an hour ago, sir.
Well, somebody's crazy.
Are you sure it was Mr. Kingston on the phone, sir?
Yes, Jenkins, I'm sure of it. I'd know his voice anywhere. Tell me, is Mr. Kingston in some kind of trouble?
No more than the usual trouble all important businessmen are bound to have, sir.
Well, thanks, Jenkins.
You're welcome, sir. Good night, sir.
Good night, Jenkins. And what a night. What's the matter with me? Did I lock my apartment door again? Now the phone. Quiet, will you? I'm going to answer you. Hello?
Blackie, this is Mary. I've been trying to reach you.
Oh, hello, Mary. I just got in.
Blackie, I want to apologize.
Forget it, will you?
I just didn't think. I was so shocked seeing that body on your dining room floor.
I understand.
But will you forgive me?
Tell me why I shouldn't.
Well, I accused you of killing that man. And I know you didn't.
Now you sound more like the Mary Wesley I know.
You mean more like the Mary Wesley who knows you.
Maybe that's it.
Oh, darling. Are the police on their way up?
No, not yet. I haven't called them.
Oh, Blackie, but you have to.
Oh, I'm going to in just a minute. I had to go out. I had a call from Charlie Kingston to come over to his house right away.
Oh, how is Charlie?
I don't know. He wasn't there. And he hasn't been there for 3 days.
I thought you said he called you from his house.
Well, that's the weird part of it. That's what he told me exactly.
Were you sure it was Charlie?
Yes, I'm sure of it, but Jenkins, his butler, says Charlie's in Chicago.
Funny.
Yes, but not funny. Ha-ha.
Yeah, I know how you feel. That body in your dining room is funny, too, but not funny, ha-ha.
Just think what a big laugh it'll be if Faraday comes in and finds that body here before I get around to telling him.
I wish you'd told me about it before I looked in the dining room.
Believe me, Mary, I really didn't know it was there.
Well, then why did you tell me not to look in the dining room?
I had a reason.
I'm sure you did, darling, but I'd like to know what it is.
Well, I'll tell you. Wait, Mary. There's the doorbell. I'll call you back.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Come in.
Hello, Blackie.
Why, hello, Faraday, old pal. Oh, what do you say we go downstairs and have a nice hot cup of coffee?
I just had a nice hot cup of coffee.
Well, then join me while I have one.
All right, Blackie. What's up here you don't want me to see?
Me?
Very funny, Blackie. But I'm not in the mood for jokes tonight. There's a guy going around town with a bullet wound in his chest and a $5,000 pearl necklace in his pocket. The pearls have a ruby clasp.
You don't say.
I do say.
But why say it's me?
Because it was a two-man job. They got away with the jewelry, but not before one of the men got a bullet through him.
Who shot him?
The gal they robbed, Jacqueline Smith.
I still say, why tell all this to me?
Well, maybe you didn't listen to me. I said it was a two-man job. One man was shot. That could have been your pal Shorty. The other one might have been you.
Okay. Where do I sign the confession?
I said the other one might have been you. You mind if I look around?
Yes, I do mind, but I'm sure that won't stop you.
That's right. I guess I'll start with the dining room.
Oh, Faraday, I have a wonderful kitchen.
Yeah, I know. But this dining room, I've never seen those doors closed before.
No?
Now, keep away from me. I'm opening this dining room door.
Now look, Faraday. Don't get any ideas.
I thought you were the one who said I didn't have brains enough to get one. Well, Hey, what's the idea of the gun in your hand?
Faraday, didn't you... Wait a minute.
What's the matter with you? Have you lost your mind? I turn around, you got a gun on me.
You didn't see a...
I didn't see anything.
Well, there isn't anything in the dining room?
No, but there's something in your hand. A gun.
Oh, I'm sorry, Faraday. I was just taking it out of my pocket to put it away.
Yeah. Well, put it away then, will you?
Sure. How's this in the drawer here?
Oh, that's better. Now I can look around the rest of this joint without keeping an eye on you.
Specifically, Faraday, just what are you looking for besides trouble for me?
A wounded man and a pearl necklace.
Well, I don't know where I'd keep a wounded man around here, but if I had a pearl necklace, I think I'd keep it in my safe.
All right. Let's start with the safe.
It's right here on the wall behind this picture.
Oh, you've been seeing too many movies.
I think you're right, Faraday. As a matter of fact, Mary and I walked out on one about 11 o'clock tonight.
What are you trying to do? Establish an alibi? Come on, hurry up. Open that safe.
It's never locked, Faraday. Even you could open it. A little practice. All you do is this.
Come on. Take the stuff out. Let me have a look at it.
All right.
Hey, what's this?
A string of pearls, Faraday, with a ruby clasp. But so help me, I've never seen them before.
Well, look what I have, Blackie. A gun. And you've never seen this before.
Faraday, believe me, I don't know how these pearls got here. You don't have anything on me.
I don't have anything on you, huh? Only the goods and a gun.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Mary Wesley discovered a man's body in Blackie's dining room after Blackie warned her not to look in that particular room. Mary leaves in a huff, and Blackie gets an urgent call from his friend Charlie Kingston to come to his house at once. Blackie goes to his house, only to learn that Kingston has not been in town for 3 days. Back in his apartment, Blackie is forced to let Inspector Faraday search the place. Much to Blackie's relief, the dead body is missing, but Blackie's in a jam when Faraday finds stolen pearls in Blackie's safe. As we return to our story, Faraday is getting ready to take Blackie to headquarters.
If you take me to headquarters for this, Faraday, you'll only be making a fool of yourself.
Look, Blackie, that pearl necklace is hot, and it was in your safe.
But I tell you, I don't know how it got there.
Well, I do. You put it there.
Look, if I'd known it was there, would I have opened the safe as willingly as I did?
I don't know.
You know I wouldn't. Pete's sake, I'm not that stupid.
Nobody is. Not even you.
Now put that gun away, will you?
No. And now that you mention guns, you pulled a gun on me when I went to look in the dining room. Why?
You'll never believe it, Faraday.
I never do anyhow. Why did you yank out your gun when I looked in the dining room?
Because I thought there was a dead body on the floor in there.
A dead body. You expect me to believe that?
No. I told you wouldn't.
If there was a body in there, why isn't it there now?
I don't know.
Well, do you know how it got there?
No.
I suppose it walked in there, laid down and died, then decided it didn't like the place, and so got up and walked away.
Faraday, along with all the other things that have happened tonight, that wouldn't surprise me at all.
A body in your dining room. Ha! Look, if you have to lie to me, Blackie, why don't you tell me something I can believe? Anyhow, I belong at headquarters, and that's where I'm going.
And you're not taking me with you. This is really an unusual night.
No, I'm not taking you with me. But I am taking these pearls.
What are you going to do with them, Inspector? Give them back to the oysters?
No, but if Jacqueline Smith identifies them, I'm going to shut you up like a clam.
Who is it?
Open up, Mary. It's Blackie.
I know, Blackie. Don't tell me. Inspector Faraday's chasing you again.
I won't tell you, Mary, because he isn't exactly.
Do you mean you haven't called the police about that body yet?
I didn't have to, Mary. Faraday came up to see me of his own accord.
Oh, I can just imagine what happened when he found the body.
Then you have a wonderful imagination. He didn't find it.
What?
It disappeared as mysteriously as it appeared.
Oh, Blackie, you're joking.
I wish I were. I also wish I knew how a string of stolen pearls got in the safe in my apartment.
Stolen pearls?
Stolen at about 8:30 tonight from the home of Jacqueline Smith by 2 men. Smith shot one of the men, but they both got away.
Well, Blackie, I have it. That body in your apartment is the man who was shot by the Smith girl. He came to your apartment wounded, put the pearls in your safe, and then died.
That's what I've been figuring, too, except that it doesn't make sense. I didn't know the dead man.
Well, at least that shows I was thinking.
Yeah, I've got to do more than think. I've got to admit...
Hold it a minute, darling. Hello?
Hello, Mary.
Yes?
Mary, this is Charlie Kingston.
Oh, Charlie, where are you?
If that's Kingston's, I want to talk to him.
I'm at home, Mary. Is Blackie there?
Yes, just a minute. Blackie wants to talk to you.
He wants to talk to me. I want to talk to him.
Here.
Hello, Charlie. Where are you, in Chicago?
No, I'm at home. I've been calling you all over town.
Look, what's going on? You called me earlier tonight and told me to meet you at your house.
Yes, I know, and Jenkins told you I was in Chicago.
Well, what's the idea?
I told him to tell everybody that. Now, look, Blackie, I want to see you right away.
Well, that's what you said once before.
I know, and I want you to meet me here at my house.
You said that before, too, and you weren't at home.
Look, I can't explain over the telephone, but I'll be waiting for you this time.
You'd better be.
Hurry, will you, Blackie? Bring Mary and put plenty of gas in your car. I'm going somewhere, and you've got to drive me.
That's a switch. All night long, things have been driving me crazy.
Where are we going, Charlie?
To my country lodge, Mary.
Look, Charlie, I'm in no mood to make excursions out into the country in the middle of the night. I have troubles in town.
And so do I, Charlie.
Well, look, you haven't done anything but tell me where to drive and sit there and watch for police cars. Either tell me what's worrying you or let me worry about my own problems.
When I tell you what's been worrying me, your troubles will be over. When we get to my lodge, you'll find the body you saw in your apartment.
What?
Charlie, what have you been up to?
My neck, trying to help someone. Now listen.
Oh.
The dead man's name is John Sully. He used to be my chauffeur in Chicago. He called me yesterday and said he was in town and was going to see his wife for the first time in 10 years.
Is that important?
I'm just telling you everything from the beginning. Turn at the next crossroad, will you?
I know the way to your lodge.
Go on with your story, Charlie.
Well, the next I heard from Sully was last night. He phoned and said he was in trouble and had a string of pearls he had to get rid of. He begged me not to call the police, and so I told him to come up to my house.
This is making a lot of sense. His body ended up in my apartment.
He said he was hurt and couldn't make it to my house. He was near your place when he phoned, so I sent him to your apartment. I knew your door was always unlocked, and I knew you were out with Mary.
Oh, I see what happened now, Charlie. Sully went to Blackie's apartment, locked the door, and then died. Blackie and I walked out of the movies early and found him before you did. And then you telephoned, got Blackie out of the apartment, went to Blackie's yourself, and took that body out.
That's exactly what I did, Mary. In fact, I was in your building, Blackie, when I phoned you. I saw the lights on in your apartment and phoned to see if you'd discovered Sully.
No, I found him all right. His body.
Well, that's why I called you away from your apartment. I didn't want you in trouble for something I'd done. So after you left, I went upstairs, took the pearls from Sully and hid them in your safe, and then brought his body out here to my lodge.
Speaking of your lodge, Charlie, here it is.
I put his body just inside the door. Come on.
Hey, wait for me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary. Here, give me your hand.
Thanks.
Here's the key to the door, Blackie. Open it, will you?
Thanks.
Blackie, what are we going to do with this body?
The only thing we can do, Mary, take it to Faraday.
Is that smart, Blackie?
It's smarter than carting it around the country. Wait, I'll turn on the light.
Well, there's the body again.
Yep, it's the same one, all right. Killed by a bullet wound in the back. From fairly close range, too.
Well, shall we take it back to town?
Yes, Charlie, then you and Mary take it to Faraday.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to see this Jacqueline Smith. She can identify Sully as one of the men who robbed her house. I can prove to Faraday how those pearls got into my safe, and I'll be in the clear. Clear? I know it's rather late, Miss Smith, but I'm Boston Blackie, and I have a few...
I know. Boston Blackie can be excused for anything, or so I've heard.
I'm beginning to worry about what you've heard, but that's beside the point. Miss Smith, you fired at one of the men who robbed you, didn't you?
Yes. I think I wounded one of them.
You did more than wound him, Miss Smith. He's dead.
Oh, good. How awful.
Well, you really shouldn't feel that way about it, Miss Smith. You want to be blamed for what you did.
You know, I never thought... Well, I just can't bear the thought that I killed someone.
Maybe you'd better sit down.
Yes, I think I'd better.
The man's body is at the police morgue, or will be very soon. I'm afraid you'll be asked to come and identify it if you can.
Do I have to?
It's routine in cases like this, Miss Smith.
But there'll be pictures in the paper, won't there? And a story?
There might be, yes.
But there can't be. I'm being married next week. To Roger Vincent. His family's so stuffy they'll never understand if I'm in the paper for killing someone.
Don't worry about it. Your name is Smith, and there are so many Smiths in this town, the Vincent family will never notice it.
Just look at this guy and let me know if he's the man who robbed you, Miss Smith.
All right, Inspector Faraday. I'll try.
Roll him out, Joe.
Yeah.
Steady yourself, Miss Smith. There's nothing to this.
I'm all right. Thanks, Blackie.
All right, Joe. Pull back the sheet a little. There. Is that the guy, Miss Smith?
I don't know. I didn't get a very good look at him.
Well, can't you make a positive identification?
No, I'm sorry. I can't. I just got a glimpse of those men going out through the window.
Okay, Joe. Roll him back in.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I can't be of any help to you, Inspector.
You didn't have to be, Miss Smith. I just wanted you to see the body as a double check. I already knew this was one of the guys who robbed you.
You do? How?
The gun you gave him. My ballistics report shows it's the gun that shot and killed this guy.
I'm awfully sorry.
Sorry? Why should you be sorry? You know who this guy was? John Sully, with a police record longer than a roll of ticker tape. Thanks to your marksmanship, I have just one less crook to worry about.
Faraday, I'm ashamed of you. I never thought you, an alleged officer of the law, would compliment a murderess.
A what?
I certainly hope you're trying to be funny.
Maybe you think murder is funny, Miss Smith, but I don't. You didn't just kill John Sully, you murdered him. And there's a big difference.
Why should I kill him? I'd never seen him before.
Yeah, Blackie. How do you answer that?
Very simply, Faraday. John Sully used to chauffeur for Charlie Kingston.
So what?
So a few days ago, he told Kingston he was going to see his wife. They'd been separated for 10 years, but she'd suddenly written that she wanted to see him.
And what kind of a story is this? A Lonely Hearts melodrama?
It's the story of a very clever plan for murder, Faraday. When Sully went to see his wife, she gave him a string of very expensive pearls, saying he could sell them. Then, as soon as his back was turned, she shot him.
What is this to do with me?
It has a lot to do with you, Miss Smith, because you're John Sully's wife.
That's a lie.
Then it's a very strange coincidence that court records in this town show that 11 years ago, John Sully married a Jacqueline Smith. I looked at those records myself before I came to see you.
Oh, I see.
So you'd never seen this man before, huh?
Not for 10 years I hadn't. I knew him when I saw him here, but I didn't want to admit that I was his wife, not with the police record he has. And I didn't see him when he robbed my house. All I saw were the figures of two men.
That's right, Blackie. It could be coincidence that she shot her own husband, thinking he was just a robber.
Yes, it could be, Faraday, except for one thing. Just an hour ago, this woman told me she was going to marry Roger Vinson next week. How would she feel free to marry unless she knew her husband was dead?
Hey, Miss Smith. How about that?
I heard he was dead several years ago.
You knew he was dead or dying, Miss Smith, because you shot him. And not while he was running across the lawn, as you said, but while he was standing not 2 feet away from you.
Oh.
Powder burns on his coat prove that.
Oh.
Catch her, Blackie. She's fainted.
I've got a Faraday. She's passed out. But you've got her for murder. Satisfied now, Mary?
Of course I am, Blackie. As soon as I got home, I phoned you and apologized, didn't I?
So you know I'm not the killer?
I'm not sure about that.
Hey, what do you mean by that, Crack?
Well, on occasions you kill me.
Oh, Mary, that's terrible.
Oh, I know it is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I was so curious about what you were hiding in the dining room, too.
Oh, let's not go into that again.
Now, wait a minute. There's just one little point you haven't explained yet.
Uh-oh.
I have you, don't I? Just why didn't you want me to look in that dining room?
Must I tell you tonight?
Tonight.
Can't it wait until tomorrow?
Why can you tell me tomorrow, not tonight?
Because, my curious little friend, tomorrow is your birthday.
Oh.
And if you hadn't been so shocked by that body on the dining room floor, you'd have seen that my dining room table is covered with birthday presents for you.
Oh, Blackie.
So, happy birthday, Mary.
Oh,
and many happy returns of the day. But let's hope we never have another night like this.
Rinso, R-I-N-S-O, Soapy Rich Rinso presents Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris.
Check here, please. Check your hats and coats.
May I have my coat, miss? Here's the check.
Thank you. Number 503?
Yes, a camel's hair coat.
Oh, yes, I remember. It's right over here. Here you are, sir. Help you on with it?
No, thanks. I'll carry it. Here you are, miss.
Thank you, sir. Check here, please. Check your hats and coats.
Oh, taxi! Taxi!
What's your hurry, Blackie?
Well, Faraday, my favorite cop.
Don't be so happy to see me, Blackie. You're going with me.
Oh, goody. What are we celebrating tonight? Your birthday?
No celebration for you, Blackie. I want you for the murder of Andrew Lawrence.
Oh, you do you? Who's he?
You know. The caretaker of the Devon estate.
Now, look, Inspector, I don't know any caretakers, and I never even heard of the Devon estate.
I know, Blackie. What about those stains on that coat you're carrying there? They look like blood.
Stains?
Yeah, stains.
Hey, wait a minute. This isn't my coat.
Oh, let me see. Well, now, what's this on the label? It says here, Boston Blackie.
Yes, that's my label, all right, but this isn't my coat.
Oh, I suppose somebody sewed that label in another coat.
Well, that's not bad for you, Inspector. Could be.
Well, all I know is you're going down to headquarters and the coat is going to the lab. And I hope those stains prove to be blood.
Well, I hope you don't get your hope.
Once again, Boston Blackie and Inspector Faraday have tangled. Boston Blackie, enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend. Is there anything prettier these hot summer days than a nice-looking girl in a crisp, bright-colored cotton dress? Well, to us men, those dresses always look fresh and cool as peppermint ice cream. And it's almost as easy as snapping your fingers to keep those pretty printed washables bright and gay, with Rinso helping out. Yes, indeed, those hard-working Rinso suds make dirt disappear in a jiffy, whether you're using a tub or a washing machine. Rinso's mighty easy on your pretty washable colors, too. They stay fresh and bright even after dozens of washings. So take a tip from Bob White for easier wash days and brighter, cleaner clothes. That's Rinso White and Rinso Bright for your colored clothes. If you value them, better use Rinso every time you wash them. And now, back to Chester Morris as Boston Blackie, who is in Inspector Faraday's office, waiting word on the laboratory tests of the bloodstains found on the coat he was wearing.
Blackie, for a smart guy, you get into more scrapes.
Look, Inspector, can't you think without pacing the floor?
I've got a little proposition to make you.
Oh, but how about the bloodstains on the coat, Inspector? Remember, you wanted me for murder.
Well, now, just in case those bloodstains turn out not to be bloodstains.
Oh, you don't need to apologize, Inspector.
Who's apologizing? What are you laughing at?
Well, your shoelaces are untied.
Yeah?
Why don't you tie them?
Me?
Yes.
Now, wait a minute. This is going to be fun.
Yes.
All right, you tie them, Blackie.
What? Now, really, Inspector,
Yes,
this
you.
is quite humiliating. I never fancied myself as a gentleman's gentleman.
Gentlemen's gentlemen, cut out the double talk and come on, tie my shoelaces, Blackie.
Oh, well, all right.
You know I'm enjoying this. Boston Blackie, finally on his knees.
Yes, but not begging, Inspector. By the way, don't you ever get your shoes shined?
What for?
Oh, now, there you are. I hope you realize it's a privilege to be tied by Boston Blackie.
Wonderful.
Here's the report, Inspector.
Okay, let's have it. That'll be all, Matthews.
Right, Inspector.
Goodbye, Matthews.
You ain't going anywhere, Blackie.
What? Well, come on, Inspector. What's the verdict?
I'll read it to you, Blackie. It says, quote, stains taken from the coat of Boston Blackie analyzed.
Yes?
Tests show them to be human blood matching that of Andrew Lawrence, murdered caretaker of Devon Estate. Signed, Murphy Police Laboratory, unquote. Well, that's it, Blackie. I'm locking you up right now.
Oh.
And I'm not taking any chances on your getting out of here first. Hold out your hands.
Oh, now, Inspector, cuffs for me?
Yeah.
Oh, you've got a very bad memory.
Okay, maybe you can get out of handcuffs, but my gun doesn't miss.
What, a gun again, Inspector?
Again.
Say, look, why don't you try a bow and arrow for a change?
All right, let's get going. And just to make sure, I'm going to escort you personally to your cell.
That'll be nice.
All right, down the hall, and don't try anything funny.
Well, will you sit with me a while and hold my hand?
Oh, come on.
Oh, I'm sorry I had to tie your shoelaces together, Faraday. And thanks for the gun. You know, you look very funny. Generally, you're only flat on your feet. But now you're flat on your face.
Don't they answer yet, Blackie?
Not yet, Shorty.
Hello?
Oh, hello. Savoy Cafe?
Yes? This is the manager speaking.
Well, my name is Jones.
Yes?
My niece works in your check room. I just arrived in town, and I'd like to talk to her, please.
You mean Marion Macy?
Yes.
Well, she's not here. I'm sorry. She's gone home. Had a headache, she said. Left here about an hour ago.
Oh, she did. Too bad. By the way, could you give me her address?
Why, yes. The Lincoln Apartments.
The Lincoln, huh? Well, thank you very much. Goodbye.
You know, I still can't figure out, Blackie, why that hat check girl would take the label out of your coat and then sew it in another one.
Well, she was probably following orders. That's what we're going to find out.
We're going to leave this hideout, Blackie?
Yes. We're going to the Lincoln Apartments. Here's the apartment, Shorty. That's funny. Probably asleep. But I've got to talk to her.
Can you open that door, boss?
Are you kidding? I've got it, Shorty. There it is. Come on.
I'm getting a creepy feeling, boss, like I always do.
Oh, Shorty, will you relax? Hey, what's this?
What? Holy mackerel, the dame. Boss, that feeling of mine was right.
Yes, it's the checkroom girl, all right, Shorty. She's dead. Come on over here and take a look.
Oh, no. I'll take your word for it.
Poor kid. Stabbed to death. Somebody's playing for keeps, Shorty. Somebody wanted to make sure I didn't find out who told her to switch coats.
If Faraday walks in now, he'll try to pin us on you, sure. Come on, we better get out of here. Come on, boss.
Yeah, that's right. There's nothing around here will help us. Shorty.
Yeah?
That caretaker was murdered out at the Devon estate. Yeah. So that's where I'm going. Oh, I beg your pardon, miss. I didn't see you.
What are you doing here on my grounds?
Well, this is the Devon estate, isn't it?
Yes, and you're trespassing.
Well, I hope that means looking for a job, because that's what I'm doing.
It doesn't. And even if it did, it wouldn't matter. There's no job open here.
Well, you know, I'm a pretty handy fella. I can do a lot of things.
I'm really not interested. There's a policeman on the grounds. If you don't leave immediately, I'll call him and have you thrown off.
Oh, please don't do that. I understood there was a job open here, a caretaker's job. Your caretaker was...
Was murdered. Yes, he was. Now, please leave. I already have a new caretaker. Jerry?
Yes, Miss Morrison, coming.
Miss Morrison, huh? Awful pretty name.
Over here, Jerry. Will you go now, please, Mr...
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Morrison. My name is Jones, John J. Jones. I'm a detective. Oh, please don't give me away.
Oh, here I am, Miss Morrison.
Oh, I don't need you, Jerry. I just wanted to know you were around.
Oh, okay, ma'am. If you want me, just sing out.
Well, where did you get him?
I hired him a little while ago. So you're a detective, Mr. Jones. Have your credentials?
Well, you see, I never carry them when I'm on a case. Things can happen, you know.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Oh, Miss Morrison, please believe me.
I believe you, but I'll never know why.
Thanks.
The house is up this way. What can I tell you that might help you, Mr. Jones?
Well, for one thing, I'm puzzled. Now, your name is Morrison, and this is the Devon estate.
Well, I bought it 6 months ago.
Oh.
It was formerly owned by a man named John Devon. And when he died, this place was sold for taxes.
I see. Well, why are you still living here, Miss Morrison? I mean, aren't you a little frightened after what happened?
Yes. Yes, I am a little. But where could I go? Besides, I'm anxious to know the answer to a lot of things.
For instance?
Well, right after I bought this estate, strange things began to happen. One morning, the chimney was torn apart. A few days later, I found the cellar ransacked. Then one night, the whole living room was turned upside down.
I see. Well, where was your old caretaker during all this?
He was down the road, sleeping in his own cottage.
Oh.
But after the living room was ransacked, he slept in the house on a couch. That is, until last night. Or rather, early this morning, when we found him murdered. Here we are.
Oh.
Please come in.
Thank you. You're pretty calm about all this, Miss Morrison. It must be rather annoying.
It's more than annoying. My nerves are beginning to jump.
Yes, I'm sure. Anything else you can tell me that might help?
Well, possibly. I've had 2 offers to sell recently. The agent who negotiated the sale of this house made me an offer the day before yesterday to buy it back.
Oh, and what's the agent's name?
Arthur Moran.
I see. Go on.
Well, when I refused, he said his client in any case would like to buy the gun collection that was here when I took possession.
Oh. Well, are you interested in guns?
Yes, and it's a wonderful collection. It came with the house.
Well, it's obvious somebody is looking for something in this house. When he couldn't find it, he wanted to buy the house. When he couldn't do that, he wanted to buy your gun collection.
And, of course, he was looking for...
The gun collection. I'll bet your caretaker surprised him while he was searching for it. How long had the caretaker been here?
A long time. I sort of inherited him with the place.
I see. You mentioned there was a policeman on the grounds. Where is he?
He's around somewhere. He's staying with Jerry in the caretaker's cottage.
Miss Morrison, could you arrange for the policeman and your new caretaker to sleep downstairs here, and for me to take over the cottage for the night?
Certainly I can do that.
Oh, fine. And can you reach me in a hurry if you need me?
Yes. There's an extension phone between here and the caretaker's place.
Good.
I'll call Jerry and tell him he's sleeping down here tonight.
Thanks. Oh, Miss Morrison, what do your best friends call you?
Polly.
Good night, Polly. You see, I'm one of your best friends. Good morning. Hey, what's this? Hey, wait, Jerry. Jerry, I'll have you untied in a minute. Oh, even my Aunt Hattie couldn't talk with that gag on. I better take it off. There. There. Now, what happened?
I don't know. I went to sleep last night on the couch here, and during the night somebody tapped me on the bean. And when I woke up a little while ago, I was tied up and gagged.
Yeah. You're not tied up anymore. Now, where's the cop that was with you?
I don't know.
Uh-oh. There he is, over in the corner. He's tied up, too. Get him loose, Jerry.
Oh, take a look at this place. It's a mess. Everything's turned upside down.
Well, never mind that. I want to find out about Miss Morrison. Polly. 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 Polly, what's happened? Wake up, Polly. Wake up.
What?
Get up. Come on now. Up. That's a girl. Come on now. Now walk around the room with me. Here. Put your arm on my shoulder. That's right. Now tell me what happened.
Well, I don't know.
You've been drugged, Polly. Now come on, try and think.
I don't know. I'm tired. I want to lie down again.
Now look, Polly, you've got to keep walking. Come on. We'll go downstairs, and then you'll feel better in a minute.
Hey, you upstairs.
Yes, what is it?
Miss Morrison okay?
Yes, how's the policeman?
Oh, he's hurt pretty bad. I'm taking him to the doctor's down the road.
Okay, Jerry. I'll see you when you get back. Now, Polly, come on. Walk. Come on now, down the stairs. That's right.
I'm beginning to remember now.
Good.
I put a glass of milk on my night table. And then I went downstairs for a book. When I came back, I drank the milk. And then I got terribly drowsy.
Well, that explains the drug. But you're getting over it all right.
What's happened down here? But the whole place is turned inside out.
Well, I don't know what happened yet.
I can't stand this any longer. I can't.
Oh, now, Polly, take it easy, please. Here, sit down for a minute. Come on. There, that's better.
Well, now, isn't that a pretty picture?
Well, Inspector Faraday.
Yes, Inspector Faraday. So I caught up with you again, eh, Blackie?
Blackie?
Certainly, Miss Morrison. Boston Blackie. You've heard of him.
But he said his name was Jones, that he was a detective.
I can tell you why, Polly, if you'll only give me a chance.
Not a chance, Blackie. I figured you'd come up here after we found the hat check girl murdered. No. You've got a killing complex lately.
Faraday, will you take it easy? I'm really getting close to the murderer.
Yeah, me too. I'm practically standing in front of him.
Let your gun drop on the floor, Faraday. Drop it.
Hey, who are you?
Let the gun go or I'll let a bullet go, copper. Come on. That's being smart. Hey, Danny, get Blackie's rod. Step on it.
Okay, Eddie. All right, what is all this fuss about, Blackie? Hero stuff? You're going to knock out these two guys and show off for the gal here?
Well, I'd like to, Faraday, only a bullet moves faster than I can. Hey, you mugs. I don't mean to be inquisitive, but what's all this about?
You'll know soon enough. How about it, Danny?
I got Blackie's rod and the inspector's.
Okay. Put the straitjackets on him, Danny.
Yeah. Gee, I didn't think we'd get the inspector, too. You better go call the boss.
Yeah, he said to follow orders to the letter. Where's the phone, lady?
Well,
You better tell him, Polly.
Well, it's just outside the door.
Thanks, lady. Keep them all under the gun muzzle, Danny.
Okay.
Watch that Blackie especially.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
And watch that Blackie especially. What is the guy, a gunman or a press agent? What a build-up he's giving you, Blackie.
Well, after all, I haven't established a reputation for nothing. Even you appreciate me sometimes, Faraday.
Okay, Danny. I talked to the boss. Stick the straitjackets on him. What size straitjacket you take, Blackie?
I always have my straitjackets made to order.
Yeah, after we get through searching the house, we'll stick their feet in concrete and toss them in the river. Feet in concrete? Now, you wouldn't dare to do that.
Oh, don't worry, Faraday. At least we won't get our feet wet.
Very funny, Blackie. Very funny.
Don't do it the hard way, ladies. Take it easy. What am I talking about? Why, dishwashing, of course. And the way to take it easy is to let Soapy Rich Rinso take over. Because those lively, hard-working Rinso suds get right after every little bit of clinging grease and all those sticky food particles and chase them away quick as a wink. Just try it. And by all means, have Rinso handy for wash day. This hot weather, you certainly don't want to knock yourself out doing your wash the hard way either. Well, remember, Rinso not only makes wash day a cinch, it helps you turn out a wash you're really proud of. I'll bet you'll be singing your way through wash day like this.
Rinso.
Right?
rinse all right. Happy little wash day song. Rinse all right, rinse all right. Birdies sing it all day long. Your fine feathered friend has a message to send, so listen, you can't go wrong. Rinse all right, rinse all right. Happy little wash day song.
So get Rinso tomorrow. And now, back to Chester Morris as Boston Blackie. Boston Blackie, Polly Morrison, and Inspector Faraday have been put in straitjackets by two thugs after Blackie has been accused of the murder of the caretaker of the Devon estate. One of the gunmen is on guard, while the other is searching the Devon house.
What are you twisting around for, Blackie? Straitjackets were made to hold people.
Yes, handy little things, aren't they?
Yeah. I hear you can get out of ropes and handcuffs and things.
Oh.
Yeah, well, why don't you try to get out of that canvas coat you're wearing? You're due to get a bath, you know. All three of you. That's the boss's orders.
Well, that's charming. By the way, Danny, who is the boss? What's his name?
Didn't he give you his card?
No.
Well, I guess he must have forgot, huh? Gee, you look funny down there lying on the floor. You know, if I felt like it, I could step all over you. How'd you like to have your face stepped on, Blackie? Like this. Hey, let go of my feet.
You don't want to step on anybody, Stooge. Hey, this will make sure you stay on the floor till I leave.
Well, how in the world did you get out of that straitjacket, Blackie?
Never mind that. Get us out of ours.
How did you get out, Blackie?
Well, it's simple. I had my pocket knife in my hand, and while they were putting this jacket on me, I just sliced right through the canvas.
Hey, hurry up, Blackie. That other guy will be back in a minute.
I'll let you out, Inspector, if you'll give me a 10-minute start after I do.
What for?
Well, I think I can find the man responsible for the two murders, but I've got to have time to do it. Mm-hmm. Now, I want 10 minutes, Faraday. Come on, what about it?
10 minutes? Okay, you've got it.
Thanks. Polly.
Yes, Blackie?
Tell me, what was the agent's name again? You know, the one who sold you the house and later wanted to buy your gun collection for a client.
Arthur Moran. Why?
Arthur Moran, huh? Okay. He's due for a phone call.
Hello?
Mr. Moran?
Yes?
This is John J. Jones. I'm working with the police department, and I'd like some information.
Yes?
Who instructed you to try to buy the Devon estate back, and who wanted to get the gun collection?
A client of mine in South America.
I see. Well, what's his name?
Parker Adams. Why, what's this all about?
Oh, just checking, Mr. Moran. Who is Adams?
Well, he was involved in a scrape here 5 years ago and went to South America to live.
Well, why did he want to buy the Devon estate and the gun collection?
Well, I haven't the slightest idea. All I know is that he sent a check every week to Mr. Devon from Brazil. Mm-hmm. I believe he owned a coffee plantation or something.
Well, thank you, Mr. Moran. That's all I wanted to know. Did you get all that dope I wanted, Shorty?
Yeah, sure, boss. It was a cinch. Look, I go into the files at the Daily Globe, and I pulled out this stuff about this Parker Adams. No trouble at all. And say, no wonder this guy Adams had to go to South America. Just put your peepers on this clipping, will you?
Yeah? Oh. Yeah, I see what you mean. Come on, Shorty, we're going up to the Devon estate. It's me, Polly. Blackie. I'm over here in the bushes. Is the coast clear?
Well, there are two policemen in the house and one outside.
Okay. Polly, I think I found out something. I know who the murderer is, and I know why he's ransacking your house.
But, Blackie, how did you find that out?
Well, I checked the newspaper files on a man named Parker Adams, who asked Moran to buy this house from you and then wanted to buy your gun collection. He's in South America now, but he was a suspect in a murder case 5 years ago.
What has that to do with what's happened at my house?
Well, you see, this Adams wasn't convicted because the police couldn't prove him guilty. They couldn't find the gun.
And you think the gun is in my house?
Yes. And the Devon was blackmailing Adams with it. Polly, I've got to get by those two policemen and get into the house and find that gun.
But, Blackie, how?
Oh, let's see. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll climb that tree by your window and then drop to the first floor roof.
Yes, I know, but the policeman outside...
Yeah, I know. I'll throw a rock in the pool. That'll keep him busy while I get in the house. Where is the gun collection, Polly?
In the library.
Fine. I'll meet you there.
Blackie, be careful.
Oh, sure. Well, here goes.
Is that you, Blackie?
Yes, Polly.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Where's the library?
Over here. The gun collection's in this room. Come in, Blackie.
Good. Now, we've got to work fast. Now, where are they?
In a box in this desk. I'll show them to you. There's a drawer here, but you'd never find it unless you knew it was there. Here they are. Take a look at them.
Ooh. Say, this is a fine collection, Polly. All old-timers, too. You know, I was pretty sure that one of them was the gun that Parker Adams killed a man with 5 years ago. But I can see now that I was wrong.
But you said you knew who the murderer was.
Oh, sure I do. And I know why he did it, but I can't prove it. I'm just a dummy. Dummy. Hey, wait a minute. That gives me an idea. Look at this. This isn't a real gun at all.
What?
No, it's a dummy. It's hollow. Oh, and look what's inside. A Colt 25 pistol. Why, this must be the one Parker Adams used. And we can easily prove that by the serial number on it. Polly, I think this is our ace in the hole.
You don't mind if I trump that ace, do you, Blackie? I'll take that gun.
Jerry!
I'm not surprised, Polly. I had a pretty good idea it was this fellow who was in back of these murders.
No, you did, eh? Smart guy, huh? How did you know?
Well, when one of your thugs went to call the boss before he put us in straitjackets, he just casually picked up the telephone and didn't bother to dial. There's a direct connection between the house and the caretaker's cottage, and that's where you were, Jerry. You were the boss. You only took this job so you could search for this gun.
Nice figuring, pal.
Well, as long as compliments are being handed out, that was pretty clever of you to get yourself tied up here this morning. But not clever enough. Why, any good Boy Scout could tell you tied yourself up, Mr. Parker Adams.
Adams?
Yes. He went down to South America and planted somebody to take his phone calls and pretend to be him. It was simple, but effective.
Listen, I've spent a lot of time and money trying to get that gun back, Blackie.
Yes, and killed 2 people trying.
And now it's going to be 4. And Miss Morrison, don't keep looking over my shoulder for your cops. My boys have taken care of them. Okay, Blackie, give me the gun.
Now, just a minute. Let me get this straight. The caretaker recognized you when you were ransacking the house, and you had to kill it, right?
Well?
And you had to get rid of the blood-stained camel's hair coat you were wearing. And then after you had the hat check girls switch coats and sew in my own label, you had to kill her to keep her mouth shut.
Oh, she didn't pick your coat on purpose. It could have been any camel's hair coat.
Oh, well, I know the rest. Devin was blackmailing you because he had this gun. When you found out he died, you tried to buy this house, but Miss Morrison got it first. So you came to the States and began operations to get the only evidence that could convict you of murder.
Oh, you've said enough. You're stalling. Hey, Eddie. Eddie! Yeah, boss?
Oh, you got these 2, huh?
Get the gun Blackie's got in his hand, Eddie. It's not loaded.
Okay, boss. Come on, Blackie, give.
Sure. Here.
Oh.
Polly, she's fainting, boss. Catch her.
Hey, stand up. Stop leaning on me, will you? Get off of me, will you?
I'll get her, boss.
Go to sleep, Eddie.
Hey, let go of my hand, will
I'm
you?
holding Jerry's gun hand, Blackie.
You
Hurry.
can let go now.
Ow!
Oh, thanks, Polly. You know, that was mighty nice fainting.
Thank you, Blackie, but I think I feel a real one coming on.
Oh, you're wonderful. Do you want to be more wonderful?
How?
Call Faraday and tell him what you've heard. That will be enough to clear me.
Of course I will.
Oh.
What's the matter, Blackie?
Hold me. Hold me. I think I'm going to faint.
Faint? A big, strong man like you?
Well, it seems to be the only way I can get your arms around me.
Boston Blackie will be back in just a moment with an interesting preview of next week's program. Now, you've heard about the language of music, ladies. Do you know what this means? That's right, Rinso White. And it means the cleanest, freshest, whitest wash you could ask to see. But you can't get clothes that clean with lazy, old-fashioned soaps. You need a hard-working, lively soap like Rinso. Because Rinso actually gets out more dirt. Why, Rinso just soaks clothes clean, often in as little as 10 minutes. And then a few quick finger rubs on extra dirty places, and there's your Rinso White, Rinso Bright wash. Yes, for a wash that you'll be really proud to hang up on your line, get Soapy Rich Rinso. And now, a brief glimpse of next week's adventure.
Hello?
Hello. Say, I'm supposed to meet a young lady in your lobby there, and I've been delayed. Would you mind having a page, please?
Why, sure. What's the young lady's name?
Her name is Alice Manletter.
Miss Manletter?
That's right.
Why, she left here just a minute ago. She met someone she was expecting and left with him.
Well, that's impossible. Miss Manletter didn't know a soul in New York.
Oh, I wouldn't know about that, but she told me she had an appointment with a Mr. Boston Blackie. And that's the man she left here with.
Well, but that can't be possible.
And why not?
Because I'm Boston Blackie.
We'd like to take a moment here to congratulate the women of the United States Navy, the Waves, who are presently celebrating 2 years of service to their country. In 2 years, approximately 70,000 of America's finest young women have volunteered for the most important jobs of their lives, serving in the Navy. Waves work hard at important war tasks, but they keep their individuality, have plenty of fun and enjoyment with good companions, and have great pride and satisfaction for a job well done. If you'd like to help get this war over and bring your loved one home sooner, here's your chance. Join the Waves. Be sure to listen at this same time next week for another exciting adventure with Boston Blackie. You can see Chester Morris as Boston Blackie on the screen at your favorite movie theater. Boston Blackie's latest Columbia picture is One Mysterious Night, soon to be released. Richard Lane appears as Inspector Faraday, music by Charles Cornell. This is Harlow Wilcox saying goodnight for Boston Blackie, brought to you by the makers of Rinso, the soap that gets clothes. Lever Brothers, makers of Rinso, R-I-N-S-O, Soapy Rich Rinso, present Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris.
Front boy, did you sign the register, please, sir? Right here. Yes, Miss Manletter. Is there some trouble with your room?
Oh, no, it's fine, thank you. I was just wondering, do you know a Mr. Boston Blackie when you see him?
No, I don't know him. I'm sorry, Miss Manletter.
Well, thanks, just the same. I was supposed to meet him here in the lobby, but I have no idea what he looks like. My uncle arranged the appointment before I left San Francisco.
Oh, there's a man standing over by the newsstand who looks as if he were waiting for someone.
Oh? Oh, yes. Oh, I'm sure that must be Mr. Blackie. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello there. I hope you'll forgive me. Wasn't I supposed to meet you here? You're you, aren't you?
Yes.
At least Uncle should have had you wear a white carnation.
According to Uncle, white carnations don't stay white long in Pittsburgh.
Uncle told me that you were very witty. But they do in San Francisco, you know.
Well, shall we go?
Where to? Oh, no, don't tell me. I'd rather be surprised.
All right, let's go.
Oh, clerk, I found the man I was looking for. Thank you for your trouble.
No trouble at all. Hello? Room clerk speaking.
Hello. Would you do me a favor, please? I'm supposed to meet a young lady in your lobby, and I've been delayed. Would you have a page, please? Her name is Alice Manletter.
Miss Manletter?
Yes.
Why, she just left here a minute ago. She met someone she was expecting, and she left with him.
Well, that's impossible. Miss Manletter doesn't know anyone in New York.
Well, she told me she had an appointment with a Mr. Boston Blackie, and that's the man she left here with.
But that can't be possible.
And why not?
Because I'm Boston Blackie.
In a few moments, we will meet Boston Blackie, but right now, a thought about the weather. I'll bet it sometimes doesn't seem fair to you ladies. Here it is summer, blistering hot days when you ought to be taking it easy. And what happens? You've got a bigger wash than ever to worry about. More towels, more of the kids' play clothes, more of your own wash dresses, more shirts of Dad's, more everything. Well, you couldn't pick a more ideal time than now to switch to Soapy Rich Rinso. With Rinso, even the biggest, grimiest wash goes like a breeze. As little as 5 minutes per load with Rinso in your washer, and your clothes are sparkling Rinso white, clean as a whistle. And Rinso is safe for washable colors, too. Leaves them Rinso bright after dozens of washings. You'll be mighty proud of your Rinso wash, and proud, too, that you bought the big green and yellow package that made it so easy to do. Better get Rinso before next wash day. And now, meet Boston Blackie, radio's newest adventure star. Meet Boston Blackie, enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend.
Listen, clerk, try to think. What did the man look like? I mean, the one Miss Manletter left with.
I don't know, Mr. Blackie. You're rather good-looking, about your height and build.
But Miss Manletter didn't know anybody in New York. Her uncle told me that when he asked me to meet her.
Well, I'm sorry I can't help you.
Well, thanks just the same. Oh, here's my card.
Mm-hmm.
If Miss Manletter returns, have her call this number, will you?
Yes, I will. Taxi, sir?
No, thanks. Look, Dorman, did you happen to notice a man and a girl leaving here about 10 minutes ago? A pretty girl and a man about my height?
Yes, sir. Come to think of it, I did call a taxi for a couple of that answers that description.
Well, do you remember which cab it was?
Yes, it was the one Mike O'Hara drives.
Oh,
that's O'Hara just pulling up to the end of the line now.
Well, thanks a lot. Here, buy your wife some flowers.
Oh, thank you very much, sir.
O'Hara?
Yes, sir?
You just drove a man and a young lady somewhere. I want to go where they went.
Oh, you want to follow someone?
You're a bright lad, O'Hara.
I don't want to get into any trouble. Maybe you better get another cab.
Oh, you won't get into any trouble. You see, I'm Inspector Faraday of the Homicide Department.
Oh, Inspector Faraday.
That's right. Okay, step on it.
Oh, sure, Inspector. I'll go as fast as I can. This is it. This is the place I left them off. Right in front of this store.
Oh, thanks. Here, buy yourself a couple of cigars.
Oh, thank you, sir. Gee, I'll buy you a box.
No.
Well, how do you do? I'm looking for a young couple who came here a few minutes ago.
You're looking for a couple. I'm looking for a couple. I'll take a single yet. Nobody comes here. Only Pop and me. Even Pop ain't here now. They have nobody else. See for yourself.
Well, thanks. May I use your telephone, please?
Certainly. That'll be 10 cents. You wouldn't be interested in buying anything, would you, mister?
No, thanks.
No. Well, nobody ever buys anything.
Hello, Ashley Hotel? I'd like to speak to the room clerk, please. Say, Mom, have you got any chewing gum?
Chewing gum he asked for. Is he kidding?
Room clerk speaking.
This is Boston Blackie. Have you had any word from Miss Alice Manletter?
Oh, Mr. Blackie, Miss Manletter's been trying to reach you. She wants you to come down here to see her right away. She's in room 305.
Well, thank you very much. I'll be right over.
Three, please. Third floor.
Oh, thank you. 301, 303. Oh, here we are, 305.
Come in.
Hello.
Hello. So you're Boston Blackie.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad to see you, Miss Manletter. You know, your uncle asked me to look out for you, and then you disappear. Well, you didn't even give me a chance.
Oh, you mean this morning?
Yes.
No, I just met a friend, that's all. He followed me from San Francisco.
Well, I don't blame him. I'd have followed you, too. How was your trip?
Oh, wonderful. This is my first time in New York, you know. I practically lived in a dream all the way here.
Yes. Well, how do you like what you've seen of it?
Wonderful.
You know, I'd like to show you the real town.
Oh, well, I'd like to, only I've sort of an engagement tonight.
Oh, the same fella?
Uh-huh.
You haven't wasted much time before I came here, have you?
Only the 18 years before I came here. Isn't that enough?
Well, that's enough for me to be running along, Alice. Oh, here's my phone number, and if you want anything, you just call. How about lunch tomorrow, huh?
Oh, I'd love it. Thanks, Mr. Blackie, for everything.
Oh, everything is nothing. Good night, Alice.
Hi, boss. Nice shooting.
Oh, Shorty, she's a beautiful girl.
Look, why don't you forget names for a minute?
Give me a good reason.
15. Just like I'm telling you, boss, your hand ain't steady. You need some more practice.
Well, this Maxim silencer doesn't fit this gun too well.
Oh, how come the new gun, Blackie? Where's your old one?
Well, you see, Shorty,
You what?
Well, I hate to admit it, but I guess I was robbed.
Boston Blackie robbed?
Yeah.
Hey, boss, you ain't in any trouble.
I don't know.
Gee, bullseye, boss.
Yeah, I guess this new gun will do until I get my old one back. There's nothing like a workout with a target to keep your aim in shape, Shorty.
You know, I got a funny idea about that, boss.
Yeah?
I don't care if my aim ain't so good as long as the other guys ain't either.
I'll get it, Shorty.
All right.
Hello?
Blackie?
Well, Inspector Faraday, my favorite cop.
Mm-hmm. How'd you guess?
Oh, how could I miss those low, dulcet tones, Inspector?
I want you down here in 10 minutes, Blackie, or I'll send for you.
That's fine, but where's down here?
The Ashley Hotel, room 305.
You won't have to send for me, Inspector. I'll be right down.
Say, boss, Faraday hasn't got you jumping through a rope, has he?
Room 305, Ashley Hotel. Shorty, that's Alice Manletter's room.
Third floor, please. Watch your step getting out.
Thank you.
Come in.
Hi, Inspector. Holy Mac...
Yeah, Blackie, she's dead.
Dead?
As if you didn't know.
Oh, wait a minute. How did you know about this, Faraday?
O'Hara, the taxi driver, got suspicious, so reported to headquarters.
Oh.
From his description, I knew it was you, and then I got suspicious. So you're going around impersonating me now, eh, Blackie?
Well, you should be flattered.
Why did you kill her?
Wait a minute, Faraday.
Okay, boys, cover him.
Now, don't be a dope. I promised to look after this girl. She was all right when I left her a little while ago.
Yeah, maybe. After we discovered the body, the boys and I waited for you to make an appearance. We knew you'd be back.
Now, Faraday, listen. This girl was Arthur Manletter's niece.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll take care of whoever was responsible for her murder.
No, I'll do that, Blackie. You killed her. Now, that's your gun in her hand.
My gun? But I don't see how that...
We checked the serial numbers, Blackie.
I don't care what you checked.
Mm-hmm.
You can't take me in for this. I didn't kill her, I tell you.
Okay, maybe not. Maybe the serial number on this gun is wrong. You know what a paraffin test is, Blackie?
Oh, sure, I know.
All right. Well, we'll go down to headquarters and cover your hand with paraffin.
Fine.
Then we'll be able to tell whether you fired a gun in the last couple of hours or
Now,
not.
Inspector, will you listen?
Yeah.
This girl came to New York this morning.
Mm-hmm.
She wasn't supposed to know anybody in town.
Mm-hmm.
And then she told me she'd met a friend.
Well, what are you trying to prove?
I'm trying to prove that somebody killed Alice Manletter, and I've got to be free to find out who did it.
Well, you won't be. I'll see to that personally. And now, wait a minute now. What are you doing in that girl's handbag?
Don't get scared, Inspector, please.
Well, what are you doing?
You've got 4 cops with guns on me.
Yeah?
This isn't a trick. I might find something here that will help me track down the murderer.
Well, we've searched this whole place, Tom Blackie. There's nothing here. Hold on. Wait a minute. What are you taking out of that bag?
Well, I don't know yet. It's just a piece of paper.
Well, I'll take it. What's this? Boston 5, Zealand, Louisiana 3, Saskatchewan, Tennessee 2, Nevada.
Yeah, Nevada. Go ahead.
What are you doing?
I'm just writing down what you've said.
Well, this doesn't make sense. Missouri 1, 3, Denver 4, France.
Well, you see, Faraday, that's a code.
Well, you're going to have plenty of time to work it out, Blackie. Come on, let's get going. I'm going to give your hand a paraffin test to find out whether you fired a gun recently. And if you have, take it from me, pal, you'll have to do some talking to keep your head above water.
Well, I'm afraid, Inspector, the only way I can keep my head above water is to duck you.
Boston Blackie apparently is in a spot. And, speaking of spots, so was a friend of mine the other day. You see, a lady I know of looked out of her window one morning, and it was such a lovely day she felt like singing.
Dum da 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 da, dee 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 dee.
And all of a sudden, she remembered it was wash day.
Oh, shucks.
So she got ready to do her wash and found she was out of soap. Well, time was wasting, so she borrowed some from her next-door neighbor. A soap she'd heard a lot about but never tried before. Yes, you guessed it. It was Soapy Rich Rinso. And when she saw what mountains of suds Rinso made,
Well, what do you know?
and how quickly those Rinso suds soaked her clothes dazzling white, and how she only had to give the very dirty places a few quick finger rubs because Rinso gets out more dirt, she started singing all over again like this.
Rinso white, happy little wash day song. Rinso white, pretty sing it all day long. Your fine feathered friend has a message to send, so listen, you can't go wrong. Rinso white, happy little wash day song.
Sing your way through your next wash day with Rinso. Boston Blackie is in Inspector Faraday's office awaiting the police laboratory report that will show whether he has fired a gun within the past few hours, so that Faraday can build a complete case against him for the murder of the girl in the Ashley Hotel.
How does it feel, Blackie? Be sitting there just waiting for a report that could send you to the chair? You nervous?
Boston 5, Zealand. That's the first word. Now, you take the first letters of each word, and you get buzz.
Great. Ha! How do you do it, Blackie? You get bzzz.
That's right.
Yeah, now we know everything. Who killed the girl, what her mother's maiden name was, and what town she was born in.
That's exactly what I'm trying to find out. After the first letter, there's the number 5. See, that could be the fifth vowel. You know, A-E-I-O-U.
That's right.
Or do you?
Yes.
Then the word would spell B-U-Z-Z.
Marvelous.
Buzz. Inspector, this is a clue to the murder. Now, using that system of spelling out the first letters of each word, the note reads buzz, listen, made, off.
Yeah. What does that mean?
I wish I knew.
Yeah, Faraday. Right. Thanks. Now, that was it, Blackie. The test showed you fired a gun, all right. And the gun we found next to the girl's body was yours.
Now, Inspector, I lost my gun, and it's true I fired another. But I was just practicing.
Sure, on a live target.
Oh.
You don't expect me to believe that, do you, Blackie?
Well, frankly, no.
You killed her, and then you put your gun, in her hand. After wiping off your fingerprints, of course. Oh, that's an old trick, Blackie, an old one. I'm surprised at you. Hey, Matthews?
Inspector?
Take Blackie down to the cell floor and lock him up. We'll book him later.
Right, Chief. Come on, Blackie.
Okay. Well, you look very nice today, Matthews. New uniform? Who's your tailor?
You won't be able to go to him for a long time.
You know, good old Matthews. Snappy clothes and pattern to match. Say, Inspector, may I wash my hands? Well, they're covered with ink from that fingerprint pad. Is it okay?
Oh, sure. But keep an eye on him, Matthews. I'll beat it, both of you. I'm thinking.
Thinking, huh? I'd love to watch. Come on, Matthews. Lock me up. So long, Inspector. Faraday said I could wash my hands, Matthews. Remember?
Go ahead, but no tricks. Here's the washroom. But remember, I'll be right back here with my gun in my hand.
Oh, goody.
I'll let you in on a little secret, Blackie.
What's that?
The inspector brought in a half a dozen extra cops from another precinct, just to make sure you didn't break out of here.
No. Only half a dozen? Well, I'm flattered. By the way, Matthews, did you take a shower this morning?
No, last night.
Well, you need another one. Now.
Hey, quit splashing water all over me. I can't see. Hey, give me my gun.
Not a chance. I'm going to gag you, Matthews, and lock you in here. Come on, turn around. There. Now try and yell. And I want to borrow your uniform. If there are strange cops here, they'll think I'm one of them. You see, I'm leaving in your uniform. Come on, Matthews. Come on, take it off.
Blackie, if Faraday ever finds this waterfront hideout of ours, you know we're sunk.
Oh, Faraday couldn't find a skunk in a perfume shop. Will you just stop worrying?
Okay. What do we do next, boss?
Well, nothing until I get that long-distance call through to Arthur Manletter. The operator's trying to reach him in San Francisco now.
So after we reach him, so what?
Well, I won't know, Shorty, till I talk to him. You see, the only thing I've been able to do since I walked out of headquarters an hour ago was to break the code we found in that girl's bag. It read buzz, listen, made, off.
Yeah. You told me that before.
Yes, I know, but those words don't make sense. However, suppose we try an association.
You mean we're going to join a club?
Oh, cut it out, Shorty, please. Now, for instance, what does the word buzz make you think of?
A bee.
That's right. Now, let's say the first word is bee.
Yeah.
Now, the second word in the code message is listen.
Uh-huh.
What does that make you think of?
Listen, I don't know. Hey, wait a minute, boss.
Yeah?
Don't tell me now. I'll get
Listen. The word is here.
Oh.
So the message starts, be here.
Mm-hmm.
Then the last two words are made and off. Oh, by the way, Shorty, what's the maid's day off?
Thursday, if anybody still has got one.
Yeah, Thursday's right. So the message reads, be here Thursday.
Oh, that's it. Yesterday was Thursday, the day the gal came to town.
Sure.
Oh,
that's the code, all right. Only what good... There's my call now.
All right.
Hello?
Blackie, this is Manletter in San Francisco.
Oh, hello, Arthur.
Blackie, what's happened? I just heard the radio. It said that Alice has been murdered. The police were searching for you. It's not true, is it, Blackie?
Yes, I'm afraid it's true, Arthur. But you know I didn't do it.
Well, of course you didn't.
I don't know how it happened, but I'm going to find out.
Blackie, look, I feel terrible.
Oh,
This is her 20th birthday. The trip was a present from me.
20th birthday? Wait a minute, Arthur. Is she a brunette?
No, she had the most beautiful blonde hair you ever saw.
Oh, that's wonderful. Arthur, your niece wasn't murdered.
What?
It wasn't Alice. Now, take my word for it.
The radio said...
Never mind the radio. Your niece wasn't murdered, and I'm going to find her, Arthur. You'll hear from me.
Thanks, Blackie. Thanks. Call me as soon as you know anything, will you?
I will. Goodbye.
Now, why did you tell him that for, Blackie?
Because it's true, Shorty. You see, I never saw the real Alice Manletter. I took it for granted she was the girl in the hotel room.
Oh.
But that girl said she was 18, and Manletter's niece is 20. And the color of her hair settles it.
Okay, but what happens now?
Well, the real Alice Manletter left the hotel this morning with a man.
Uh-huh.
The cab driver gave me the address, but she wasn't there, of course. They evidently got off there, but must have walked down the street to another house.
Well, what do we do first?
Now, let's see. First, we've got to get a couple of messenger uniforms.
Yeah.
Then you'll take one side of the street, and I'll take the other, and we'll ring every doorbell and say we have a wire for Alice Manletter.
Well, what good will that do?
Whoever is holding Alice will know it's a trick and will try to grab us. That's what I'll be waiting for. Telegram for Alice Manletter.
Ain't nobody here with that name.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. There ain't nobody in this block with that name either. I don't know. I've lived here for 40 years.
Gee, this reminds me of Allen's Alley. Should I try the next block?
Well, we'll try it together, but I got 2 more houses to go. Wait for me.
Okay.
I've got to find that girl, Shorty.
Okay, boss. If it's a girl, you'll find her.
What do you want?
Telegram for Alice Manletter.
Did you come in?
Well, is Miss Manletter here? She's got a sign for this personally. Ah, nice place you have here. I noticed a sign outside saying this was a doctor's home.
In here, please.
Yeah, okay. Thanks. Hey, what's this?
See if he is armed, Otto.
Yeah, I'll see. Keep your gun on him, Joe.
Sure.
Hey, here's his gun here, Doctor. Here, in his card case.
Boston Blackie. We were hoping you would come. It took you a little longer than we thought.
Oh, you knew I'd be here, huh?
The girl said she was supposed to meet you in the hotel lobby.
Huh?
And Otto here made a mistake and thought she was one of us.
I see. So that's what happened.
Otto was supposed to meet one girl, he met another. He thought she was someone else, and she thought he was someone else. Simple blunder.
Oh, you mean the super race has made a simple blunder?
But everything has been taken care of. This girl knows no one else in the city, and very soon she will know nothing at all.
Oh, I see. And that goes for me, too, I suppose.
Jawohl.
Ouch, but you take it easy with my hands back there, boy.
I am tight, Otto. His feet, too.
Easy.
Good, good. We have only a few moments.
Yeah, that's right. You just listen to the newscasts. You better work fast, boys. You have only a few moments. Warsaw, Paris, Berlin.
American pig. Take him in the other room. Better carry him.
Yeah. Help me, Joe.
Yeah. I open the door for you. Just throw him in. The lens on his neck. It's too bad.
Ready, Joe?
Throw him. Yeah.
Who is that?
Well, I think it's me, Boston Blackie.
Oh.
You're Alice Manletter, of course.
Boston Blackie, I'm so glad you're here.
Thanks.
So much has happened to me.
Yes, I think I know most of it.
You think we'll get out of here?
Well, we're certainly going to try. Let's do something about these ropes. You're tied up, too, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, they weren't nice enough to leave some lights on so I could see what it was doing. Well, there's the first one off. Now for my legs. Say, I just thought of something. That girl accomplice must have lifted my gun when I was up there, figuring that if I found out she was a spy, she could take care of me. Oh, well, the legs are free. Now I'll untie you.
Thank you. What's that?
They're going to send a message. We'll be able to hear what they say. The microphone's right up against the wall. Now, your hands are free. Work on your ankles, and I'll listen.
All right.
There's Ketchivan. Hanover 4-2. There's Ketchivan.
S-H-O-E-S. Shoes.
1, Nevada Denver.
A-N-D. And. Shoes and...
There's Ketchivan. 2, 1, Louisiana. 3, Nevada, Georgia, Wisconsin 1. Then tipping.
Sealing wax. Shoes and sealing wax.
1, 5, Tennessee. 5, Missouri, Nevada.
A-U-T-U-M-N. Autumn. Shoes and sealing wax, autumn. That's the message so far.
Geneva 1, Louisiana 1, Hanover 1, Denver, Louisiana 1, Nevada, Chicago 2, Louisiana 4, Tennessee.
That spells Galahad and Lancelot.
They stopped sending.
Yeah.
What did they say, do you know?
Now, keep working on those ropes, Alice.
Yes.
Now, here's the message. Shoes and sealing wax. That's from Alice in Wonderland. The word missing is ships. Well, that could be the first word in the message.
That's the way it works?
Sure. Now, let's see. The next thing was autumn. Autumn. What's that make you think of, Alice?
I don't know. Autumn leaves, perhaps?
That's it. And then they said Galahad and Lancelot. They were 2 knights of the Round Table.
2 nights.
That's it. Ships leave tonight. That's the message. We've got to get out and stop that convoy from sailing. There'll be a U-boat packed waiting for its shore.
I've worked the knot loose, I think.
Good. Now give me your ropes. I'm going to need them.
What are you going to do?
Well, they'll be in for us in a minute. Is there a chair in the room?
There's one next to me. I'm leaning against it.
Good. I'll put it alongside the door and stand on it. When the Nazis come in, you'll be in back of the door and slam it shut behind them.
But they'll see us.
Oh, no, not a chance. The room is too dark. I'll drop a noose over them, but quick.
Shh. I think I hear something.
Okay. Now, I'll carry this chair over, and you stand behind the door.
All ready, Blackie?
Yeah, me too.
We'll do it, Doctor, just like you said. Ah, come in with me, Joe.
Now, Alice.
Your gun. Get out your gun, Otto. I can't get it out. My arms are pinned down.
Here's a present, Nazi.
Oh.
Now, don't be jealous, pal. Here's one for you, too. Oh, you can take it, huh, kid? Okay. Well, I guess that does it, Alice.
What is going on in there? Otto,
Oh, watch this, Alice.
Come in here, Doctor, quick.
What is
This is... Alice, get on that telephone in the other room, quick. Tell the FBI what you know. Then call Inspector Faraday while I keep an eye on these Nazis. Now, when you get him, I want you to...
Blackie, hold it. Don't move. I've got you cold this time.
Well, hot or cold, you'll hate yourself in the morning, Faraday, but I'm glad you're here.
Yeah.
How did you manage it?
I managed it, boss.
What?
I got worried, and I couldn't bust in here alone, so I called your old friend Faraday.
Oh.
Yeah, and I landed up here with both feet in 10 minutes flat.
When you do anything with your feet, Faraday, flat is the right word. Oh, thanks, Alice, for clearing me with Faraday.
Oh, Blackie, you're wonderful.
Oh.
You saved my life and broke up a spy ring, and it doesn't bother you a bit. Don't you feel good about it?
Oh, I should say I do. So good, I'm going to celebrate.
Alone?
Oh, no. You're coming with me, Alice. But first, we're going to call your Uncle Arthur.
What are you going to say?
Well, I'm going to tell him I've spent a lot of time looking for you. But from now on, I'm looking after you.
We'll be back in just a moment with an interesting preview of next week's program. Now, you know those rich Rinso suds I've been telling you are such a help on wash day? Well, they're just as big a help come dishwashing time. Yes, ma'am. Milder than ever Rinso is easy on your hands, too. Doesn't get them rough and red. So, for dishwashing and for all the soap and water jobs around the house, better get Rinso to help you out.
Now, Matthews, you say this is a complete record of the people who came into Gordon's store yesterday?
That's right, Inspector.
Mm-hmm. Mrs. Van Dyke Smythe, George Ellis, Lady Mary Andrews. Hey, quite an exclusive list of customers for a small shop.
Yeah, ain't it?
Let's see now. This name here. Was he a customer?
Yeah, Inspector. Gordon says he was in about noon, but that could have been a coincidence.
Matthews, when a string of pearls is missing from a certain store and a certain party was in that certain store and the certain party's name was Boston Blackie, that's no coincidence.
Friends, of course you know the tremendous part our merchant marine is playing in the war. But did you know that the Merchant Marine is being expanded to meet increasing supply problems on every front, to meet the universal demand for a strong post-war Merchant Marine? Yes, 6 ships a day instead of 5 will soon be coming off the ways of our shipyards, and every one of them must be manned by 40 to 50 men. So, if you have had previous sea experience, or if you want to get into a well-paying job where everything you do will help to win the war and to build your own personal future, then join the United States Merchant Marine. Apply at once by wiring collect to United States Merchant Marine, Washington, D.C.
Warm weather's here, and that means greater danger from perspiration. Protect yourself. Use Lifebuoy in your daily bath. You know, of 7 leading brands, Lifebuoy gives you the most soap for your money. And its rich, purifying Lifebuoy lather agrees with your skin. And don't forget, Lifebuoy's the only soap especially made to stop
Be sure to listen at this same time next week for another exciting adventure with Boston Blackie. You can see Chester Morris as Boston Blackie on the screen at your favorite movie theater. Boston Blackie's latest Columbia picture is One Mysterious Night, soon to be released. Richard Lane appears as Inspector Faraday, music by Charles Cornell. This is Harlow Wilcox saying good night for Boston Blackie, brought to you by the makers of Rinso, the soap that gets clothes.
Please, Blackie.
Threats will get you nowhere with me, Mary. You know that.
Oh, you won't take me to the circus?
Not tonight. Some other time, maybe, but not tonight. Tell you what I'll do, though. I'll get tickets for,
The telephone, Blackie.
Tickets for the telephone? Now, what would a telephone do at a circus?
Please.
Just a second. Hello.
Blackie, this is Faraday.
Inspector, this is a pleasant surprise. What can I do for you?
As if you'd do it. Blackie, you know where I am?
Do you know?
Of course I do. I'm at the circus.
Gosh, how much does it cost to see you?
You can see me for nothing, but I don't want to see you. Do you understand? I don't want you near this place.
Murder at the circus, Faraday?
Yeah, murder at the circus, Faraday. Guy named Rondo, a magician. Got himself killed.
Didn't have to be a magician for that.
All I wanted to tell you was to keep away from here. Now, so long, Blackie.
Oh? What was that all about?
I think I know, but I'm not sure. Mary, what did you want me to do tonight?
Why, take me to the circus, of course.
Mary, my girl, you've talked me into it.
Now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Bolton will be here in just a minute, Louise. He knows we're waiting for him.
Don't worry about the ringmaster. He knows better than to be late.
The police are all over the circus.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things they mustn't find out, Louise. You know that.
Poor Rondo.
Cut that out.
Come in.
Hello, Louise, Charlie. Well, what's going on?
Look, Bolton, we want to talk to you.
Go ahead.
It's about Rondo's murder.
His murder?
The police say it was murder. It was made to look like an accident. But Inspector Faraday thinks somebody cut the rope that held Rondo's trunk in the air.
Yeah, that must be what the inspector wants to see me about. Now, why he wants to see me, I don't know.
Now, look, Mr. Bolton, you don't know what I want to see about either, so I'll tell you. This killing was done in the circus. And I guess it was done by one of us circus people.
Well?
No matter what we know or think we know, let's keep it in the circus. It might be a very good idea for everybody concerned.
What? 'Cause 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 'c
right up, ladies. Popcorn, chewing gum, cracker jack, candy bar.
There's Faraday over there, Mary.
Where? I don't see him, Blackie.
Over next to the monkey cage.
Huh?
The one who needs a shave is the inspector.
Oh, no, wait a minute.
Come on.
No, I'd rather stay here and look at the animals. I didn't come to the circus to see the inspector.
All right, I'll pick you up in a little while. Don't get too close to the lions' cages, Mary.
Why not? I like lions.
Sure, but maybe they'll like you. See you later.
Bye.
Hello, Faraday.
Oh, hello, Blackie. About time you got here.
What are you talking about? You told me on the phone to stay away.
Sure I did. That's the quickest way to get you here, isn't it?
You want me on a case, Inspector? Well, that's a switch.
I don't want you. So happens I need you.
Inspector, how will I ever explain this to Mary?
Now, shut up, Blackie, and listen.
All right.
The magician that was killed was named Rondo.
Yeah.
They used to handcuff him, put him in a trunk, lock it, put ropes around it, then hoist it over a big tank full of water.
And they put a screen around the water. They lowered the trunk into the water, and a second later, Rondo came swimming up to the top.
That's right.
Thank you.
Only last night, while the trunk was being pulled up in the air, the rope that was pulling it was cut. It fell into the water. By the time the workmen got into the tank and raised the trunk, Rondo was drowned.
I understand what happened. The arena was in darkness, of course.
Yeah. There was a spotlight on Rondo until they got into the trunk. Then the spot stayed on the trunk. Now, why I wanted you here was to tell me how that trunk gimmick worked.
How Rondo got out?
How he should have gotten out. I understand he's the only guy around who does the trick, and you know all about things like that. So tell me, how is it done?
You think that might be a clue to the killer? To whoever cut the rope?
Well, I don't overlook anything. Although I'd be glad to make an exception in your case.
What? That scream came from that dressing room right over there. Come on, Faraday.
That's cool. All you have to do is show up. Things start to happen. Here's the dressing room it came from. All right, what's going on in here? What happened?
Apparently the young lady on the floor is in no condition to answer you, old pal. Just a second. Miss. Miss.
She's alive, isn't she?
She's just fainted. Hand me that water. Come on, Inspector, move!
Okay. Now I'm taking orders from the guy.
Miss. Miss. Never mind, Faraday. She's coming too.
Oh.
What happened to you? Tell me what made you scream.
What made you scream, miss?
Huh. There's an echo in the place.
Somebody opened the back door. Threw a knife. Just missed me. Screamed and fainted.
Well, here's the knife, Blackie, in this closet door. Did you see who did it, miss?
No. I just saw a figure at the door. It's all just a figure.
That's a big help. Well, Blackie?
You know what? Want to know what the answer is?
Yeah?
No. Faraday, as soon as I help this young lady up, I'll help you out.
I'm getting pretty good.
Must you practice throwing knives, Charlie?
Sure, if I expect to be a knife thrower with the circus, I do. What's the matter? Make you nervous?
You know somebody threw a knife at me a couple hours ago.
Mm-hmm.
You know that I screamed and it brought that detective and Boston Blackie into my dressing room?
Which one did you make a play for, Louise?
Oh, stop it, Charlie. I quit all that when you and I got married.
Shut up, shut up.
It's all right, Charlie. There's nobody here but us two. Suppose I do have to be single to keep my job on the trapeze. I don't have to keep my marriage a secret from my husband.
You never told Rondo you were married to me.
I didn't tell anybody.
I got an idea why you didn't tell that magician. Because he was making passes at you ever since we went into training in Florida.
Oh, he didn't mean a thing to
Well,
me.
he doesn't mean anything to anybody, no.
Charlie,
Yeah?
was it you that threw the knife at me a little while ago?
Yes, it was.
Charlie.
Oh, don't Charlie me. I threw it and I missed you on purpose. Just to show you who's boss around here. Next time you give me reason to throw a knife, I won't miss. And that'll be on purpose, too.
Well, Faraday, I've looked the circus over. I've sent Mary home, and I have a couple of ideas for you.
It's about time. All right, how did that guy get out of the handcuffs from the trunk?
I'll explain that later. It's got nothing to do with his death. I'll guarantee that.
Who's going to guarantee you?
Me.
If that has nothing to do with his death, what has?
I don't know yet.
What's the matter, genius? Slowing down? Look, I think... Hey, Bolton! Come over here, Bolton.
Right, Inspector.
Who's that guy Bolton?
You mean there is something you don't know? That's the ringmaster. His name is Bolton.
Oh, Bolton. I'd never have known.
Bolton. Yeah, this is Boston Blackie.
Hello.
Glad to know you, Blackie.
You won't be.
I'm glad you're here, Bolton. I want you to tell me the details of Rondo's routine.
Yeah, me too.
How he made his entrance and everything.
Okay. The arena was in darkness with a spotlight following Rondo as he walked to the center of the ring where his assistants handcuffed him and bound his ankles and then placed him in the trunk and locked it.
Then what?
Well, then Rondo, handcuffed and bound, was placed in the trunk. It was locked. Then it was raised and swung over the water tank over there.
Yeah. Then it was supposed to be lowered into the water. But the rope running from the pulley to where the fellow was pulling it up was cut. About halfway up. I saw the rope.
The rope was cut halfway up?
Yes, according to the inspector, but nobody could have climbed up to cut it.
Well, then it must have been partially cut beforehand.
Or a knife thrown at it. Which reminds me of the knife that was thrown at that trapeze performer, Louise.
Hey, that's right. You know...
Inspector, look out, Doc!
Hey, what was that?
Hey, there's a knife in that pole over there.
It came from the entrance over there.
Thanks, Bolton. Come on, Faraday.
Right.
Let's see who's throwing knives at us.
Careful, Blackie. There might be more where that came from. There's a guy over there, and with a knife in his hand. What looks like a blindfold in the other hand.
Hey, you, stay where you are.
What happened? Where'd that knife go? I threw it blindfolded. I didn't hear it hit anything.
It hit something all right. A pole out in the arena. It almost hit Inspector Faraday on the way.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Who are you?
Charlie Peterson. I work here.
Yeah, I remember. I talked to you. You didn't tell me you're a knife thrower.
Well, I'm not. I'm just practicing to be one. I'm just a circus hand right now.
Oh, no, you're not, Peterson. You're not just a circus hand.
Huh?
You're my number one suspect in the murder of Rondo.
Who is it?
Boston Blackie, may I come in?
All right.
You're Louise Brainerd, aren't you, the trapeze artist?
Yes, I am. I haven't had a chance to thank you for helping me when I fainted.
No trouble, Louise. I have a message for you from Charlie Peterson.
A message?
Yes, he said you were his girlfriend, and he wants you to know.
I know I'm his girlfriend.
That isn't the message. Charlie wanted me to tell you that he's been arrested for Rondo's murder.
Charlie?
The police think he killed Rondo because he threw a knife that almost killed Inspector Faraday. He claims it was an accident. He was throwing blindfolded, he said.
Well, he practiced throwing knives, but he didn't kill Rondo. Charlie was with me, back here in my dressing room during Rondo's act.
He was?
Yes.
Would you tell that to the police at headquarters?
Sure. Will you wait outside while I change into street clothes?
Of course. I'll be right outside, Louise.
Hello, Blackie.
Bolton, is it a part of a ringmaster's job to eavesdrop?
Well, I couldn't help it, Blackie. I was there when Charlie was arrested, and I wasn't surprised, but I wanted to hear what his girlfriend had to say.
You weren't surprised? Why not?
Well, Charlie was jealous of Rondo. Rondo was always trying to date Louise.
Oh, then you think Charlie killed Rondo, do you?
I don't know anything about that, Blackie, but I do know this. I heard Louise say that Charlie was with her in this dressing room when Rondo was killed. That's not so.
It isn't? Where was he?
Standing next to Rondo at the arena entrance when the spotlight went on. I saw him there myself.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Rondo, circus magician, is drowned when a trunk in which he is bound and handcuffed is lowered into a tank of water by a rope. Ordinarily, the trunk is lowered only halfway down in the tank. But this time, the rope breaks, and the trunk crashes to the floor of the tank. Both Boston Blackie and Inspector Faraday think Rondo has been murdered, and an amateur knife thrower, Charlie Peterson, has been arrested for the crime. As we return to our story, a circus barker and peanut vendor are working.
Peanuts, popcorn, chewing gum. Peanuts, popcorn, and chewing gum.
Hey, Bobby.
Yeah?
What do you think of the mess Charlie Peterson's got himself into?
They say he might think of any mess. His girlfriend Louise is in it with him.
Yeah?
She told this fellow Boston Blackie that Charlie was with her during Rondo's act, but that was a lie.
Where's Charlie now?
In jail. Yeah, they took Louise down, made her admit she was lying.
No kidding.
Yeah, she said it was just to protect Charlie, but I don't know.
Huh.
Yeah, all I know is I guess we better get back to work.
Yeah, so long.
So long. Peanuts, popcorn.
Look, Bolton, I know you're through work for the night, but I still have to talk to you.
Oh, can't it wait until morning, Blackie?
No, it can't. Now, you went through a whole routine about Rondo's act, and it was swell, except for one thing.
Well, what's that? I have no reason for holding out anything.
Maybe Faraday and I didn't ask you the right questions. I'm taking care of that matter right now.
Well, I'm pretty tired.
From what? Being a ringmaster isn't too much of a strain on you, is it?
Well, that's on your mind, Blackie.
You told us that Rondo, inside the trunk, of course, was hoisted up over a tank. Now, how was that done?
Well, there was a pulley set up over the tank. A rope went down one side of the pulley and was wrapped around the trunk. Then it went down the other side of the pulley, and one of the roustabouts pulled the rope up to raise the trunk and released the rope to lower the trunk.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I wanted to make sure. Which roustabout did it, Bolton?
Which one?
Is there something wrong with the way I speak or the way you hear?
Well, the rope was handled by a fellow named Joe Marcole. He handled it every performance.
Thanks. Now I'm going to see Mr. Marcole and just ask him one question, and that is, what do you know, Joe?
Who is it?
Fellow who wants to talk to you.
Come on in and talk.
Hello, Joe.
Who are you? Besides a guy who don't know enough to go home, the circus is closed for the night.
Maybe the circus is closed, but this case isn't. I'm Boston Blackie.
Huh?
I understand you worked the rope that dropped Rondo's trunk into that tank.
Yeah, what about it?
Well, you were holding it when it broke.
That's right. But I've held it 100 times when it didn't break.
But why did it break this time, Joe? You ought to know.
What makes you think so?
It broke because it was frayed, didn't it? And you knew it.
I did?
Yeah.
You think I'd have used it if it was frayed?
If you wanted something to happen to Rondo, you would.
I could punch you in the nose for that.
What are you waiting for?
Nothing.
Oh, yeah. Now, do you want to get up off the floor and try that again? Or did that settle the argument?
What do you want?
Was that rope frayed before the act, or wasn't it?
I don't know. I forgot to inspect the rope this time.
You don't know whether it was frayed or not, huh? Joe, it wouldn't be that you were afraid to tell me.
Hey, Mr. Bolton, you awake?
Yeah. Who is it?
Me, Joe.
What do you want?
Got to talk to you. I got something you want to hear.
What is it?
Let me come in and tell you. It's important.
It must be if you have to talk to me at this time of night. All right, come on in. Come
Thanks.
in. All right, what is it? And what happened to your jaw?
Boston Blackie knocked me down because I wouldn't tell him what I know.
What was that?
You know. It's what I saw.
What you saw? When?
When that rope broke, Mr. Bolton, and Rondo was killed.
Joe, go back to bed and stop dreaming out loud.
Wasn't any dream, Mr. Bolton. I saw you do it. I was standing in the dark, and so were you. But you were between me and the spotlight on that trunk, and I saw what you did.
Uh-huh. And you told Blackie what you saw?
No. And I won't.
If what?
You know. Little money now, little then. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Joe, do you know what can be done with a whip?
Sure. A lot of things.
Yeah. You ever seen me take my whip like this and wrap it around someone's neck like this?
No!
No! That you saw me was an accident, Joe, but it's nothing like the accident that's going to happen to you.
They found Joe's body right here, Blackie.
Whoever killed him wanted it to look as if he'd fallen from the trapeze platform up there.
Yeah.
He was obviously strangled, though, Faraday.
Yeah, I know. We're having a lot of trouble with rope on this case, aren't we?
We'll have a lot more trouble proving Charlie Peterson did this killing.
Maybe.
Let him go, Faraday, and his girlfriend, too.
Oh, I let her go last night.
She was here last night?
Who knows?
I'll know. As soon as I see her. Which will be right now if she's right here.
Come in.
Packing to go somewhere, Louise?
Oh, Blackie.
Well?
Yeah, I'm packing. Quitting the circus.
Why?
Because of the way everybody looks at me. They think I'm the reason Charlie killed Rondo.
Oh. You know you can't leave town, don't you?
I'm gonna stay in town until Charlie's freed.
That sounds like love to me. What would you say if I told you that Charlie might have a wife and 2 or 3 children?
That's not possible.
What makes you think that?
Because I'm Charlie's wife.
And?
Well, all right, you know about it. Doesn't matter now.
Did Rondo know about that?
No, and I should have told him. Then he'd have quit trying to date me and making Charlie so angry.
Did he hate Rondo enough to kill him?
No.
Did anybody in the circus hate Rondo?
No, Rondo was... Wait a minute. Rondo and Jim Bolton had a terrible argument the other day.
What about, you know?
About cards. They always played cards together, just the two of them.
An argument over cards, huh? Thanks, Louise. It may be over that little game of cards that Rondo drew the ace of spades. Faraday, you're sure nothing's been taken out of Rondo's dressing room since the murder?
No, the place has been under police guard ever since. What are you looking for, Blackie?
I'm not sure.
Fine.
Look, you don't have any case against Charlie until we find out why Rondo was killed. And that's something we might find here. Something like this pack of playing cards.
Okay, you got cards, so play solitaire. Leave me alone.
Wait a minute. And if my hunch is right, I think... It is right, Faraday.
What's right?
My hunch. Rondo was a cheat. These cards are marked. See the little design on the back of each card?
No.
That's a code telling him what's on the other side.
I know a marked deck when I see one. Okay, so Rondo was a cheat. So what?
Wait a minute. Somebody else might have marked the cards. Rondo found out about it, and that made him a marked man. Bolton, I know you have to be dressed before the circus opens this afternoon, but you can spare a few moments for Faraday and me, can't you?
Yes, of course, Blackie. Do anything I can to help.
Well, you can help a lot by letting me borrow that whip of yours.
Okay. There you are.
And Blackie, you can help by saying something that makes sense.
I'm going to do something that makes sense, Faraday. Look at that rope over there, both of you.
Yeah, what about it?
I brought it in with me, but before I did, I cut it apart. Part of the way through.
I can see that.
This is the kind of rope that was thrown over the pulley to yank Rondo's trunk up into the air.
All right, we know that. The rope broke. Well, maybe it was partially cut, too. But how was it made to break at just the right moment? Unless a knife was thrown at it.
This is how it was made to break, just at the right moment. One good, well-placed crack of this whip. And there. It's cut as cleanly as if I'd used a knife.
Okay, so a whip was used to cut the rope all the way. It's possible. The part of the rope that came over the pulley was in darkness.
Yes, Inspector, it was.
Bolton, you realize you were the only one in the arena with a whip, don't you?
Well, there are a lot of whips in the circus.
There weren't a lot of people who played cards with Rondo, though.
Oh, you know about that, huh?
Yes, I found a little black book in Rondo's dressing room listing the money he lost to you. He threatened to expose you, and so you killed him.
All right. I cheated him at cards, and he found out about it. But now it's my turn to cheat.
Frankie's got a gun.
Either one of you are going to move. Don't reach for a gun, either one of you, because I'm getting out of here. You, Faraday, keep your hands away from your pockets.
You're watching the wrong guy.
Good work, Blackie. That whip knocked the gun out of his hand. Hold it.
He'll hold it, or I'll wrap this whip around his neck. You know, Faraday, you always complain about my jokes.
That's all, Bolton.
But you'll have to admit that this whip just made the best crack of the year.
Popcorn, chewing gum, and crackers, Matt.
Well, we're back at the circus, Blackie. But this time, let's watch it.
Okay with me, Faraday.
Now, look, Blackie. Our case is washed up. We know Bolton killed Rondo. And he also killed Joe, the guy who handled the rope that hoisted Rondo's trunk. Now, will you tell me how the trunk gimmick was supposed to work?
Sure, Inspector. The performer is handcuffed, and his legs are tied before they put him into the trunk, right?
That much I know.
Bracket.
No.
Anyhow, they put him in the trunk, lock the trunk, and put ropes around it. Then they raise the trunk up in the air and place it above the tank of water. So, while the trunk is in the air, the performer slips out of the handcuffs. They're not real cuffs, of course, and unties his leg. Now, here's the tricky part. At the bottom of the trunk, there is a gimmick which has to be worked from the inside.
A false bottom, huh?
That's right.
So when the trunk hits the water, it's suspended halfway down in the tank. And the performer opens the bottom of the trunk, crawls out, slams the bottom shut again, and swims to the top.
Inspector, you're wonderful.
But there's more. When the rope was cut and the trunk went to the bottom of the tank, there was no way for the false bottom to be opened. So Rondo drowned. Just as Bolton knew he would.
Faraday, it pains me to say this, but you're right again. But you know what broke the case, pal.
What?
Finding the marked cards that gave Bolton a motive. That was the big tip on the murder in the big top.
You know, of course, we never did get to see the circus, Blackie.
Oh, maybe not, but we had more fun than a circus, didn't we, Mary?
Mm-hmm. One of us did, you mean?
Oh, I didn't mind working a little bit.
Oh, well, I meant you had all the fun, and you know it. What do you do about taking me to really see the performance?
Not tonight, Mary.
Those words are vaguely familiar.
Some other time, maybe, but not tonight.
I seem to have heard that somewhere before, too. Oh, Blackie, what will I have to do to get you to take me?
Commit a murder, I imagine.
If I killed anybody, I'd do it too simply. You'd catch me in no time. I'm not the clever type.
I don't know why you say that. You picked me as a boyfriend.
I picked you? Why, you chased me for 2 years.
And then you caught me.
Oh, now, Blackie, I don't...
All right, all right, Mary, I apologize. And we will go to the circus tonight.
Maybe.
Just a second. Hello.
Blackie, this is Faraday.
Who told you?
Blackie, we never did get to see much of the circus, and my feet are tired. So come on down with Miss Wesley. I've got 3 tickets. I'll meet you there. Bye.
Well, Mary, we're going to the circus.
Oh, another murder, Blackie?
Yes, Faraday's feet are killing him.
Oh.
That man who just left?
Boston Blackie, Myra. I want him to look at the diamond I'm buying tomorrow.
Oh, John, you shouldn't have done that.
Why? Boston Blackie is the diamond expert. I want to be sure I'm getting the real thing before I pay for it. After all, I don't want to put $75,000 in a piece of glass.
Oh, John, you shouldn't have let anyone know you have the diamond until you can put it in the vault.
Oh, Boston Blackie can be trusted, Myra. Besides, I had this in my pocket all the time.
Oh, please put that gun away, John. It scares me.
All right, dear. But don't worry about anything. Blackie's the only one in town who knows the diamond is here.
I don't know why you trust him. I still wish you... Oh, that's probably Carolyn on the phone. Shall I tell her we'll join them for dinner tomorrow night?
Yes, why not? Tell her we'd be glad to. And while you're talking, I'll make out a list of people I might turn this diamond over to.
All right, dear. Hello?
Hello, Myra.
Yes, Carolyn. I was expecting you to call.
Oh, sorry it had to be so late, but Frank and I just got back from the country.
Well, how was it?
Wonderful, Myra. Now, about
those were shots. Wait, John, dear, John, darling, what happened? What's the matter? Oh, John, what is it? What is it? John, you're hurt.
He came in the door for the diamond. I shot him in the shoulder. I shot him first, and he shot me.
Who was it, John? Was it Boston Blackie?
Yes. It had to be.
It's summer money time. Yes, it's summer money time. Come to Beneficial now. It's summer money time.
Right now, it's summer money time at Beneficial Finance Company. Get the cash you want for a wonderful vacation, to clean up leftover bills, or for any good reason. You'll find the service just a little faster, just a little friendlier. And you get this Beneficial Extra, your own international credit card, good for cash wherever you go.
Cash? Just say the word, you're the boss. At Beneficial, where it's summer money time.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Blackie, it's a good thing that bullet went clean through your shoulder. You'd have had to see a doc. What did it to you, boss?
Skip it, Shorty.
Hey,
don't pull the bandage that tight.
Oh, I'm sorry, boss. Here, this better?
Yeah, it's more like it. Shorty, you should have been a doctor.
Yeah, I'll help you out with your shirt.
No, I can do it, Shorty. There. That isn't too bad for an invalid, is it?
What tie you want to wear, boss?
You pick it out.
Okay. I'll get you that green one Miss Wesley gave you.
That should be Inspector Faraday.
Hey, you want to do a scrum all boss?
No. Come in, Faraday. The door isn't locked.
Well, good morning, Blackie.
It was a good morning until you came along, Inspector. Pull up a straitjacket and make yourself at home.
Very good, Blackie. How you feeling?
Fine, you'll be sorry to hear.
Really? So what's that pan of water for?
Goldfish. I'm going to give them a bath.
What's the towel there for?
To dry them. You think I want my goldfish to catch cold?
All right, Blackie. I'm taking you to headquarters for the murder of John Richards.
Same old Faraday, same old routine. The only thing that changes is the corpse. And your apologies afterwards.
You're not going to wisecrack your way out of this one, Blackie. I know you were at Richards' house. I know you stole a diamond from him. And I know he shot you before you shot him. Because Richards talked before he died. He told his wife he put a slug in his killer.
Very interesting.
Where did he hit you, Blackie?
He didn't.
Oh, well. I thought I could bluff you. Congratulations, Blackie. Mind if I pat you on the back? There.
Oh, hey, that's my shoulder.
Sure it is. And you jumped just now because you were shot in it last night. That gunshot wound in your shoulder is all the proof I need. Come on.
All right. So I do have a bullet wound in my shoulder. But not because Richard shot me.
Well, I suppose you shot yourself.
As a matter of fact, I did. I was up at Charlie Kingston's apartment last night. I was cleaning one of his guns. It went off accidentally.
That's a lie, Blackie. Now stop stalling and let's go.
Look, Faraday, don't be a sap, will you? If I had killed John Richards, would I be here in my apartment where you could find me?
Well, maybe not. But I'm going to check on that story about how you got shot.
Go ahead. Kingston will back me up.
He'd better. Or I'm going to back up a paddy wagon and tuck you to sleep in a cell.
So long, Inspector.
Yeah, but maybe not for long.
Gee, Blackie, why did you tell me that?
Tell you what, Shorty.
That you got shot cleaning a gun at Charlie Kingston's.
Because I don't lie to you, Shorty.
Huh? Oh, well, gosh, Blackie, Inspector Faraday's going to check with Kingston maybe right away.
I know that. That's why I'm going to phone Charlie right away. Mabel, get me Trafalgar 19928, will you, like a good girl? I'll do it any way you like, as long as I get the number.
Oh, I get it, Blackie. You're going to tell Charlie Kingston what to say, huh?
Shorty, you're brilliant.
I am?
Hello?
Charlie, this is Blackie. Listen, Inspector Faraday is on his way up to see you.
What for?
He's going to ask you how I got a bullet wound in my shoulder. Now, I want you to tell him I got it cleaning a gun in your apartment last night.
Blackie, you weren't up here last night. How did
Thanks, Kingston. Blackie, don't hang up.
Well,
Blackie,
What?
who was that?
I thought you were lying to me, Blackie.
Blackie, who was
That's
that?
Inspector Faraday, Charlie. Never mind about the alibi now. Hang up.
All right, but call me back.
You thought you could pull a fast one, Blackie.
Faraday, you're getting positively brilliant. Where are you?
Still in the building, pal. I thought you'd call Kingston to frame that phony alibi, so I cut in on your line from the switchboard down here. I'll stay where you are, Blackie.
Oh, sure, Inspector.
I'm coming up there to get you. And don't try to duck out on me, because I have two men right here in the lobby. Open up! Open up, Blackie!
I'm coming, Inspector Faraday.
Where's Blackie, Shorty?
Blackie? Who's Blackie?
Oh, fine. What's that trail of blood doing on the floor?
What blood? I don't see no blood.
It's going toward the kitchen and the back door, huh?
Oh, is it?
He can't get very far with that wound. I'll get him before he can reach the street.
Hey, Blackie, you can come out of the closet now.
Nice work, Shorty.
Hey, I didn't do nothing, boss. I just didn't tell him that was ketchup on the floor, not blood.
Poor old Faraday. I think I'd better go hide out at Mary's for a while now. Uh-oh, now what?
Now it's the telephone.
I know that much. Hello?
Blackie, this is Mary.
Oh, Mary, I'm glad you called. You'll have to give me a hand. The police are after me.
Blackie, you'll have to give me a hand. Meet me. I'll be in a cab at Washington Road and 45th Street. Because the police are after me,
too. Have I kept you waiting long, Mary?
30 cents and 3 gray hairs worth, Blackie.
Yeah, wait a second. I want to close this window between the driver and us.
Okay, but hurry.
There. Now we can talk.
Why are the police after you?
First, let's hear why they're after you.
Well, it's because of Mutzy here.
Mutzy? Oh, that nice little pooch. Come up here, Mutzy.
Oh, no, Blackie. You better stay on the floor.
What's Mutzy done? Turned a corner without holding out his tail?
He bit a man last night. And he'd bitten people twice before I got him. The state law says if a dog bites people 3 times, it has to be destroyed. And, Blackie, I just can't let them do that to Mutsy.
Do you know who put in the complaint about being bitten?
Yeah, a man named Robert Washburn. That's what he said. Mutsy bit him last night. But, Blackie, wasn't Mutsy with you last night?
For a while. I took him with me when I went to see John Richards.
Wait a minute. I heard over the radio this morning that John Richards was murdered last night.
That's why the police are looking for me.
Oh, Blackie.
No, Blackie is right. The police are looking for a guy with a bullet wound in his shoulder, and I'm the guy.
Darling, you've been shot? Oh.
Yes, but don't ask me how. Right after I got outside Richards' house, somebody slugged me.
Well, was Mutsy with you then?
Yes, and he's a fine watchdog. He watched all right. He watched me get hit over the head. When I came to, I found out I'd been shot in the shoulder.
Yes, but how? And who shot you?
I don't know, unless I walked around in a daze after I was slugged. Actually did try to rob Richards and was shot then.
Well, I guess I better worry about the dog myself. You have more of a problem than I have.
Oh, no, we can't let Mutsy down. We'll go see this Washburn and try to get him to withdraw the charge.
Yes, but what do we do with Mutsy? I can't let a policeman see him.
Oh, say, there's a dog show at the stadium. Take him down there and enter him. Nobody will think of looking there for him. Mutsy's a dog, isn't he?
Well, to tell you the truth, Blackie, sometimes I'm not so sure.
Yes?
I'd like to see Robert Washburn, please.
Who is calling?
Miss Wesley and Boston Blackie.
I'll see if he's in.
It's about the dog that bit him.
Oh, yes. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Right this way.
Was Mr. Washburn bitten badly, do you know?
I couldn't say, miss. All I know is he was bitten. You know the dog?
He's my dog.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can see Mr. Washburn in the library. Here.
Yes?
The owner of that dog is here to see you, Mr. Washburn.
Oh, yes. Have him come in.
Go right in.
Thanks. Go ahead, Mary.
Thank you, Blackie.
Oh, 2 of you. Which one of you...
It's my dog, Mr. Washburn.
Oh, sorry I had to run in with him, Miss
Wesley, Mary Wesley. And this is Boston Blackie.
Oh, yes, Boston Blackie. I've heard of you.
We were wondering if you'd withdraw your charge against Miss Wesley's dog, Mr. Washburn. You see, the dog has bitten people twice before. If you won't withdraw the charge, the law of the state says he has to be destroyed.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry. If I'd known that, I certainly wouldn't have complained. But I did get a rather nasty bite, as you can see by the size of the bandage, and I do use my right hand a lot.
Oh, I'm so sorry about that, Mr. Washburn.
I'm sorry, too, Miss Wesley, but I'm afraid the damage is done. The complaint went right to the police. If I'd only known.
I'm afraid Mr. Washburn is right, Mary. There isn't anything he can do now.
Well, I guess not.
No hard feelings?
None at all, Mr. Washburn. And we'll shake on that.
Oh, good enough. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, I guess that's that.
Mary, did you notice when I shook hands with Washburn, he gave me his bandaged hand?
So?
So I squeezed it as hard as I could, and he didn't wince. That means Mutsy never bit him.
Oh, but that doesn't make any sense.
It may make a lot of sense if we can find out why Washburn wants Mutsy killed. Look, you go to the dog show, and I'll meet you there. I'm going to see Mrs. Richards and find out who might have been after her husband's diamond. Then maybe I'll know how I got shot, and when I got shot, and who shot me.
Okay, kids, let's get ready to sing the Nationwide Auto Insurance jingle.
Hi. You're new around here, huh? Say, you know about this nationwide auto insurance we're singing about?
I sure do. The best and not expensive.
Oh, yeah?
Nationwide Auto Insurance gives you all the coverage you need. Oh, Nationwide doesn't cut insurance at real low cost.
Oh, kidding.
So good, over $2.25 million by Nationwide.
Hey, you know a lot about it.
I should. I'm a vice president with the company.
And you're doing the jingle?
Well, I just can't resist singing.
Nationwide Auto Insurance, your best time by far. Nationwide, always the best for you and your car.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Boston Blackie has been shot in the shoulder. How, he doesn't know. What's more, Mary Wesley has a problem, too. Her dog, Mutsy, is in trouble with the law for biting a man who, it is discovered later, has not been bitten. Unable to find the answer to either of these two puzzling problems, Blackie has sent Mary to hide Mutsy at the dog show and has gone to see Mrs. John Richards,
wife of a man killed and robbed of a valuable diamond last night. As we continue our story, Blackie is at the door of the Richards home.
I'd like to speak to Mrs. Richards, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. She's not seeing anyone.
Tell her Boston Blackie is here. In fact, tell her the two of us are here, me and this gun. It's all right if I come in now, isn't it?
Well, yes. Yes, of course.
That's better. Where's Mrs. Richards?
She's in the den, there.
Thanks. And you stay right over there. Don't move and don't scream. You won't be hurt. Now stay way over there and be quiet.
Hazel, how dare you open the door?
In case you don't know me, Mrs. Richards, I'm Boston Blackie.
What do you want?
I did want to ask you a few questions, but I think they're already answered. That's a very lovely diamond you have in your hand, Mrs. Richards.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. I got a glimpse of it. Open your hand.
No, please don't come near me.
Then I'll just have to do it myself. There. That's better.
Drop that gun, Blackie. Drop it.
Faraday. Okay. Happy now, Faraday?
You don't know how happy.
Oh, Inspector Faraday, I'm so glad you got here when you did. This is the man who killed my husband.
I know it, Mrs. Richards.
And now he has the nerve to come here and try to sell me my husband's diamond. You see? He has it in his hand.
Faraday, I can explain everything now.
Blackie,
See, this was...
I knew the day would come and I really had you cold, and this is it. I'll take that diamond. I'll have one of my men take you. Down to headquarters. Well, where's your sense of humor, Blackie? No joke about the electric chair?
Sure, a very funny joke about the electric chair, Inspector. It's killing me. Well, I made it here, Mary, but I had to slip out of a pair of handcuffs and away from one of Faraday's cops who was taking me to headquarters.
Oh.
How's the dog show, Mary?
I don't know, Blackie. I haven't had a chance to see it.
Well, they ought to let you see it. You have a dog in it, don't you?
That's just it. They wouldn't let Mutzy in. I hid him in a trash basket. But, Blackie, I found out something about Mr. Washington. The reason he knew he could have Mutzy killed is that the doorman at my apartment house told him Mutzy had already bitten 2 people.
Well, that explains plenty. Come on, let's get Mutzy and take him with us.
Where are we going now?
Well, I went to see our friend Mrs. Richards, and that charming lady turned out to have the diamond she reported stolen from her husband.
You don't suppose Mrs. Richards killed her husband, do you?
I don't know. Her husband had that diamond on approval only. It wasn't paid for yet. She may have tried to steal it from him and had to kill him when she was caught. It's worth a lot of money, you know.
Well, here's where Mutzy's hidden. Reach down under the papers, will you, and you'll find him.
Okay. Yeah, I have him. Out you come, Mutzy.
Oh, what a sweet puppy, not a bark out of you. And Mr. Washburn said you nipped him.
What do you expect, Mary? Don't you know a biting dog never barks?
Blackie, you haven't said a word for 5 minutes. Can't you talk while you drive?
Well, sure I can, but I'm thinking about what a crazy mess this is, Mary.
Yeah, it is strange, everything about it. Will you sit still, Mutzy, and stop jumping around?
I wish this case would hold still for a minute. First, I get hit on the head by someone I'd never see. Then I wake up with a bullet hole in my shoulder, and then someone wants your dog killed when he did absolutely nothing.
Yes, and let's not forget Mrs. Richards turning up with a diamond supposedly stolen.
I'm hoping to clear that little matter up right now. Richard's house is just a few blocks away.
Mutzy!
Hey, Mutzy, come back here.
Blackie, he jumped out of the window.
Yeah, I saw him. It's too late to stop him.
Blackie's running down that other road. We can catch him. Mutzy!
Let's not catch him, Mary. Let's follow him.
Follow him? Why?
I won't know why until Mutzy gets where he's going. And then maybe I'll get somewhere on this case myself.
Mutzy went into the woods right here, Blackie. And there he is. Look, he's digging.
I hope he hasn't been reading those phony stories about buried treasure.
Blackie, he is digging. Mutzy, what are you digging for?
Oh, don't make him stop to answer that now. He's doing all right.
Look. Look, he's pulling something out of that hole.
Well, I'll be... Mary, it's a man's jacket.
Here, Mutzy. Here, Mutzy, boy. Give it to me. Come
Nice
on now.
boy, Mutzy. Nice boy. And maybe nice going.
Oh, Blackie, there's blood on it.
And a bullet hole in the left shoulder. In just about the same spot I was shot. Let's see what else. No labels or identification in this jacket anywhere. Should have expected that. But wait, here's something in the sleeve.
Looks like a dry cleaner's tag.
Yes, it is.
What good is that to us, Blackie? The police are the only ones who can trace cleaner's marks without going all over town.
I know, but Faraday can use his files and find whose mark this is in 30 minutes. And, Mary, this is one time I'm going to be glad to let Faraday take me to the cleaners.
Come in.
I've been waiting for you to get back to the office, Inspector Faraday.
Any trace of Blackie yet?
No. But a half hour ago, a boy brought this package, a note. The note says... Here, read it.
This will give you absolute proof that Boston Blackie killed John Richards. What's in the package?
A blood-stained jacket with a bullet hole in the left shoulder. Only identification is a cleaner's tag.
Well, take the cleaner's tag to the files and check it.
I already did, Inspector. It's from the Johnson Tailor Shop, 1157 West Main Street.
Okay, Alan. Thanks. Now, if anyone's looking for me for the next hour, I'll be at the Johnson Tailor Shop pressing my case against Boston Blackie. This must be it. Johnson Cleaners, 1157 West Main.
Don't move, Faraday. I have a gun in your back.
Blackie, where did you come from?
I've been following you all the way from headquarters. Thanks for finding the cleaners for me. Without your help, it would have taken me weeks.
Smart guy, aren't you? You'll be behind bars by morning.
Maybe, but I'm behind this gun right now. You'll come inside the cleaners with me, and I'm doing the talking. Understand?
Okay.
All right, go on. Go inside and behave yourself.
So help me, Blackie. I'll...
I'm doing the talking, pal, remember?
Something I can do for you, gentlemen?
Yes, there is, Mr. Johnson. I'm Inspector Faraday of the police.
Oh, the police. Yes?
And this is my assistant, plainclothesman Jones. Is that right, Jones?
Yes.
Say yes, sir, Jones.
Yes, sir.
Johnson, we've traced a possible murder clue to your store here. To this jacket. Isn't that right, Jones?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, sir.
Why, yes, that jacket was cleaned by us. I remember it now. I can check on who brought it in, but I'll have to look in my book.
Well, look fast. We don't have much time.
It's right over here. Yes, yes. Yes, here it is. The address is 915 Brookville Road.
The name?
Robert Washburn.
Look, Faraday, I've given you my gun. Now, let me go to Washburn's with you.
So you can mess things up there? Not a chance, Blackie.
Mess things up? I'm the only one who can straighten them out. Now, look, I know the whole story now.
Yeah. Tell it to me sometime when I can't sleep.
Faraday, get this. Washburn slugged me as I was leaving Richards' house last night. Then he tried to rob Richards, only Richards didn't want to be robbed and shot first.
Who did he shoot? Himself? He's dead, remember?
He shot Washburn, and then Washburn shot and killed him. He didn't wait to grab the diamond he came for. He just scrammed.
Leaving the diamond, huh?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
That's how Mrs. Richards happened to have it.
Yeah.
It wasn't paid for yet, so she thought she'd just keep it and report it stolen. Well, that's not important, though.
Tell me what is.
The fact that Washburn came out of the house, found me unconscious, and fired a bullet into my shoulder. Just in case Richards had lived long enough to say he had shot his murderer. Only Washburn didn't figure on Mutzy.
Yeah. Whoever he is.
He's a dog, and he was with me last night. Chances are he followed Richards when he went out to bury that jacket Mr. Johnson just identified. Richards must have tried to kill the dog then, but couldn't, and so decided on having the state do the job for him.
In other words, I'm supposed to find a bullet wound in Washburn.
That's right.
Okay, but I'm going up there alone. Now, you wait in your apartment with two of my men. And if Washburn isn't wounded, believe me, your pride is going to be.
Golly, Blackie, shouldn't the inspector have seen Mr. Washburn by now?
I should think so. He said he'd call as soon as he finished with him.
Oh, I wonder if your theory's right.
It has to be right, and Faraday has to find that bullet wound in Washburn's shoulder. I'm sure of it.
Oh, maybe this is the inspector.
I hope so. Hello?
Blackie, this is Faraday.
Well, shall I tell you police got it and go home now?
No.
What's the matter? Can't you find Washburn?
I ain't found Washburn, all right. Maybe his hand is bandaged, but there's not a mark on him, much less a bullet wound. Now, Blackie...
Wait a minute, Faraday. Is the man you saw short, fat, and a little bald?
Yeah. Butler took me in to see him.
Oh, you dope. You didn't talk to Washburn. You saw his butler. Washburn switched with him. Grab the guy pretending to be the butler, and you'll have Washburn, bullet wound and all.
Hey, you kidding?
Is the butler tall, dark, with a mustache?
Yeah.
Grab him. That's Washburn. I'll hold the phone.
Oh, Blackie. For a minute, I was too scared to breathe.
I wasn't exactly relaxed myself. Golly, lucky I remember that butler. Faraday's visit would have tipped Washburn. He was wise to him. And he'd skipped.
But, Blackie, what if Washburn doesn't have a bullet wound either?
Oh, you would think of that.
Do you want me to pack a few things for you?
No, thanks. The state is very nice about providing clothing.
Hello? Hello? Hello, Blackie. Blackie, this is Faraday.
Well?
I grabbed the butler.
Well?
It was Washburn, all right. I grabbed him fast, and he talked fast. He had a bullet wound in his shoulder. It happened just the way you said it did. Sorry, Blackie.
Sorry, Faraday, about what?
Sorry it wasn't you. I really had all the evidence I needed.
Yes, I know, Faraday, but don't forget, as usual, it was all wrong. Goodbye, Inspector.
Oh, Blackie, I'm so happy.
Think I'm not?
Mutsy, don't scratch the floor like that, please.
I think he's trying to dig for something again, Mary. Last time he dug, he got a bone as his reward.
Well, stop digging, Mutsy, and I'll buy you steak. Oh.
Good boy, Muncie. We'll make it a big steak.
Oh, not that big, Blackie. Steak is awfully expensive.
Yes, but after what he's done for us, we're going to see that tonight Muncie is one dog who is going to put on the dog.
Rinso, R-I-N-S-O, Soapy Rich Rinso presents Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris.
What are you reading, Chief, little Abner?
No, listen to this, Matthews. Special feature of the Great Gems exhibit at the famous Godet Jewelers will be the incomparable Star of the Nile emerald. One of the most precious gems in the world. So precious that George Stevens, vice president of Godet's, is personally bringing the star to Chicago from Chicago to New York.
I don't get the joke, Chief.
Sure you don't, because you don't know that Boston Blackie's on the same train with George Stevens.
But, Chief, I don't get it.
Well, if I know my Boston Blackie, and to my great sorrow I do, he won't be able to resist a little gadget worth a cool $200,000.
I still don't see what's funny. Besides, Blackie hasn't gone after sparklers in a long time.
I know that, but I also know one thing that sparkles that's right up Blackie's alley.
Yeah, what's that?
Dames.
Sure, Chief, but the Star of the Nile ain't a dame.
Yeah, but Helen Crew is.
Helen Crew?
Yeah, something's bound to happen on a train when it's carrying those three. George Stevens, Helen Carew, and Boston Blackie.
Well, nobody has to lead Blackie to adventure because somehow adventure always seems to seek him out. In just a moment, we'll hear more about Blackie and the Star of the Nile. You know, you can lead a soap to water, but you can't always make it give thick, rich suds. Not if it's hard water, and not if you're using one of those Lazy Bar or Skimpy Suds package soaps. No, ma'am, that's when you want Rinso. Soapy Rich Rinso on the job. You see, Rinso bubbles up into mountains of suds, practically at the touch of water. Suds that go right to town on your clothes. Suds that get out more dirt to give you that Rinso white, Rinso bright wash. And no hard scrubbing or boiling to ruin your wash day disposition. A short soaking in Rinso suds, a few quick finger rubs on extra soiled places, and your clothes are ready to rinse. So, next wash day, whistle up a Rinso wash. A wash that's Rinso white and Rinso bright. And now, Chester Morris and the Adventures of Boston Blackie.
It's obvious that an international bank should be established for reconstruction.
At the United Nations Monetary and Financial Conference held at Bretton Woods, certain preliminary steps were taken. However, it is only the beginning.
Oh, I says
When you realize that the International Monetary Fund will total around $8.5 billion. But that's only the beginning.
Yes, well, a small beginning. You know, I get kind of mixed up when I start counting over 850.
Oh, young man, we'll all have to learn how to count in millions and billions in the post-war world.
Well, that's very interesting. Oh, here you are, Stewart. I'd like some dessert. Will you take this seat, miss?
Oh, thank you.
Never mind the dessert, Stewart.
Well, I'm finished. Wouldn't you rather have this chair by the window?
Thank you.
And good day to you, young man. Thanks for your company.
Well, thanks to you for the tip on the international monetary situation. I can't wait to use it. Very interesting man.
And very distinguished looking, too. Who is he?
I don't know, but he's awfully good at counting. Is it all right if we talk?
Why not? You see, my mother never told me not to talk to strangers on a train.
I like your mother. Very intelligent woman.
Well, I'm no isolationist. But to make it proper, my name is Helen Carew.
Oh, and mine is Boston Blackie.
I've heard that name somewhere. Are you a baseball player?
No, why? Do you like baseball?
No, not particularly.
Well, why did you bring up the subject?
Oh, just to make conversation.
Fine. Let's talk about you.
All right, let's. I'm a very pleased young lady on a train between Chicago and New York.
Why are you pleased?
Because I didn't expect conversation with my dinner.
Well, do you realize that the International Monetary Fund will total about $8.5 billion this year?
No.
Yes. You see... it's back again.
Excuse me, I've lost something.
It can't be that $8.5 billion.
No, it was a chamois pouch. I don't see it. Wait.
Oh, I'd better get out of the way.
It isn't here.
Pardon me, sir. What did you lose?
This is terrible, terrible. Waiter.
Oh, it sounds important.
Young man, you have no idea how important. That pouch was worth $200,000.
That's a lot of money to be carrying around.
It wasn't money. It was an emerald. One of the most valuable gems in the world, the Star of the Nile.
What a pretty name.
I tell you, Inspector, I've been robbed. It was sometime during the dinner hour. The Star of the Nile is missing.
Okay, Mr. Stevens, I got that much from the telegram the conductor sent. Now, we'll search every passenger on the train if we have to, so calm down. Now, you say you thought you left it in the diner. Were you alone?
No, a young man joined me for dinner, and then later, just before I left, a young lady was seated at our table.
Mm-hmm. Friends of yours?
Oh, no, just the people one meets on a train.
Now, this young man, what was he like?
Well, he was a clean-cut-looking chap with dark hair, a good build, nice smile.
I'm not a bit surprised. And the young lady?
Oh, quite attractive. As a matter of fact, the young man seemed rather taken with her.
Well, Mr. Stevens, I don't think you have to worry about your Star of the Nile. I might even say the situation is well in hand. Matthew should be here any moment now with the man we're looking for.
Here he is, Chief.
Welcome, Boston Blackie. Welcome home. Your new home. As a matter of fact, I've prepared a special escort to take you there.
Well, now, how thoughtful, Inspector. But where's the brass band?
All right, come off it, Blackie. Where's the emerald?
This is a great shock to me, young man.
Well, it's no shock to me, sir. I know my Faraday. He never fails. He never fails to be dead wrong.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Blackie. But you were in the diner with Mr. Stevens when the emerald disappeared.
Mr. Stevens? I didn't even know that was his name.
Oh, now, Blackie, as if you didn't know that Mr. Stevens was vice president of Goday's and that he was carrying the Star of the Nile to New York. As if you didn't read the papers.
Of course I read the papers, Inspector, but I was a little more interested in the fact that we'd just taken Cannes and Saipan.
Okay. Now, you can tell me all about that at headquarters. Come on, Blackie.
Now, look, Faraday, do you mind if I talk this over with Mr. Stevens?
Whatever you have to say, you stay at headquarters. Come on.
I'll be in touch with you, Inspector. Thanks again.
Mm-hmm. Now, about that brass band, Blackie, I'll arrange to have one when we send you up the river.
Oh, are you leaving, Mr. Blackie?
Oh, yes. Yes, my Uncle Faraday always brings the town car to meet me.
Uncle Faraday, my aunt.
Well, your Uncle Faraday must have a lot of influence. I wonder when the police are going to let the rest of us off the train.
Well, Miss Carew, I'll see if I can use my influence. You see, he happens to be the police. Oh, Uncle, meet Miss Carew.
How do you do, Mr.
Pleased
Faraday?
to meet you. I hope this fellow hasn't taken you in, too.
Oh, no, Mr. Faraday. On the contrary, he's been very nice to me.
Yeah, that's Blackie. Well, you might as well know, Miss Carew. He's being charged with the theft of the Star of the Nile.
But that's impossible.
Impossible? What do you mean, Miss Carew?
Well, I was at the table when Mr. Stevens discovered his loss, and I'm sure that Mr. Blackie had nothing whatever to do with it.
You haven't known him as long as I have, Miss Carew. You mean to tell me that Boston Blackie didn't do it?
That's exactly what I mean.
Well, thanks, Miss Carew, for telling the inspector something that he should have known. He usually goes the long way around. You helped him find the shortcut.
Oh, you haven't gone yet, Inspector.
No, I'm afraid we'll have to begin all over again, Mr. Stevens.
What do you mean?
Well, Miss Carew here has a strong alibi for Blackie, and I'm still looking for a loophole, but under the circumstances, I'm afraid I can't hold him.
But you're going to do something about it, aren't you, Inspector?
Well,
after all, you were sure that the emerald must still be on the train.
Well, that's right, Mr. Stevens, it is. That's what I tried to tell you before the inspector shut me up.
Oh, so you know. Well, come on, Blackie, where is it?
I didn't say I knew where. Mr. Stevens, you're rather absent-minded, aren't you?
Absent-minded? Why, no.
Well, perhaps I'm jumping to conclusions, but, of course, if you remember, you left the diner without paying your bill.
I did?
Oh, not that I minded buying your dinner, Mr. Stevens, but it occurred to me that if you were absent-minded enough to forget your dinner check, you also might have forgotten something else.
How could I forget the Star of the Nile? I put it in my vest pocket just before I went into the diner.
Are you sure you put it in your vest pocket, Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Well, then the whole thing's solved. You know, all during dinner I was envying you, Mr. Stevens. I really was. You looked so cool and comfortable in that sports jacket you were wearing, and you weren't wearing a vest, Mr. Stevens.
I wasn't? Well, that's absurd. Now, wait a minute.
Oh, what's going on here? Vests, sports jackets. Come on, Blackie.
Don't you remember, Mr. Stevens?
Now, let me think. I lay down to take a nap just before dinner.
Yeah.
I got up and dressed and... By George, you're right.
Oh.
The emerald must be in the vest that I packed in my suitcase. Oh, Inspector, I'm terribly sorry to have caused you all this trouble, and you, young man, and young lady. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Good day.
Well, how do you like that?
You seem to be disappointed, Inspector.
Yeah. You know, if Boston Blackie can sit next to a guy in a train that's got something worth $200,000 and not do something about it, I guess it's time I turned in my bag.
Well, you should have thought of that before, Inspector. Just think. By now you could have had a cottage, a couple of cows, a victory garden, instead of that pet ulcer of yours. By the way, what do you call it?
Boston Blackie. What else?
Why, Inspector, how sweet of you. Naming your first one after me. Oh, Miss Carew, I've been looking for you. Here's a cab coming up now. May I drop you someplace?
Thanks.
Where to, Miss Carew?
The Middleton, please.
Okay, driver, 48th Street off Lexington.
You don't miss a thing, do you, Mr. Blackie?
Well, I have a great appreciation for beautiful things.
Oh, then you must have seen the Star of the Nile.
Star of the Nile?
Mm-hmm.
I was talking about beautiful things. Such as, well, the dessert I had for dinner last night.
Oh, I was just marveling at how clever you were, helping Mr. Stevens to find his emerald.
Well, it isn't hard to find something that was never lost, Miss Carew. And, incidentally, thanks for putting in a good word for me with the inspector.
Oh, don't mention it.
By the way, I'll bet there's another thing your mother forgot to warn you about.
Oh?
Accepting dinner invitations from a young man in a taxi cab.
I told you not to disturb me, Miss Everett. I'm too busy to see... Oh, who are you?
Louis?
Louis?
Yeah. Miller said you wanted to see me.
Oh, yes, Mr. Louis. Won't you sit down?
Now, look, let's get this straight, Mr. Stevens. I don't know you, but Miller said you had a job for a guy with fingers.
Well, I wouldn't exactly put it that way, Mr.
And another
Louis.
thing, Mr. Stevens. This is strictly business. Miller says you want me to open up a safe down at Goday's and lift a hunk of jewelry.
Well, now...
And what's more, Mr. Stevens, I know you're vice president of Goday's. That's your business, but it ain't mine. And if you're worrying about what might happen, you're in a swell spot. After all, who'd the judge believe, me or you?
Well, I'm glad we understand each other, Mr. Louis. The emerald has already been deposited in the Goday vault, and since the exhibit will open tomorrow, there's no reason for any further delay.
Hey, Blackie. Did you hear me calling you?
Well, vaguely. To be honest with you, Shorty, I had my mind on somebody else.
Well, boss, I just heard something I thought you'd be interested in.
Yeah?
You know, you were telling me about that emerald mixed up on the train?
Yeah.
Well, I just got a tip, see? Somebody's going to crack the Goday safe for that emerald.
When?
Midnight.
How straight was this tip, Shorty?
A very reliable tip, boss. Fingers told me.
Fingers? Oh, that's too big a job for him. He's only got 10.
Well, that's what the man said. He said that.
That small-time safecracker. I guess I'd better go down and help him out. But before business, pleasure. Well, for once, Miss Carew, I can't blame Faraday. After all, he brought us together.
brought us together.
Yes.
What do you mean?
Well, if he hadn't accused me, you wouldn't have had the opportunity to vouch for me, and, well, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to show you my appreciation.
Oh, I see. Well, the whole thing was a little silly anyway.
Oh, well, not altogether. Faraday has the memory of an elephant and the persistence of a little beaver, and looks like both of them. If anything happens, it's got to be Boston Blackie.
Oh, that's a nuisance, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. Faraday hounds me, but it's good to have him around at the wind-up.
Blackie, I don't quite make you out, but I like you.
Thanks. I hope that's an understatement.
Well, I'm surprised the police are so suspicious of you.
Oh, that's the story of my life. You see, Faraday has good instincts, only he picks the wrong person. If he knew, for instance, that tonight I may have something to do with robbing a vault, he'd become suspicious right away.
But of course you haven't anything to do with that.
But of course I have. Only it's not as bad as it sounds.
Oh, now I'm really puzzled.
Well, the only puzzle is, why don't I spend the rest of the evening with you?
Meaning that you have to leave?
Meaning that I have an important conference about something green and something Egyptian.
Oh, I see. But like the Sphinx, you won't talk.
Perhaps I'll have something to tell you later. I'll get your coat.
Oh, thanks. I have to phone.
But don't make any dates for the next month. I want to put in my bid first.
Hello? Operator, give me Madison 72772. Hello? Inspector? This is Helen Carew. I just had dinner with Boston Blackie. We're leaving now. He's dropping me off at my hotel. He's going down to Goday's. He's after the emerald. And, Inspector, if you should happen to catch him, please don't mention me.
The flowers that bloom in the summer have nothing on your pretty cotton washable dresses, ladies. Not when it comes to eye-filling loveliness. And say, you were particular to pick out just the dresses you wanted, weren't you? Well, then you ought to be just as particular about your soap. That's when you want Rinso. Wash after wash, Rinso leaves your clothes bright and new-looking because those power-packed suds get out more dirt. Yes, you'll be proud of your Rinso wash. I'll bet you'll join our chorus of women who have learned to sing their way through wash day like this.
Rinso white, Rinso white, happy little wash day song. Rinso white, Rinso white, Birdie sing it all day long. Your fine feathered friend has a message to send, so listen, you can't go wrong. Rinso white, happy little wash day song.
So get Rinso tomorrow. And now back to Chester Morris and the adventures of Boston Blackie. Boston Blackie, unaware that Helen Carew has tipped off Inspector Faraday as to his destination, is en route to Goday's Jewelers to try to prevent the robbery of the vault there and to discover who is back of the attempt to steal the famous Star of the Nile emerald. It is midnight at the Goday Vault.
It's no use, Louis. It's one of them new-style vaults. I can't make it out.
Well, we got dynamite. We'll have to use it. I don't like a noisy job, but where is it?
I left it out in the alley, boss.
Now, go get it.
Okay, I'm going.
Try again, Fingers. Stevens is paying off plenty.
Well, I'm nervous. This is a big job, boss.
Too big for you, Fingers. Okay, stay where you are.
Boston Blackie.
That's right. What were you saying about a certain Mr. Stevens?
Now, look, Blackie, let's be sensible about this.
Well,
we're having a little trouble cracking this crib. Yeah.
I'll make a bet with you.
I'll bet you can't open it.
Are you kidding, Fingers?
I'll make a good bet.
All right.
So it'll pay you to try.
Well, I'll make a bet with you. Not the kind of a bet that'll pay you in money, but it might save a few years of your life.
Yeah?
Yeah, all you have to do is talk.
Yeah, we'll talk, Blackie. And drop your rod first.
Oh, so you got a little playmate. Okay, take your gun away from my back.
Get it, Louis.
I get it. You know, Blackie, this is a happy coincidence. As I said before, we can use you. Only now the bet's off. You're just gonna do it. Come on, get those fingers working.
And suppose these fingers can't open the vault.
And the next time you go to buy gloves, you better look for mittens. Come on, take a good look at the crib.
Oh, a beautiful job. You know, Faraday should see me now. Okay. Stand back and keep quiet.
Yeah, we'll be quiet, all right, but it's up to you, Blackie. This gun can make a lot of noise.
Wait a minute. It feels like, there's one. Now, let's try this. Next one. Oh, now that's two. Now...
Open up. Open up or we break this door down. Come on, it's the law.
It's the cops.
Yeah, Miller. Is the alley door open?
Yeah, Joe's covering out there.
Okay, let's beat it.
What about Blackie?
Forget about Blackie. Come on.
Okay.
Hey, there you go, Chief. Stop, Blackie, or we'll shoot. I warned you, Blackie. Hey, this isn't Blackie. Hey, who are these other two? Oh, Louis, huh?
Yeah, Fingers and Miller.
Hey, what is this, a national convention? Where's Blackie?
How'd you know Blackie was going to be down there, Faraday?
A little bird told me, but where is he?
Well, now, I don't expect you to believe this, Inspector, but so help me. We were passing by the alley, and we heard a noise, and we come in. Naturally curious, you understand?
Yeah.
And who do you suppose was starting to crack that vault?
Don't tell me. Boston Blackie?
Yeah.
Well, then what are we doing out here in the alley? He couldn't have gotten away.
Yeah, Chief. There's only 2 doors to that room. We came through this one.
Hey,
so
Eddie.
he better be back in that vault room.
That's right. Eddie, watch these mugs here. Right. Come on, Matthews. Let's have a look.
He ain't in here, Chief. Ain't in here.
Well, I can see for myself, Matthews. I can see for myself. Must have slipped through the door before we came in. Matthews, you're fired.
Me, Chief? I ain't done nothing.
That's the trouble. You never do anything. I'll see if the vault's open, Matthews.
Okay, Chief. Now, lock tight on the drum. There ain't a mark on it. Looks like we saved the emerald for go days, huh, Inspector?
Yeah, but I wish somebody had saved Blackie for me. Matthews, I hate to say it, but we gave Blackie a break. We came in just in time to save him from getting into trouble.
I just wanted to thank you, Inspector, for preventing the robbery last night and catching the thieves.
Don't mention it, Mr. Stevens.
Tell me, did they have a chance to open the vault?
Nope, we were Johnny on the spot. They never even got started.
Well, Inspector, I can't thank you enough for the fine job you've done.
Fine job. Nothing ever happens. Nobody steals anything. Listen, Mr. Stevens, if somebody should steal that emerald and I catch him, then you can thank me. What burns me up is that Boston Blackie was down there, too, but he got away.
Boston Blackie, he got away? Are
Yeah.
you sure the vault wasn't opened?
Sure, we tried it. It was locked tight.
Well, that's fine, but to be on the safe side, I'd better check up. I'll go right down to the vault myself. But I tell you, Faraday, it's gone. The emerald's gone. I just searched the vault. It's gone.
That's great. I've really got Boston Blackie now. Don't worry, Mr. Stevens. Calm down. You'll get your star, and I'll get Boston Blackie.
So that's what happened, Helen. Faraday collected 3 mugs, and he didn't seem pleased about it.
Blackie, how did you get out?
Well, while Faraday was rounding up the other mugs, I got the last number of the vault's combination, you see?
Mm-hmm.
I opened the door and stepped in and then closed it.
You might have been locked in.
I was locked in, fortunately, because somebody tried the handle of the vault later. You see, Helen, modern vaults have an anti-hold-up device.
Well, what's that?
Oh, it's a sort of gimmick that locks the door from the inside.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just pushed the lever. After they left, I slipped out through the alley door.
What were you after, Blackie?
I told you before. Something green and something Egyptian. The Star of the Nile emerald, of course.
Did you find it in the vault?
Yes,
Oh,
but I didn't take it. I just wanted to make sure it was there.
you didn't take it. Blackie, I don't understand you.
Now, look, somebody's after the Star of the Nile, and if he gets it, somebody's going to take the rap for it. Could be me, but that's not the point. Nobody's going to take a rap for somebody else while I'm around.
You're talking about somebody. Who?
I'll find that out. But first, I want to have a talk with Mr. Stevens at his hotel. Perhaps he has an idea. Goodbye, Helen. Next time, I promise you, we won't have any outside interference.
Operator, give me Madison 72772. Hello? Helen Carew speaking. Oh, the inspector isn't there? Well, then I want to leave a message. Tell him that Boston Blackie is on his way to the Cavanaugh Hotel to see Mr. Stevens. I can't wait for the inspector to call back, so tell him I'm going to see Stevens, too, right now. But try to get the inspector there as quickly as you can.
Slow down, Blackie. Slow down there. Okay, you can march in step with me and Matthews now.
You taking your afternoon constitutional, gentlemen?
What were you doing back there at the Middleton apartment, Blackie?
Now, Inspector, you're privileged to know anything about my public life, but I insist that you don't interfere in my private affairs.
Well, this is a little private affair that I am interfering in. You're under arrest for stealing the Star of the Nile.
What, again?
And no alibi this time either. You were down at the Good Day Vault with Louis and the 2 other guys. I got them and searched them, but you got away. Now, somebody got that emerald out of the vault. Come on. Shake a leg, Blackie. Hey, I didn't say stop. I said go.
Police! Police, I've been robbed.
You have? Who robbed me? Have you gone nuts, Blackie?
Let me go, police!
Oh, cut it out. What is it? Now,
Who robbed? Let me go. They pulled a gun on me, the 2 of them.
Help! Now, listen, you all really give it to you.
Hear me threatening me.
Oh, hey, he's gone. Matthews, why don't you help me out of this mob? Hey, folks, look, I'm a police inspector. Honest, I am. Matthews, quick, shoot it, Blackie! Hey, listen, all of you, stand back. Lay off that fella. He's a police. That's Matthews. He's police, too.
Chief. Thanks, Chief. Say, did Blackie get away?
Yeah. Matthews, you're fired!
But I was sure he he was coming here, Mr. Stevens.
Miss Carew, why should Mr. Blackie come to see me at my hotel? Besides, I'm confident that by this time Inspector Faraday has made sure that the young man is no longer a free agent.
Perhaps, yes, perhaps you're right. But, well, I'm not sure the inspector is right in what he's doing.
Oh, now, Miss Carew, it's quite obvious that you have an attachment for Mr. Blackie, and if the police have taken him, I won't have to worry about the Star of the Nile any longer.
The police haven't taken me, Mr. Stevens.
Boston Blackie.
And incidentally, if I knew how much the Star of the Nile would be worth to you, I might listen to reason.
Blackie.
Hello, Miss Carew. I rather expected you'd be here, too. I wouldn't try to phone, Mr. Stevens. You really don't want the police to come up here.
Why not?
Because it would be very embarrassing for you. And besides, it would be very embarrassing if I had to use this gun.
Blackie, look.
Oh, Helen, don't. Helen, why did you knock the gun out of my hand?
Because you had me fooled for a while, but I'm finally beginning to understand you, Blackie.
All right, the two of you stand still and put your hands up high.
Oh, so you have a gun, too, Mr. Stevens. Is that to guard the emerald you stole from your own vault?
Mr. Stevens took the emerald?
Yes. Usually when people want to steal something, they just steal it. But Mr. Stevens had to do it the hard way.
But you made it much easier for me, Mr. Blackie. You see, you were in the vault, and now everybody will know that Boston Blackie stole the emerald.
Just one thing I'd like to know, Mr. Stevens. Why does a vice president of a large firm like Godey's have to steal a piece of jewelry?
Well, there's an ugly word for it, embezzlement. I'm awfully sorry, Miss Carew. Sorry that you came here tonight because no one else can know what you two know now. I'm going to have to kill you.
Come on, Stevens. Give me that gun.
Stay where you are.
I want that gun, Stevens.
Blackie, don't.
I told you to stay where you are.
Look, you can't pull that trigger.
Get back! Get back!
Thanks, Helen, for sending the message.
Inspector, I think Mr. Stevens will go with you now.
Stevens?
Yes, Inspector, and thanks for putting Helen on this case. We've got your man.
Come on, let's go.
No, I won't go. I can't go. I've gone long enough. I can never catch up. For years now, I've been running after myself, running away from something. I couldn't stop, but I've got to stop. You'll never get me, I tell you. I've got to stop.
Well, we got what we were looking for, but I can't say I'm very happy about it. Well, Faraday, this time I've really got to thank you.
Don't kid me, Blackie.
No, on the level. You saved my life. You know, it's the first time in 10 years that I've been scared.
Really?
Well, you know, Stevens might have pulled that trigger.
No such luck.
Oh, very funny. Yes, he'd have shot Helen and me if you hadn't knocked on the door. He had only one other way out, Faraday, and because you came in, he took that way.
Always blaming it on me, huh?
Now, look, Inspector, won't you miss me a teeny little bit?
Does a guy miss a headache?
You know, Helen, you really had me fooled. But let me give you a tip. The next time you call Madison 72772, you better be inside a telephone booth.
What?
Remember when we were out for dinner the first time?
Yeah.
Well, I went to get your coat, and as I was leaving, I heard you ask the operator for Madison 72772.
My private number.
Sure. Only a few people know that number, and I'm proud to be one of them.
So you knew I was working for the inspector?
Sure, but that didn't matter. You already had your hooks in me, and I couldn't get loose.
Well, perhaps now you'd like me to unhook you?
Oh, honey, with you, anything goes. By hook or by crook.
I suppose it's your business if you want to make a big job out of dishwashing, but I'd like to butt in just the same because I feel you don't really like to spend a lot of time at the kitchen sink, and you don't have to if you put Rinso to work for you. Those peppy Rinso suds get your dishes sparkling bright so easily that there's not much point in scraping and scouring with the lazy suds of some soaps. And Rinso's so economical, too. Just a little Rinso goes a long, long way. So better get Rinso tomorrow for dishwashing, for all the soap and water jobs around the house, and for a wash that's Rinso White and Rinso Bright. And now a glimpse at next week's adventure of Boston Blackie.
Here it goes. What a crack-up. Them plainclothes cops in that car ain't never going to interrupt another one of our hijack jobs.
Plainclothes cops? Them ain't no cops. The driver of the car that just wrapped around a telephone pole is Boston Blackie.
Friends, millions of tons of paper are needed to ship ammunition and blood plasma, so vitally necessary in the winning of this war. Do your share to see that our boys get the material they need. Save paper. The need is terribly urgent. Now, one simple way to help is to take your own shopping bag to the grocer's. Be sure to listen in at this same time next week for another exciting adventure with Boston Blackie. You can see Chester Morris as Boston Blackie on the screen at your favorite movie theater. Boston Blackie's latest Columbia picture is One Mysterious Night, soon to be released. Richard Lane appears as Inspector Faraday. Music by Charles Cornell. This is Harlow Wilcox saying good night for Boston Blackie, brought to you by the makers of Rinso, the soap that gets clothes.
Hi, this is Greg from An Evening of Old Time Radio. Hope you're enjoying the video and the old time radio shows. If you're watching this on any other channel than An Evening of Old Time Radio, you should be aware that the channel owner has stolen this audio track from one of my videos and uploaded it with a different background as if it were their own. Again, this video and this audio is from my channel, An Evening of Old Time Radio. On with the show.
Chaser, there's his house across the street. That one with the red roof, Martin.
Yeah. And that's him. That's Joe Ingalls sitting in the living room where the light is.
Yeah, I see him.
Uh-huh.
Hey, the window's open a little bit, too. We won't even have to break the glass.
Who cares if we break the glass? We're going to break up the whole joint, ain't we?
If this thing goes off the way it's supposed to.
It will. I know my bombs.
Well, I don't know.
Come on. Let's go across the street and get rid of this bomb. And the house. And Joe. That little guy just passed. Now there's nobody coming.
Oh, we can stay right here and get rid of it.
Are you kidding? That's a long toss.
I know it.
You can get that bomb through that window from here?
You just watch.
This I gotta see.
This you're gonna see.
Wow, Chaser, right through the open window.
Sure,
Goodbye, house. Goodbye, Joe. Good boy, Chaser.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
We found a few more bomb fragments around the room, Inspector Faraday.
Can you tell what kind of bomb it was?
No, sir.
Well, the bomb squad will tell us, Matthews.
Yes, sir.
Give those fragments to Callahan. Have him run them down to headquarters.
Right.
The bomb wrecked the house and killed Joe Ingalls, so run down anything you can find on him.
Yes, sir.
You want him to run me down, too, Inspector?
Oh, Blackie, there's been one explosion in this house already. Don't make me sign another.
Inspector, you're dynamite.
Very funny. What are you doing here?
I came down to see what all the noise was about, and then I saw you.
Okay, you saw me. What do you want, my autograph?
Anytime I want an X, Faraday, I'll look in the dictionary.
Humorous.
I knew the dead man, Inspector. Joe Ingalls was a pet peeve of mine. When I heard about the explosion, I just had to come down here.
I have only one question to ask you. Why?
Because of law and order. You're the law, and I came in order to find out who bombed this house.
You did.
Any witnesses?
No. Only that little man over there talking to Matthews.
What'd he see?
None of your business.
In other words, go find out for myself, huh? All right, so I will.
He asks himself questions and he answers them. No wonder he's smart. They're his own questions.
No, it's just the way it came to
Hello, Matthews.
Oh, hello, Blackie.
I understand this man witnessed the explosion. May I talk to him?
Oh, sure, Blackie. What there is of him.
Hello.
Hello.
My name's Boston Blackie.
Yeah.
Who are you?
The Sullivan, John G. Sullivan.
Oh, great.
Oh, no, the great was John L. I'm John G., no relation.
No resemblance.
No, I don't think so
You
either.
saw the explosion?
No, I didn't see it, but I came by this house on my way to my own house, mind you.
Aren't minding me. Well, what did you see?
Not very much, mind you, but the light in this house was on and the window was partially open. I just happened to notice this, mind you.
Yes, I realize that. Now, what else?
Well, that's all, except that, well, I saw two men in the shadows across the street from the house.
Well enough to know them? You saw them again?
No, I don't think so. It was dark, mind you. And the next thing I saw, I didn't see. I heard.
The next thing you saw, you heard. That I like.
It was the explosion.
And where were these two men when you heard the explosion? Still across the street?
Well, I don't know. They must have been. I didn't see them on this side of the street.
Uh-huh. You say a window was open when you came by this house. Which window?
That one there in the room where the bomb exploded.
Oh. Well, thanks, little Sir Echo.
Yeah.
That little fact about the explosion is going to blast open this case.
Yes?
Your name's Sullivan?
Yes, John G. Sullivan.
My name's Martin. I want to talk to you, bud.
Yes. Do come right in.
As if there was anything you could do to stop me.
Well,
Now, what do you know about that explosion down the street?
I know poor Mr. Ingalls was killed.
You know who killed him?
Well, no.
Then what were you telling the police?
Only that I saw you. You were looking around when I was talking to Boston Blackie.
That's right. You better not lie to me. Now, what did you tell the police?
Oh, nothing. Because, mind you, I know nothing. Only that...
Only that what?
That there was a terrible explosion, and when I turned around, it was all over. I didn't see the two men very well.
What two men?
The two men who were across the street.
Would you know those two men if you saw them again?
Oh, no. It was dark, mind you, and I don't see too well anyway. What was that for?
That was for talking too much.
Well, there was no
You
call.
told Blackie all about this, didn't you?
Yes, it was all I knew, but you shouldn't have slapped me. I didn't know very much.
Look, Sullivan, you keep right on not knowing very much, or you won't know anything at all.
Hello.
Blackie, this is Mary.
Oh, hello, Mary. I just got in.
I know. I've been trying to reach you.
Really?
What did you find out about the Joe Ingalls killing?
Nothing yet. But I do have an idea about something.
Haven't you always? And why doesn't it ever include me? What is your idea, Blackie?
Well, one of the windows in Joe's house was open about a foot. A witness says two men were across the street and never crossed the street. So the bomb might have been tossed in the open window from where they were.
Blackie, that's impossible, isn't it?
No. Under certain conditions, it could be done. Come on over here, and I'll tell you all about it.
Okay.
I think all I have to do is find the men who had something to gain by throwing a bomb and throw them for a loss. Hello.
Hello, is this Boston Blackie?
Yes?
Blackie, this is John G. Sullivan. I'm sorry to bother you. Did I interrupt anything important?
Oh, no. My girlfriend Mary Wesley is here, Sullivan. As a matter of fact, we're just discussing the bombing. What can I do for you?
Nothing, but I think I can do something for you in the interest of justice, mind you.
Well?
I didn't tell you all I saw at the explosion. I wasn't purposely holding out, mind you. I was just being cautious. Now I've thought it over. I'm not cautious anymore.
It's tough to break a lifelong habit, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, what is it you've thought over?
Oh, I wouldn't dare tell you over the phone. Someone might be listening. Could you meet me?
Yes? Where?
I have a place at Raccoon Lake, a little shack called the Dewdrop Inn.
Never have guessed that.
Could you meet me there at 10 o'clock?
Yes, I suppose so.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Did Blackie think you were really John G. Sullivan?
What else? Glad I hung around after the explosion, Chase, and heard Blackie say he had a bright idea.
Yeah, me too. Oh, you sure sounded like that John G. Sullivan guy.
I think I did too, even if I say so myself. John G. Sullivan. Come on, let's get out to that shack of mine and take care of Boston Blackie.
Take care of him?
That's right.
Now, that sounds like he's sick.
Brother, an hour from now, Blackie ain't going to be sick. He's going to be dead.
Well, Blackie, you've been sitting there thinking ever since you got that phone call. Who was it on the phone?
It was that fellow Sullivan. You know, the unmighty John G. I told you about.
Oh, yeah.
Well, apparently he hadn't told me everything he knew, so I'm going to meet him and get the rest of it. I guess he had a touch of conscience.
Blackie, you've been fooled by phone calls so many times. How do you know it was Mr. Sullivan on the phone?
I'd know that little guy's voice anywhere.
Well, maybe he was forced to phone you.
Not a chance. If someone threatened to meet collapse, I'm sure this isn't a trap, Mary.
Well, I don't know, but... All right. If you're sure, I'm satisfied. Where are you meeting Mr. Sullivan?
At a shack called Dewdrop Inn on Raccoon Lake.
Oh, no.
And you're not coming, and you're not going to worry about me.
Why, Blackie, you know I never worry about you. What do you ever give me to worry about? Besides everything.
They say the bomb used on Ingalls wasn't this type, Inspector Faraday.
What type is that, Matthews?
A fragmentation bomb, deadly. Wouldn't have been much to pick up if this had been the type used.
Was it this type?
No. According to bomb squad, that type needs detonation. There was no evidence in the wrecked house the bomb was wired or set off by any external means.
Well, I have to know what type bomb that was. It's one of the ways I'm going to find the killers.
The type bomb isn't going to help you much, Inspector.
Why not?
They tell me it was a homemade job and not an expert one at that. Any one of 100,000 people in this town know enough about explosives to make the bomb we're trying to trace.
Oh, boy. Nice little place you got here, Martin. That's a pretty little lake out there.
Yeah, it is nice.
Mm-hmm. Any fish in it?
Uh-huh. And we're going to feed him tonight, Jason.
Oh, with Blackie, huh?
After we make a sieve out of him when he walks through this door.
Yeah, we've been waiting an awful long time. Maybe he didn't fall for your gag.
I think he did.
Maybe.
You know, I really sounded like that little Sullivan jerk, didn't I?
Yeah.
Listen.
I don't want to start trouble, mind you.
That's pretty good. Look, what did Blackie sound like?
Like he was anxious to have a talk with Sullivan out here.
Well, I hope you're right.
If we don't get him this way, we'll get him another way.
We should have done that in the first place, I think. Use a bomb on him the way we did on Ingalls.
I owed Ingalls dough when he was getting tough about it. But Blackie's butting in, and that means I owe him more than dough. Oh, listen. There's a car coming down the road.
Yeah. Think it's Blackie's?
How do I know? I can't tell yet. Get behind the door and have your gun ready.
Yeah, it is. It's yours.
Been ready for a long time. The car's coming its way. If it stops in front of this shack, it's Blackie, all right. And he won't have a chance.
I can tell by the lights. It's just about in front of us now, isn't it?
Uh-huh. Take a look out the window.
Hey, Martin. It is Blackie, and his car just stopped in front of the shack.
Yeah. And in just a couple of seconds, we're going to stop Blackie. For good.
Now, back to Boston Blackie. Henry Chaser and Jim Martin toss a bomb into the home of Joe Ingalls. Ingalls is killed. Investigating the case, Boston Blackie learns the details of the bombing from a meek little witness named John G. Sullivan and claims he has an idea. One of the killers, overhearing this, phones Blackie, pretending to be the mild-mannered Sullivan with further information. A meeting is arranged at a shack near a lake. Unknown to Blackie, the killers lie in wait for him with drawn guns. As we return to our story, Blackie is just about to get out of his car in front of the shack.
There he is, Miss Muzzin.
Yeah, I see him.
Blackie.
Yeah?
Blackie.
Blackie, wait a minute.
Mary, you're in bad company. What's the idea of associating with Faraday? And what are both of you doing here?
Blackie, you've been tricked.
Don't go in that shack, Blackie.
You mean not without you, don't you? What's the idea of following me?
Blackie, it's my fault. When you left to keep your appointment with Mr. Sullivan, I got suspicious. I was afraid this might be a trap. So I phoned Mr. Sullivan myself to see if he'd really made this appointment.
And he did. He's in that shack right now, waiting for me. And probably so scared that he won't talk.
He's not in there, Blackie.
What?
You're about to walk into a trap.
How do you know?
Come on with me.
Okay.
There's your Mr. Sullivan.
Where?
Right here in back of Inspector Faraday's car.
Hello, Blackie. Mind you, I had nothing at all to do with this. I know nothing about it.
Well, Sullivan, I certainly talked to someone on the phone who sounded like you.
Well, I don't know who it could
Come
have
on,
been.
Faraday. Come on. I haven't seen anyone leave the shack. If this is a trap, it's still set.
There's probably a bomb waiting for you in there, Blackie.
Well, we'll soon see. Come on, let's try the door. But carefully. You stay back, Mary, in case there's an explosion.
All right. I'll stay back here and protect Mr. Sullivan.
Good idea.
It'll be a good idea if we search the door for wires before we open it.
It'll be safe enough if we just step back as we open the door. Now, you ready?
To get blown from here into the middle of the lake? No.
What's the matter? Can't you swim?
Yes, but when I dive into a lake, I like to do it under my own power. Kick open the door. Let's get it over with.
Okay, here goes. Get back.
Now, you two.
I'm back. Now, up with the foot and get.
Well, nothing happened.
Look at your back. If you aren't wearing wings, you're right.
Can you see inside the door?
Yeah. It's just an empty shack. Let's go in.
Empty.
Put your hat back on. I don't do obvious jokes.
Yeah, that's your story.
Well, Faraday, the back door's open. I guess this was a trap, all right, but the bait has beat it out the back.
Now maybe you'll thank me for coming out here and stopping you when I did.
I owe you one.
Blackie, you said you got an idea from Sullivan when he told you one of the windows in the murder house was open before the explosion. Well, what is that idea?
I'm not ready to tell you yet, but I'm ready to do something about it right now.
Just a minute, Blackie.
Sure.
Morning, Herald Sports Department. What? Who won the World Series in 1903? The Boston Americans beat Pittsburgh in the National League 5-3. And that's right, 5-3. It was the best 5 out of 9 game series that year. 1904, there wasn't a series in 1904. You're welcome. Sorry, Blackie, this goes on all day.
You really know your baseball, don't you, Bill?
I should. I've been a fan and a writer about baseball for 35 years. Now, what can I do for you, Blackie?
Well, I'd like some information about...
Here we go again, excuse me.
Go ahead.
Morning, Herald Sports Department. What managers won a pennant with the greatest number of different teams? Bill McKechnie with Pittsburgh in 1925, St. Louis Cardinals in 1928, with Cincinnati in 39 or 40. You're welcome. All right, Blackie, now where were we?
Nowhere. I was about to ask you to do a little research for me.
I'll do whatever I can, but it'll be just like you to ask me the one question I can't answer. It's about baseball, isn't it?
Well, in a way.
Well, what is it you want to know? Better ask before that phone starts again.
Okay, Bill. And all I hope is you know the answer to a question I'm going to ask, because that will really ring a bell.
Come in.
Here's a laboratory report on the fingerprints you found in the shack, Inspector Faraday.
Good. Whose are they?
They belong to a hoodlum named Jim Martin. He owns this shack.
Oh, fine. What does that prove? He's got a right to have his prints all over the place, then.
He hasn't got a right to have the record he's got, though, Inspector. Among other things, he was arrested once with a guy named Henry Chaser on a charge of assault and battery, and guess who put in the complaint?
I'm not in the mood for guessing. Who was it?
Joe Ingalls, the guy who was killed in that explosion.
Yeah?
You know about him, don't you? He loaned guys dough and got big interest.
I know. I also know we're getting somewhere, and without Blackie. And we're going somewhere without Blackie, too. Have you got Martin's address?
Yep, here it is on this report.
Thanks.
This is one time you'll really beat Blackie to it, won't you?
And how?
I have a hunch Martin's a man we want.
So do I. I'm going to get Martin the same way I got my information. Without help from Boston Blackie.
What are you doing, Martin?
What's it look like?
Looks like you're making another bomb.
I am. Quit tossing that ball up and down, will you? It makes me nervous, Chaser.
Sorry. Who's this bomb for? Ingalls is the only guy we owed any dough to.
I know. But this one's for a guy who wants to pay us off with a trip to the death house.
Blackie, huh?
Uh-huh. I told you in the shack if we didn't get him there, we'd get him in his apartment with this.
How? Toss it in the window?
No, Blackie lives in an apartment building, 9th floor.
That'd be some toss.
I'm making this bomb a small one. Enough to kill a guy if it lands at his feet, but not enough to hurt anybody 15 to 20 feet away if he ducks fast after he throws it.
I'll duck fast, all right. Now, you're sure the bomb won't kill me, too, huh?
No, Chaser, we're partners. With my head and your arm, we're a team. A terrific team.
There's the house you want, Blackie, at the end of the block.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Huh. Martin should be at home, too, Mary. A lot of lights on in there.
Well, let's go in and see Mr. Martin.
You're sure you don't want to stay out here in the car?
Where you go, I go.
That settles that. All right. I'll get out your side,
And I'll stay at yours.
You'd better. Go on.
Hey, awful dark night, isn't it?
Yes. With that dope I got from my sports writer friend, I don't feel in the dark at all.
You really think that information will solve the case?
It might, Mary. Who? Uh-oh.
I saw it too, Blackie. Something in those bushes over there moved.
Yes, I'm moving, too. Into those bushes to grab whoever it is.
Blackie, be careful.
Oh, yeah. All right, you don't try anything.
Hey, what's the idea?
Faraday.
Oh, no. Not you, Blackie. Get off of me. What are you doing here, anyhow?
Besides sitting on top of you, paying a little visit to Jim Martin and Henry Chaser.
How did you know about them?
I'll tell you about that later. Well, Snoopy, did your snooping do you any good?
Not yet. I just got here. I was about to look in this window here when you jumped me.
Well, let's look in it together. Is anybody in there?
I told you I haven't looked yet.
Well, never mind. I'm looking now. And there are 2 men in there.
I can count.
You learn something every day, don't you?
Hey. One of the guys is just standing there, juggling a baseball or
It's a
something.
baseball or nothing. And that other guy's making a bomb.
Yeah.
I have an idea. It's for me, which means these guys are for me.
You mean for us? Come on.
Wait a minute. Wait. Hold it. That type bomb that guy's making probably explodes on impact.
Yeah.
A bullet would explode it, wouldn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, it looks as if he's finished it. We can't go through a door or window without their getting a jump on us.
Yeah.
But I know how we can grab these guys without going in after them.
How?
Watch. Get back a minute, Faraday.
Why?
I'm going to break this window.
Hey, who's out there?
I am. Both of you guys stand right where you are.
Chaser, it's Blackie. Hey, Martin!
It sure is. And don't touch that bomb or I'll put a slug into it and blow you up. Don't touch it.
You're not going to stop me.
No, but I am.
Nice shooting, Faraday. I said don't touch. Now put your hands up, both of you.
Mine are up. I can't move.
Try awful hard. Okay, Faraday, go on in and get them.
Right.
Their hands are up, and so is their time.
Okay, wise guy. So you did find a way to get to Martin and Chaser. But so did I. Fingerprints. And Martin's record.
But how far would that have taken you, Faraday?
What?
You couldn't have proved they killed Ingalls with that bomb.
Yeah, I don't have to prove it now. I got a confession from him.
Yes, but didn't my evidence force that confession?
Okay, you found out that Henry Chaser was a great minor league pitcher, tossed out of organized baseball for turning crooked, and that he and Martin were pals. But how did you know to look for a baseball pitcher?
It was the way the bomb got into Ingalls' house. It wasn't left there by anyone because it had to be thrown to explode.
It came through the open window. Open about a foot.
Yes, and tossed from a good distance away from the window.
That's right.
Now, who could throw as perfect a shot as that? An ex-baseball pitcher, of course. I found out one ex-pitcher who would turn crooked. There you are.
I'd have found out Chaser was a pitcher and figured that out, too.
Maybe. Anyhow, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that Chaser has been caught. And as far as the public's concerned, one of the killers did the pitching, and you did the catching.
Blackie, why did Mr. Martin use a bomb to kill Mr. Ingalls instead of, well, shooting him, for instance?
He thought he was smart, Mary. It's easy to trace a bullet.
Oh, yes, ballistics.
That's right.
And bombs can't be traced.
Oh, yes, they can. In some cases. The bomb is never completely destroyed. If fragments of wire and casings are found, they can be traced.
Well, then Mr. Martin went to a lot of trouble for nothing, I'd say.
Well, it might have taken us months to trace Martin through those bomb fragments, Mary. What caught him quickly was his association with that one-time ball player, Chaser.
Chaser was a good pitcher, wasn't he?
Yes, his record shows that he could really get him over the plate. He'd have been a major league star if he hadn't gone wrong and been tossed out of baseball for life.
Oh, that was certainly a perfect strike he threw at Mr. Ingalls' house, right through the window.
Yes, there's a switch to that pitch, though, Mary.
Oh?
It took care of Ingalls, and it'll mean the chair for Martin and Chaser. Instead of 3 strikes putting 1 man out, 1 strike puts out 3 men.
Let me fly, so go fly, but stop that singing. Being in jail is tough enough without having to listen to that.
You won't have to listen to it too long. I'm getting out of here. Me and my pals, Jockey, Danny, and Bolo.
Oh,
You all got together and talked it over, huh?
No, we ain't talked it over. We ain't talked to each other since we're here. Something we decided on before.
Oh, you decided on it.
Yeah, we did.
You guys are in here for good, and the warden's seeing to it. That's why he's kept the four of you apart. Won't let you talk to each other, eat together, work together, nothing.
I know, but still we're busting out together.
How? If you ain't talk to each other, how'll you get together?
We'll all get the signal, and nobody'll know where we're getting it. It'll tell us where the break is and how and when. It'll come from the outside.
Fat chance. You got to get together and make plans before you make a break.
No, we don't. We'll get the signal without talking to each other or even seeing each other. I'll send you a postcard from the outside, Joe. Let me fly, fly, fly. All right,
right now, I wouldn't mind letting you. Not one bit. Wind you want, huh? Then what are you going to do? Hop over these walls, Jackie?
Why not, Joe?
You fly over them, all right. When you die.
Oh, I don't know. It ain't too tough to break out of a place. I've been steadying up on it. Let me fly, fly,
so go fly, but stop that singing. Being in jail is tough enough without having to listen to that.
You won't have to listen to it too long. I'm getting out of here. Me and my pals, Jockey, Danny, and Bolo.
Oh, you all got together and talked it over, huh?
No, we ain't talked it over. We ain't talked to each other since we're here. Something we decided on before.
Oh, you decided on it?
Yeah, we did.
You guys are in here for good, and the warden's seeing to it. That's why he's kept the four of you apart. Won't let you talk to each other, eat together, work together, nothing.
I know, but still we're busting out together.
How? If you ain't talk to each other, how'll you get together?
We'll all get the signal, and nobody'll know where we're getting it. It'll tell us where the break is and how and when. It'll come from the outside.
Fat chance. You got to get together and make plans before you make a break.
No, we don't. We'll get the signal without talking to each other or even seeing each other. I'll send you a postcard from the outside, Joe. Let me fly, fly, fly. All right, right
now, I wouldn't mind letting you. Not one bit.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
You guys wanted to live just inside the city limits, huh? Well, we just this minute crossed the city line.
You can let us out at the corner, Mac.
Okay. Say, you fellas heard about that prison break, didn't you?
Who hasn't heard about it? 4 members of the Bolo gang broke out all at once, I hear.
Yep, that's right. Nobody knows how they got out together, either.
I'm gonna read up on it sometime. I hear it was tricky.
Yeah, it sure was. Well, here's the corner. Sure you don't want me to take you guys all the way into town?
No, thanks, Mac.
Thanks for the lift, though.
Oh, glad to oblige.
Jackie, wait a minute. Huh? I got an idea.
An idea?
Yeah, and this guy's got something we can use.
Hey, Polo, what you slugging for?
For this truck. Come on, help me pull him out and dump him in the road.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, he's up there, boy.
Get him out.
All right, I'm trying.
Get a little beef behind it, will you? Push him.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll just leave him.
Yeah. And now what, Polo?
Now we not only got past the cops at the city limits, but we got a truck to take us straight to the other guys.
Yeah, and when we get to them, what else?
We get to work. What else?
We're on the lookout for the Bolo gang down here in the city, Warden Mills.
Oh, good,
We haven't
good.
heard a thing about them yet.
Well, if you don't nab them soon, you know what'll happen here, don't you, Inspector Faraday?
Yep.
They need getaway money, and they'll kill for it.
I know. I'm expecting that any moment.
Right.
If you only knew how they got out, how they worked together on the break, and who helped them, then maybe
Well, I wish I could tell you that, Inspector. We certainly don't know. We kept them apart.
Yeah.
We know they didn't see each other, signal each other, talk to each other, or get their plans by mail.
But they must have gotten together to arrange the time of the break.
No, they couldn't. Guarantee that. Not one word or sign or message got to those four men while they were in prison. Not one word.
Well, I still don't see how to... Come in.
Hello, Faraday.
Oh, no, not you, Blackie. How'd you get into my office?
How'd the Bolo gang break out of jail? Hello, Warden Mills.
Oh, Boston Blackie, hello.
Faraday, take a tip from Warden Mills and be glad to see me.
I'll never be glad to see you, as long as you can see back.
You'd rather I had a lily on my chest instead of an idea in my head?
Oh, no.
Faraday, I want in on this case. I have a personal interest in it.
You can deposit that interest someplace else.
Can I bank on that?
Blackie, you sent one of the men in the Bolo gang to prison, didn't you?
Yes, Jackie Mayer. And I don't want him running around loose because I might end up in a tight spot.
Yes, I can see that.
I think if I can grab Jackie, I can grab the whole lot of them.
Oh, you think so, do you?
Yes, I know.
Well, I don't think they're going to work together.
No? They worked together on the prison break, didn't
Well, not exactly, Blackie. They broke out together, but we don't know how they got together to set the time and place. We kept them apart in prison, didn't let them communicate in any way.
they? Then how did they set the time and place for the break?
Oh, we don't know.
All we know is they'll need money to stay out of jail. We expect them to try for it at any time. Somebody hid guns for them in a refuse truck so they could hold up the guards. But how did the gang know when and where the truck would be?
Yes, I know it sounds fantastic, Blackie, but it really has us baffled.
They communicated with each other without a word or sign, huh?
That's right.
Well, all I can say is that is a signal achievement.
Hey, Jackie, don't you know any other song?
I'm going to study up on one sometime, Pete. Hey, Bolo,
Yeah,
how you doing with that safe?
I'd do a lot better if you'd cut the singing. You guys keeping an eye out for the watchman?
Yeah, sure, but I can look and sing, too. It's good for the nerves. I read up on nerves once when we was in prison.
Shut up and let Bolo work.
Okay.
Bolo's finished working. The safe's unlocked.
I got to read up on how to open safes. Must be fun.
Quiet.
Okay.
Open the safe, Bolo. Let's get going so we can meet the other guys. They'll get nervous out there in the car.
Yeah, sure. There we are. Hey, there's not much in it.
Well, let's take what there is and get out of here before Jackie goes into another chorus.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. You carry it.
Give me dough, all I know.
Shut up, Jackie.
dough. What's the matter, Pete? These are all new words. I'm going to read up on writing words sometime. Must be-
quiet.
Huh?
Somebody's coming.
It's a night watchman. You and your singing, Jackie. Duck back, he's coming this way.
It's blocking the way out.
Yeah, I know.
And there are ways of getting out of jams like this. I got to study up on it sometime.
I know a way out of this, and it doesn't take any studying. Just a good right-hand punch.
No, Bolo. Let me have him. Yeah, my God.
No. That's it. I got him. All right, let's get out to the car. Come on. Hurry up. Quick, get in the car.
Get in. I'm already in.
Yeah, we're rolling. Okay, fellas, let's move.
Okay.
Get away from here fast. We gotta kill a guy.
Okay, Bolo.
Yeah, and what for, Bolo? We didn't get enough dough to get out of town. We'll have to pull another job.
It's going to be dangerous after this. We're red hot now, especially Jackie.
Why especially me?
You know why, Jackie. You killed that watchman.
Oh, yeah.
Boston Blackie sent you up. He'll be out looking for you.
That means we're all going to have trouble with him.
I don't like it.
I know how to keep Blackie from grabbing me.
How?
Well, it's something I studied up on just in case you guys get scared of Blackie.
You study up on everything, don't you?
Yeah, when I ain't singing. And I really got the problem of Blackie studied up so you guys can quiet down.
Your visitor's in booth 5, Joe. And there's no time limit.
No time limit, huh, God? This must be my birthday.
Wait till you see your present. Booth 5.
Thanks. Huh. You the visitor I got?
Yes, Joe. I'm Boston Blackie. Sit down.
Boston Blackie. I guess I will sit down. I ain't done nothing, Blackie. Not in here.
But you've been talking to someone, Joe. And I thought you might give me some information.
Hey, you got the wrong boy, Blackie. I'm no rat.
You won't be ratting. Just explaining. If you can. You've talked to Jackie Mayer, haven't you?
A lot of times. So what?
So did he ever tell you how he and the rest of the Bolo gang were going to arrange the break?
No, Blackie. But I'll tell you a funny thing.
Go ahead.
Jackie bragged how him and his pals was getting out without getting together first to arrange things.
Is that all?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't he ever say how they'd make contact without sending messages or seeing each other?
No. All he said was he could get the signal while I was sitting there talking to him, and I'd never know it. Kind of funny how they did it, ain't it, Blackie?
Very. But, Joe, they're hiding somewhere in this city now, ready to kill for getaway money. And that's no laughing matter. Mary, I think I know how it was done.
Huh? How, what was done?
How Jackie Mayer and his friends set the time and place for that prison break and got word from the outside as to where the guns would be hidden.
Oh, then your trip to prison was successful,
Mm-hmm. After I saw Warden Mills in Faraday's office, I went up there and talked to a prisoner who was a friend of Jackie's.
Mm-hmm.
He told me that Jackie had bragged that he could get the signal without anybody knowing it.
Well, how, Blackie?
Well, I may be wrong. But I have an idea, and it could have worked. I think that...
I think that's your telephone.
I hope I'm as right as you are. Hello.
Hello, Blackie.
Yes?
You want to grab Jackie Mayer and the Bolo gang, Blackie?
Who's this?
Just a guy. A guy who doesn't like Jackie Mayer and the Bolos. You know, they did that killing and safe-cracking job last night.
Did they?
Yeah. And the guy that killed, he was a pal of mine.
Keep talking.
I gotta keep out of this. But I'll tell you where you can grab Jackie and the rest of the outfit.
All right, where?
They're hiding out in the basement of an old house in 10th Street. 2042 10th Street. Get him for me, will you, Blackie?
Well,
So long.
Hello? Hello?
Who was that, Blackie?
Someone with a tip on Jackie Mayer. Might be legitimate. It might be phony.
Well, in either case, you ought to let Inspector Faraday know.
No. Not if the tip was phony. He'd never let me live it down. I'm going there alone.
Oh, then I'm going with you.
Nothing doing. You stay right here and listen, Mary.
To what?
To this. The Bolo gang used a trick to let each other know when and how to break jail.
Yeah, what do you
That
mean?
same trick might get me out of a jam sometime. Now, sit down. I'll tell you all about it. You see, I
Let me fly, fly, fly. What a guy.
Jackie, get back in
I
the
am.
basement door and quit singing.
I gotta watch for Blackie. We want to be ready when he walks in, don't we, Pete?
We'll be ready. Do what Pete says and quit singing. We don't have to be serenaded.
Serenaded, Bolo? Hey, what's that? Something I ought to read up on, huh?
You and your reading up
Oh,
on.
yeah?
I don't think Blackie's gonna fall for this gang.
He was plenty interested when Sock talked to him on the phone.
He didn't know it was you, Sock? Nah. Look, I still say, what if he comes with cops?
I steadied up on that. We can get out the back way. But he ain't gonna come with cops. He likes to work alone. Especially when he gets a tip he ain't sure of.
Hey, somebody's coming.
What?
Is it Blackie?
Yeah, it's him, all right. Get set. Knock him out good. Shh.
Now. Hey, what's going on?
Oh! That got him good.
What a flop.
Now what do we do, Polo? Kill this guy?
I don't know. This is Jackie's idea. Well, Jackie?
I'm gonna think. Maybe we kill him. Something I gotta steady up on for a while.
Now, back to Boston Blackie. Convict Jackie Mayer and three of his pals plan and carry out an ingenious prison break. Though while in jail, they were not once allowed to communicate with each other in any way. Later, they rob a safe for getaway money and kill a night watchman. Boston Blackie, on the trail of the gang, is trapped. As we return to our story, Jackie and his friends are standing over Blackie, who is bound and unconscious.
Jackie, if we're gonna kill him, why do we tie him up?
Because we're not gonna kill him, not yet anyhow. The cops will know I did it, Pete. They know I got it in for Blackie.
Now, what are we going to do with him?
Well,
Leave him here like this and he'll get away. You know him and how he gets out of ropes.
I got a plan.
I know. Something you read up on?
Something better than that. All we gotta do to be safe on the job tonight is to get Blackie where he can't get to a phone, talk to anybody, signal anybody, or anything.
How can we do that?
Easy. Now, Pete, you're gonna take Blackie out into the country. You know the shack I got out there?
Yeah?
We'll set him in the middle of it.
What's the idea?
To get him out where he can't play no tricks.
What?
Yeah. Now, Pete, you and Sark will keep guns on him, and your eyes on him, too. One move of his hands, and bingo, let him have it, see?
Keep him tied and he won't move his hands.
Ropes don't mean a thing to Blackie. Just get him out to the shack, and don't take your eyes off.
How long do we keep him out there?
Till midnight tonight when the rest of us pull a job on that factory on 18th Street. It's $150,000 there, just waiting for us.
Well, I can't wait for it.
Pete, you'll wait with Sock and Blackie out in that shack until we come and get you.
And remember, if Blackie makes one move...
I know, Jackie. That's the end of Blackie.
Yeah. He will die.
Miss Wesley, if Blackie isn't cluttering up my office, you are. With Blackie's troubles.
Well, he really has troubles this time, Inspector Faraday. I followed him. He went into a basement of a house on 10th Street, and when he came out, he was tied up and being carried by 3 men.
Only 3? Blackie's slipping.
Oh, Inspector, believe me, he is in trouble.
Well, it's his own fault. He should have known better than to...
What?
Oh, where did they take him, Miss Wesley?
They took him out into the country and marched him into a shack.
Marched him?
Yes.
I thought you said he was tied up.
Well, he was, but they untied him. I saw it all. I followed Blackie when he left his apartment after he got a phone call. Blackie told me to do it.
Can you find that shack again?
Uh-huh.
Good. I'll go out there with 20 men, get those guys. Only
what?
Oh, I think I want Blackie killed.
Well, no.
We'd get the men who have Blackie, but they'd get him first.
Well, then what can you do?
I'm thinking.
Oh, Blackie was afraid of that.
What does that
Look,
mean?
Inspector, I know how we can get Blackie out of the shack.
Yeah, sure. So do I. But not alive.
Well, I do, though. By using the same trick those convicts use to contact each other before the prison break.
I'm sure glad Jackie isn't here, aren't you, Sock? Yeah. He'd be singing Let Me Fly, Fly, Fly till I almost died. That song makes me sick. How do you feel, Blackie?
You know something, Pete? Sitting out here in this shack isn't exactly making me healthy.
No, Blackie?
No.
With all this country air and everything? Well, you ought to be glad. Hey, don't move or we'll tie you up again.
I have to move a little. I've got a cramp.
You're lucky you feel anything. One move and Sock will give you a bullet in the back. And I'll give you one in the head.
You guys are real generous. Why didn't you kill me after you knocked me down?
Jackie didn't want you killed. Just out of the way till we pull a job and get enough dough to disappear. If you turned up dead, the cops would know Jackie did it.
Smart boy, then, Jackie. You two characters are the ones that helped him and the other guys break jail, huh?
Sure. But it was Jackie's idea. An idea nobody can figure out. Jackie's not dumb. Sure got you in a spot, hasn't he?
Well, it's not such a bad spot.
No?
It is a beautiful night. Just look out the window. Clear sky. See a plane up there?
Oh, no, we're not falling for that one. We don't take our eyes off you for anything. Neither Sock nor me.
Nah.
Not for anything?
For nothing.
Not even to have a look at that lovely sky or that plane?
That's right. I guess you're about through. Ain't that right, Blackie?
Oh, I wouldn't say that. No. No, as a matter of fact, I don't think that I'd say that at all. In fact, I don't think you're even close to being right.
Miss Wesley. Miss Wesley!
Over here, Inspector Faraday. I'm over here. Stop the car.
Hello, Miss Wesley. When I got here, where's the shack where they're holding Blackie?
Just through those trees there, Inspector Faraday. Come on.
You sure we won't be seen as we walk to the shack? The trees aren't too thick, Miss Wesley.
We're not walking to the shack yet. Those 2 men guarding Blackie have their eyes glued on him. I saw them when I peeked in the window. They don't look around at all. They wouldn't see us. But we still don't go in.
Well, I still think this is a crazy scheme. With 2 guys watching every move Blackie makes, how's he going to get away?
You'll find out. And so will those 2 men, I hope.
I hope you get your hope.
Well, we'd better.
I've heard of some crazy things since I first met you and Blackie. But believe me, this is the craziest.
Let me fly, 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 all right, die.
Jackie. What do you think Pete and Sock are doing out in that shack?
I know what they ought to be doing, keeping their eyes on Blackie.
Yeah.
Hey, what time is it?
8 o'clock.
4 hours to go, and then we knock off that payroll job.
What about Blackie?
Oh, him, Polo?
Yeah, him.
Well, he gets just what that payroll gets. Knocked off.
It's awful warm in here, Pete.
Not for us guys who ain't got guns covering them, Blackie. I bet you wish we hadn't taken your gun, huh? Right, Sock? Yeah.
Well, look, you'd like to move around a little, wouldn't you? You've been sitting here for hours.
So what?
So let's walk around a little, maybe over to the window.
Not a chance.
Aren't you guys even a little bit warm?
Warm? We're hot, Blackie. Red hot, and you know it. Yeah. I don't see no harm in opening the window, though. Open it, Sock. Okay.
Ah, that's better.
Oh, boy. Where you going, Blackie?
Hey, nowhere. Just over to the window.
You get on one side of him, Sock. I'll stay on the other. Okay?
Oh, golly, it's good to move around a little, isn't it, Pete?
Yeah, it sure is. But if you let Jackie know we let you walk around, it won't be so good for any of us.
I won't tell him. Just wanted a breath of the country air that you were telling me about.
So breathe while you still can.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
You don't mind my resting my arm on the windowsill, do you?
Rest? Who cares? What are you looking at your feet for?
My shoelace is untied. Okay if I bend down and fix it?
Don't be silly. Sock, tie the guy's shoelace. Right. I'll keep my gun on him.
Thanks for the valet service, Sock.
Yeah.
And speaking of Sock, Pete, you're going to get socked on the head with this gun.
Hey, where'd you get that gun, you?
Well, here's one for you. Surprise, boys. Well, the next surprise belongs to Jackie Mayer.
You ain't singing, Jackie, you're humming. Can't you keep quiet when I'm opening a safe?
I told you, I studied up on it. Music's good for the nerves.
Well, then what I got, it ain't good for, and I got a safe to open.
And when you gonna get it open?
I don't know, but maybe I got it. Now.
Hey, it's open.
No kidding. There she is, wide open as a busted gate.
Well, bust out those packs of money and let's bust out of here.
Yeah, you take this half, I'll take the other.
Maybe we'll take it all.
Who's there?
It's Blackie, Jackie, and that's not baby talk. Come on, Faraday, let's take him. You're going to sleep, Jackie.
Don't shoot anybody. I quit.
Just like the boys waiting for you out in the car, eh, Bolo? They quit, too.
Get up on your feet, you. I'm getting up, Inspector. I'm getting up. All right.
Faraday, we'll have to wait for Jackie.
Hold still.
Before he gets up, he'll have to wake up.
Let me fly, 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 or I'll die, die, die.
Since when have you started singing that song, Mary?
Since I sat in Inspector Faraday's office and listened to Jackie Mayer's confession. Every time there was a pause, he'd start singing that song. Da, 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 da.
Singing while he sang, huh?
Yeah, you were right, Blackie, and I'm proud of you. Jackie and his friends did get the time and the place where the guns would be hidden for the prison break from an airplane motor. Their confession said so.
I know. All that was needed was for the gang to know the Morse code. The men on the outside hired a pilot to gun his motor in Morse code to give the instructions to the Bolo gang in prison.
And the prison authorities, hearing a motor going on and off, would think that a pilot was stunting if they thought about it at all.
That's right. That's why I had you use the same device to tell me where you'd hidden the gun for me.
I hired a pilot and told him to spell out gun outside windowsill in Morse code, using a long motor burst for a dash and a short one for dots. Well, that is, after I planted the gun outside on the windowsill for you to grab.
I grabbed it, all right. And Faraday grabbed the gang. We were kind of lucky, though, Mary.
What way particular?
Well, Pete and Sock were the two men from the outside who helped Jackie Mayer and his friends get out of jail, supplied the guns and all that. They, fortunately, didn't know Morse code.
That is lucky. If Jackie, for instance, had guarded you, he'd have heard the plane that was signaling you.
Yeah.
Tell me something, Blackie. After you took care of Pete and Sock, Inspector Faraday and I came over to the shack, how did you know where to take the inspector to find the rest of the gang?
Well, after I was tied up, Mary, I came to. But I didn't let Jackie know that. I heard him say where the next job was to be pulled and when. So I knew where to bring Faraday. Easy?
Very easy. But it wouldn't have done you any good to know all that you hadn't been able to get out of that shack.
That's right. Jackie's plan was pretty good. But thanks to you, a gun, and an airplane, I blew that plan sky high.
Well, what about it, Bill?
Wait a minute.
Got an idea for the lyric yet?
Play the melody once more, Dick. I think I've got something.
It's about time.
Okay, hold it.
All right.
How's this? Love won't call again.
Oh.
I won't fall again till I meet another you. That's not bad.
It never was bad.
That tune of yours sounds like 800 others. How do you expect me to get any kind of original idea for a lyric? Give me something to work with, will you?
All right. Now, look, Bill, we've been fighting like this for months. We got to do something, and we haven't written a hit tune in a year.
You want to break up the team?
No, I don't want to. They both seem to be written out.
What do you mean?
Well, those last songs we did. Joe Hendricks wasn't our friend as well as our music publisher. He'd have thrown him out in the alley.
I don't know.
Well, you put together an awful lot of bad lyrics for that group.
Oh, it's my fault. The lyrics were bad.
Yes, they were.
Just because I couldn't save those tired tunes of yours, it's my fault.
Tired tunes?
I ought to punch you right in the nose.
That'll be a fine answer to our problem.
It'd at least give me some satisfaction.
Yeah?
Now, I'm warning you. I don't like violence, but I'm getting to a point where I'm going to forget how much I hate violence and remember only how much I dislike you.
You're sure it's pure, and it's just as smooth?
Yes, you're sure it's pure. CV's clear, clean taste tells you that and more. From your first sip of the smooth, creamy foam that billows on top of your glass, right down to that last delicious, full-flavored drop, you'll find CV bright and sparkling, light and lively, with the rich, robust, and full-bodied flavor of a real honest-to-goodness beer. A premium quality beer. Premium quality that costs you no premium in price. Our enthusiastic friend, whose voice you just heard, has a special message for those who are not familiar with the beer with the $1 million flavor. Just listen.
Try it. Just try CV, and you'll agree there is no finer beer. You're sure it's pure, and it's just as smooth. Yes, sir, just as smooth.
And now on to Dick Culmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Of course I know Joe Hendricks, Mary.
Good.
But I won't know him long if I ask him to publish this song of your cousin.
Oh, now maybe it isn't so bad, Blackie.
Mary, dear Mary, everybody at some time or another has an idea he can write a song.
Oh?
This happens to be the time the thought struck your cousin. It should have been a trolley car.
Blackie.
Okay, you just made a bargain.
What do you mean?
You laughed at my joke.
No.
I'll take your cousin's song to Joe Hendricks.
Thanks, Blackie.
Here, let me have it.
Yeah, here. Here's a copy.
I'd like to see how it goes so I know what I'm selling.
Well, here it is. And, Blackie, when you play it, use the other 9 fingers, huh?
I'll do better than that. I've got a pretty bad baritone voice I've been holding back for years.
I like it.
Well, let's see how this epic goes. Good, huh? Let me croon 'neath the moon in the merry month of June, all the while you smile as you listen to my tune. Oh, brother. My mother used to say I should never have taken piano lessons, and she was right.
Why?
Mary, this song is terrible.
Well, no, it didn't sound too bad, Blackie.
You're just crazy about my voice.
Oh, Blackie, you say the nicest things about you. Is this song really terrible?
Oh, it's awful.
No.
That's one of the reasons I'm taking it, though, to Joe Hendricks right now. I forgot to tell you, I don't like Hendricks either. Go on in, Mary.
Okay.
Hi, Joe.
Well, hi there, Blackie. Long time no high see, huh?
Oh, this is Joe Hendricks, Mary. He and Inspector Faraday make the worst jokes in the world.
How do you do?
Well, what can I do for you, Blackie? Huh?
I've got a song, Joe. I'd like you to publish it.
Oh.
There it is.
Oh, yeah, let's see. What's the title? In a Blue Canoe with You.
Mm-hmm.
In a blue... You're kidding with that, aren't you?
Oh, no, Mr. Hendricks. We're very serious. My cousin wrote it.
Well, your cousin ought to be a very happy character that he's your cousin, Miss Wesley. That's enough fame for anybody, eh?
Oh, well, it's really nothing.
Look, Blackie, why don't you take this song back, put it on the floor, and let it crawl out of here by itself?
Don't you even want to hear it?
Look, if I want bad songs, I got Dick Alton and Bill Rutley under contract. They've written nothing but bad songs for the past year.
How are the boys? I haven't seen them for quite a while.
Oh, physically, they're fine. Mentally, they're out of town.
How about actually?
Well, they're in a piano room down the hall trying to write a song.
Oh, now, please, Mr. Hendricks, won't you listen to my cousin's number? Blackie can play it for you.
Well, how bad is it, Blackie, huh?
I can tell you in one word, very.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But I've got an idea.
Oh, what is it, Blackie?
It isn't so bad that a professional songwriting team couldn't fix it up a little.
Well,
now, where did you say Alton and Rutley were, Joe?
Well, they're in the piano room down the hall.
I'm going in there to see him. Maybe they'll do something about your cousin's song, Mary.
Oh, good.
That won't be too long.
Okay, I'll wait here.
The phones all the time. Oh, excuse me, Miss Wesley.
Oh, sure.
Hello, Hendricks, B. Tommy boy. When'd you get down, Tommy boy? Well, swell, yeah. Swell, yeah. How's the lip of the old trombone? Sure, it always was the best, yeah. Hey, Tommy, I'm glad you called back. I got a song that's terrific. Oh, wait till you hear this title. Wait till you hear it. It's called You. Well, sure, I listened to your broadcast, but yeah, I wouldn't miss it, but you... Oh, you did the song last night on the broadcast, yeah. Well, it's a small world, ain't it? Yeah. Well, thanks for calling, Tommy. That was...
I know. Tommy.
Yeah, Tommy.
Well, this is a very interesting business, Mr. Hendricks.
Oh, great little business.
Oh, Blackie, did you find Dick Alton and Bill Rutley?
Yes, but they were too busy to work on your cousin's song.
Oh.
Come on, Mary. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, I think you're right, Blackie. I think we'd better go.
Yeah, right now.
Well, Mr. Hendricks, it was so nice.
Yeah, hey, what was that?
It sounded like a scream, and nothing sounds like a scream except a scream.
No, it came from that direction, Blackie, over there.
Come on, Mary. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, all right, but I never knew you to run away from a scream before. Joe!
Hey, it's Rutley's wife. Honey, take it easy. What's the matter?
Oh, Joe, it's so
Well, come on, kid. Come on, now snap out of it. What is it?
Joe, the other room. Go look for yourself.
Come on, Blackie.
All right.
There's only one other room, and that's the piano room where Dick and Bill were working.
What happened there, Mrs. Rutley?
My husband's partner, Dick Alton.
Yes.
I found him shot through the heart.
What?
Alton?
No.
Wait a minute, Blackie. You were in there only a few minutes ago, and Alton was alive then.
Oh, well,
You
now
said he
that-
didn't want to work on that song you brought me.
That's right.
Maybe you better stay here, Blackie. Maybe you couldn't talk Dick into helping you. Maybe you got tired of shooting off your mouth and switched to shooting off your gun.
Okay, you got them all ready for the lineup, Jenkins?
Yeah, Inspector Faraday.
Call the woman out there first.
Okay, Inspector Faraday.
Rollins, take this down, then take down what she says.
All right, Inspector.
Name, Mrs. William Rutley. Occupation, housewife. Charge, suspected homicide. Well, Mrs. Rutley, what have you got to say?
Nothing. I haven't done anything.
Inspector, why don't you get smart? She found the body, that's all. That doesn't make her a killer.
Shut up, Blackie. I run things down here. Mrs. Rutley, did you kill Dick Alton, your husband's partner?
No. All I did was find him already dead. That's all I know. That's all I know. Please let me get down from here. These lights, this train, Oh.
She's fainted, Faraday. Happy now?
When that dame comes to, take her in and book her for murder, Rollins.
Okay, Inspector.
I'll be in my office.
He'll be in his office, Rollins, with me.
Beat it, Blackie, before I find a reason why you wanted Alton dead.
Oh, I had a reason, Inspector.
Eh?
A reason, but not a motive. There's a subtle difference there you wouldn't understand. Well, Faraday has booked Mrs. Rutley for Dick Alton's murder, Mary. But he's too good a cop to stop there.
No compliments for Faraday.
He'll be out looking for Alton's partner, Mrs. Rutley's husband, right now. Only if we're lucky, we'll find him first.
No, well, Mr. Hendricks said he hangs out in this place, but I've been looking around. I can't see him.
Bartender might be of some help. Hey, buddy,
Yeah. What do you have?
little information for now. Do you know a fellow named Bill Rutley?
Sure. He's over in the last booth. Back there.
Thanks. Come on, Mary.
Oh, okay. Blackie, something's bothering me.
Something in your shoe or something in your eye?
Something in my mind.
Oh.
Was Dick Alton alive when you went into the piano room to get him to work on my cousin's song?
Good question, Mary. Good question. Remind me to answer it sometime.
Oh, now, Blackie, you gotta
Well,
tell
here's the
me.
last booth. And coincidentally, here's Bill Rutley. Hi, Bill.
Hi.
Mind if I sit down?
Oh, hello, Blackie.
This is Mary Wesley, Bill.
Hello.
Hello, Bill.
You look low. Things aren't that bad.
Aren't they?
No. I think I found a way to get Faraday to release your wife.
Thanks, Blackie. Appreciate that. Only it doesn't get me out of this mess.
You're in a mess, Mr. Rutley?
That's right. Dick and I were fighting. Everybody knows that. And I was just out for a walk when Dick was shot.
I wouldn't worry, Bill. The fact that you and Dick were quarreling wouldn't hold as a motive for murder.
No, but the insurance would.
What insurance?
Partnership insurance.
Oh?
When Dick and I were hot a couple of years ago, we took out partnership insurance. $100,000 worth.
$100,000 worth?
It's the only business-like thing I ever did in my life. When that policy is uncovered, I'll be in a spot.
You're in such a spot right now that the heat is beginning to affect me. Bill, tell me all you know about Dick.
Well, he was single.
Yeah?
Legitimate. Didn't play around.
I see.
That's about all.
Okay. But somebody murdered him.
Yeah.
And I'm going to find out who killed your tune writer and make him face the music.
Light and lively, you bet. Bright and sparkling, yes, sir. And it's just as smooth.
Now, there's a description of CV's flavor that should make you want to pour yourself a glass of champagne velvet right now. When you do, you'll find your taste tempted by the creamy, snow-white foam that billows on top of your glass. And you'll see CV's purity in its pale, clear amber color, a promise of real thirst satisfaction. But don't just look. Taste it. You'll find it, as our enthusiastic friend says, bright and sparkling from foam to finish, with a clear, clean taste that makes you sure it's pure. A premium quality beer made with more costly premium quality materials, premium quality that costs you no premium in price.
Remember, you're sure it's pure, and it's just as smooth.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Dick Alton, part of a songwriting team of Alton and Rutley, has been murdered. Mrs. Rutley, who discovered the body, is booked by Inspector Faraday, though she claims she came into the building only seconds before the murder. Boston Blackie has discovered the songwriting team had partnership insurance, which makes Rutley a suspect. As we return to our story, Blackie is with Inspector Faraday, who is holding Mrs. Rutley on suspicion.
I don't suppose you want to listen to me, Faraday.
Blackie, I don't even want to look at you.
Inspector, you're holding Mrs. Rutley. I checked her arrival at the Hendricks building and found out that she got in the elevator only a few seconds before she found Dick Alton's body.
Yes, genius.
Any smart cop would have done the same thing, only, of course, he wouldn't be any relation to you.
He wouldn't.
What I'm trying to tell you is that according to the coroner's report, Alton had been dead at least a half an hour before Mrs. Rutley found him.
Okay, you've told me. So long, Blackie.
Still the same old Faraday. You won't listen to me.
Sure, I'll listen, but it's a little boring.
Since when?
You see, I checked all the details about the elevator myself this morning. Mrs. Rutley has been free for 2 hours.
Please connect me with Mr. Lambert. This is Inspector Faraday of the police.
Blackie,
Yes, sir.
You'll get into trouble. This is the second time you called, Lambert.
Lambert speaking. How are you, Inspector? What can I do for you?
You remember I called you earlier today?
Certainly. You wanted information on the bank accounts of Dick Alton and Bill Rutley, the songwriter.
That's right.
I have them right here.
Good. Let's have that data.
Alton's account hasn't fluctuated much in the past several years.
I see.
Rutley and his wife, Mary, have a joint account. For the past several months, there have been checks drawn against it every few days.
Made out to the same person by any chance?
Made out to cash, Inspector, signed by Mary Rutley and endorsed by somebody named Edward Stone.
Uh-huh. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Lambert. Bye.
Bye.
Well, Blackie?
Not exactly well, but I'm feeling better.
I didn't mean that. I mean, what's going
Mrs.
on?
Rutley's first name is the same as yours.
Well, what do you know?
Now the thing for me to do is to discover who a fellow named Edward Stone is, and then
Are you expecting somebody?
No.
Well, somebody just...
Come in.
Good evening, Blackie.
Oh, Mrs. Rutley, please come in.
I didn't mean to intrude, Blackie. I just came by to thank you for your help in getting me released.
Oh, you're not intruding, Mrs. Rutley. And Faraday let you go before I asked him to.
Oh?
I'm glad you dropped in. You remember Mary Wesley, don't you?
How do you
of course.
do? Yeah. Won't you sit down?
Oh, thank you.
Cigarette, Mrs. Rutley?
Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry I have no matches. I did have a lighter, but I wore out one of the parts, my thumb.
I have my own matches, thank you. Now, here we are. One book of matches.
Yeah, I'll light your cigarette for you, Mrs. Rutley. Let me have them. There we are.
Thank you. Blackie, are the police close to finding Dick's murderer?
I don't know, Mrs. Rutley. All I do know is that I'm not.
Oh, I'm sure you will be.
Oh, thank you. I'll just sit back and listen while you tell me how wonderful I am.
Oh, I'd like to, Blackie, but I really did come down just to thank you, and I have thanked you, so I guess I'll run along.
All right.
Nice to have seen you again, Miss Wesley.
Nice to Thank see you.
Nice to see you.
Don't bother, Blackie. I can get the door myself.
All right.
Goodbye.
Good night.
Oh, she has charm, Blackie.
You have green eyes, Mary.
I do not. They're just sharp. I'm the observing type. For instance, I observed that you forgot to give Mrs. Rutley back her matches.
I was just looking at them. The Rio Club, it says on the matchbox cover.
Rio Club?
Ever been to the Rio?
No, I don't go for that rumba and samba stuff. I
You
like
don't?
to dance in English.
The Rio's quite a spot, you know. Gambling hall downstairs. If you know the right people, you get in.
Oh?
I wonder how Mrs. Rutley got these matches.
You know, I once had a book of matches with an advertisement urging me to buy my hay, feed, and grain in Davenport, Iowa. It was too far, though. I just let my cattle get hungry.
Yeah, the talk is good, but the results are negligible.
Well, I just thought you might like
Get
to
your
know.
coat on, Mary. We are bound for the Rio Club
The Rio Club? What for?
to see if there is a certain Edward Stone there. I found out he endorsed Mrs. Rutley's checks, and Edward is one stone I have no intention of leaving unturned.
Joe Hendricks speaking.
Joe, this is Mary Rutley.
Oh, hello, honey. I'm glad you called. I was going to call you and tell you how happy I was that the police let you go.
You're sure you were?
Well, sure, kid, sure. Just because you happened to walk in on Dick when he was dead is no reason
Joe, the songwriting team of Alton and Rutley were under contract to you.
Yeah. So what about it?
You had to pay them, even though they weren't producing any hit tunes.
Yeah, that's right. What about it?
Think a little bit, Joe.
Well,
Think
sure, but...
what would have happened if the police found out about that.
Huh? Well, I don't get you, Mary.
I think you do. If one of the members of the team happened to suddenly succumb to lead poisoning, you wouldn't have to keep shelling out.
Wait a minute. You think I killed Dick?
Me? I don't get paid to think.
But...
I could get paid not to talk, though.
Oh, now, look,
Think
Mary.
it over, Joe. I'll get back to you very soon.
Wait here, Mary.
Okay.
That's the door that leads to the gambling room here in the Rio Club. I'm going to try to get in.
Watch your step, Blackie.
You know me.
Yeah, that's what I say. Watch your step.
Here goes.
Well?
I'd like to get inside, friend. I could use a little action.
What makes you think anything goes on in here?
Oh, a friend of mine told me. A fellow named Stone, Edward Stone.
He's a friend of yours?
Well, just like this.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Who introduced you to Stone?
A friend of mine named Rutley, Bill Rutley.
Songwriter?
Yeah.
You're kidding. He's never been here.
Well, it wasn't exactly Bill. It was really Dick Alton, his partner, the fellow who was murdered yesterday.
You're quite a joker, son. Alton used to come here, but he never introduced you to Stone. Now beat it.
Oh, no, you don't close any doors on me.
Okay, I'll hang one on you then.
Okay. Sorry, friend. But you practically asked for that. Come on, get up. Tell me something. What made you so sure nobody introduced me to Edward Stone?
What did?
Yeah.
Pretty simple, kid. I never met you before, did I?
No.
Well, I'm Edward Stone.
Faraday, you've got to listen to me.
Who says so?
Someday your mind is going to be arrested for obstructing justice.
Yeah, drag on.
I've just come from the Rio Club.
I don't know anything about the Rio Club, Blackie, except you should have stayed there. You want me to meet you at the office of Joe Hendricks, the music publisher?
That's it, and bring Mr. and Mrs. Rutley there. But be sure Hendricks is there, too.
I'll do it. I'm going to hate myself in the morning.
Hey, you.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you. What do you have?
Your license, if I don't get some right answers around here. I'm Faraday of headquarters.
Oh, yes, sir.
You got a guy hanging around here named Rutley, Bill Rutley. He's a songwriter. His partner got himself killed yesterday.
Oh, Bill Rutley. He ain't here. Was here, but he left.
Where'd he go?
Who knows? You try his house?
No, but I'm going there anyway to pick up his wife. I'll grab him there if he's home. If he gets back here, hold him, understand?
Sure. Hey, Inspector, how's your friend Boston Blackie feel?
I don't know and I don't care. And what difference is that to you?
No difference. Only if Blackie's feeling good, means your case is pretty near solved, don't it?
I've got Joe Hendricks. Mr. and Mrs. Rutley are inside in Hendricks' office, just like you asked, Blackie.
Good.
And now don't you think it's about time you told me why I did it?
Well, you did it, Faraday, because one of them murdered Dick Alton.
Well, we'll see.
Now, take a deep breath, Faraday. Here we go.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Take a seat, Faraday. Go ahead. Sit down. Everybody sit down.
What's the idea of this, Blackie? I'm trying to run a music business
And
here.
I'm trying to run down a murderer, Joe. That's more important.
Oh, yeah, well.
You looking at me, Blackie?
Possibly. Bill, you were the lyric writer in the Alton Rutley team, weren't you?
That's right.
I just wanted to make sure. Are you comfortable, Mrs. Rutley?
Oh, yes, thank you. Very.
Get on with it.
Now that we're all here, I've got to confess something. Yesterday morning, I left Hendricks and Mary in this office and went into a piano room where I found the murdered body of Dick Alton. And I picked up a piece of music manuscript paper that was lying on the floor near the body.
Dick was putting a tune down on paper when I left him.
Dick was working on that music when his killer walked in. He took one look and wrote down 5 notes at the bottom of the manuscript page. Here's the manuscript paper, and I'm going to play you the 5 notes right now. All right to use your piano, Joe?
Yeah? Oh, sure. All right, go ahead. Sure.
Thanks. Now, here are the 5 notes. That's all, just those 5 notes. Anybody recognize the tune?
Hey, wait a minute. That sounds
It
like...
probably isn't any published tune, Blackie. Just an idea Dick got and jotted down.
I think not. I think it was his way of naming the killer he saw walk into that piano room, gun in hand. Silence gun, no doubt.
Wait a minute. Play those 5 notes again.
Sure, here.
Hey, that's George M. Cohan's Mary.
That's right.
Yes. Well, what's that got to do with this?
Everything. The first line of the lyric, the one that matches these notes, is, "'Cause it was Mary." Dick Alton named his murderer just before he was shot. Mary Rutley, you killed Dick Alton. Grab her, Faraday. Don't let her get through that door.
Don't worry, I've got
I
it.
had to do it. I did. I had to do it.
Well, this is a fitting climax in a music publishing office. I supply the words and music, and a murderess decides to sing. What don't you understand, Faraday, as if that were news?
Why Mrs. Rutley killed her husband's partner?
Anybody knows the answer to that, Inspector.
Sure, anybody but me. Do you know, Miss Wesley?
Well, I think so. Dick Alton had seen Mrs. Rutley gambling at the Rio Club. He threatened to tell her husband if she didn't stop, but she couldn't stop because she had to try to win enough money back to put in the joint account that she'd been draining.
Touchdown, Mary Wesley.
It was simple.
Yeah. So Mrs. Rutley killed Alton because she knew he would expose her.
Faraday, you amaze me. That's right. I found out from Edward Stone Alton used to gamble at the Rio Club, and the chances are he must have seen her.
Okay, wise guy. But remember, you're the guy who wanted me to let Mrs. Rutley go yesterday because you checked the elevator starter and found out that she'd come in only seconds before she screamed.
You'd let her go before I asked you to, Faraday, remember?
Yeah, all right, infallible.
And that's easy to explain. She simply used the stairs the first time when she shot Alton and left the building, then came back a half hour later using the elevator where she could be seen.
You're such a genius, Blackie. When you had a clue like that music thing in your pocket all the time.
Uh-huh.
That practically told you that Mary Rutley murdered Alton.
You could have gotten the clue the same way I did, Faraday.
Oh.
Wrote it yourself. That's what I did.
Wrote it yourself?
I knew my facts were right, but I couldn't prove any of them, so I had to pretend that Dick Alton had written those notes. in the hope of getting her to make a break, and she did. Well, aren't you going to congratulate me?
What for? You getting married? I've got half a mind to...
Hold it right there, Inspector.
Right where?
Right where you were. You just said, Blackie, I've got half a mind. And you know something, Inspector?
What?
That's the first time you've been right in years.
Rinso, R-I-N-S-O, Soapy Rich Rinso presents Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris.
Hello?
Is Mr. Manletter there?
Why, no, I'm sorry he's not. This is his secretary, Miss Rochelle. Can I help you?
Yes, you can deliver a message for me. I've been trying to reach him all day. This is John Partridge, president of the Morton National Bank.
Mr. Partridge, but... Well, Arthur Borden is president of the Morton Bank, isn't he?
Not since yesterday, he's not. Give this message to Mr. Manletter, please. Tell him that his notes to the bank were due and payable on Monday of this week, and we must have our money.
But, Mr. Partridge, we showed our books to Mr. Borden only last week, and he agreed to extend the notes until our accounts receivable came in. Our business is in fine shape, Mr. Partridge. Our books prove it.
Please tell Mr. Manletter that we'll accept our money in the morning, Miss Rochelle.
But it's $100,000. We can't possibly raise that money overnight.
I'm sorry. That's Mr. Manletter's problem. Goodbye.
$100,000.
Hello, Gene.
Mr. Manletter, the bank just called. There's a new president, and
they want to foreclose on my notes.
How did you know?
Read this letter. I got it at the house this morning. Here, read it.
If you want to know how to prevent the bank from foreclosing on your note, have your friend Boston Blackie visit a house at 50 Hunter Street at 7 o'clock this evening. Signed, a friend. Mr. Manletter, what does that mean?
I don't know. I can't see any connection between the bank and Blackie. But I do know I won't ask him to go to Hunter Street.
Well, can we raise $100,000 for the notes overnight?
I don't think so, but I'll try. Only there isn't much hope.
Then you must call your friend Blackie.
No, it can only mean trouble for Blackie. I don't know how or why, but it must be trouble for him if I'm being forced to ask him to go there.
But Blackie thrives on trouble, Mr. Manletter, and it'll save your business.
No, I won't call Blackie. I'm going out to try to raise the money. You'll hear from me later.
All right, sir. Alice, will you call a number for me, please? Get me Boston Blackie.
Get me Boston Blackie. 4 words that the weak use to call their champion. You know, some expressions seem so natural and right, we use them all the time without even thinking, like ruby red and sky blue and so on. Well, what I get a particular kick out of is the fact that we've added a new one to the nation's vocabulary. Yes, I hear tell that nowadays you ladies say Rinso white when you want to talk about really white clothes. Of course, there's a mighty good reason why Rinso gets your clothes so white. Rinso's soapy rich suds won't take no for an answer from dirt. They pitch right in your tub or washer and go to town. Yes, Rinso gets out more dirt. And that's why you ladies are able to turn out those beautiful Rinso white, Rinso bright washes. So next wash day, whistle for the kind of wash you're proud to hang on your line. Like this. And remember, it stands for Rinso White. Now, meet Chester Morris as Boston Blackie.
Tell me, Blackie, which one of these girls do you like best? Come on, take a look at their pictures. Come on, will you?
All right, Shorty. I'll judge your personal beauty contest for you. Now, this blonde here...
Yeah.
Hold it, Shorty. I'll get the phone. Hello?
Blackie?
Yes.
Blackie, this is Jean. I had to call you. Mr. Manletter's in terrible trouble.
Hey, come on, will you, Blackie? Come on, get off that phone. I got to know about this redhead.
Lay off, Shorty. What is it, Gene? What's the matter with Arthur?
The bank called an hour ago. I've been trying since then to reach you. They're going to take over the business if Arthur doesn't redeem his notes for $100,000 by tomorrow morning.
Well, they can't do that, Gene.
Yes, they can. The notes are overdue.
Hey, boss, what about this brunette? Now, come on, will you?
Quiet. Not you, Gene. Look, honey, I haven't anywhere near $100,000, and I wouldn't know where to go to get it by tomorrow morning.
I didn't expect you would, Blackie, but Mr. Manletter received a message saying that if you come to 50 Hunter Street at 7 o'clock tonight, the notes will be renewed.
If I go to 50 Hunter Street, well, what does that mean?
I don't know, Blackie.
But if I show up, they'll renew?
That's what the note says. Mr. Manletter knew you'd be in some kind of danger if you went, and he wouldn't ask you.
Oh, don't worry, chick. You'll hear from me. Bye.
So you finally got done. Now, come on, help me. Look at it. See, I got 50 pictures here. Pick out the one I should pin up on my wall.
I can't do anything about your pin-up problem now, Shorty. I've got something at 50 Hunter Street that I've got to pin down.
Come in, Blackie.
Wait, what is this? Sounds like a record. Hey, you behind that desk. You in the mask. What is this? Come on, talk.
First of all, Boston Blackie, don't try anything foolish. There's one of my men behind you with a gun. Now that you've turned around to see, let me tell you that you are listening to this recording which I made, because I don't want you to know what my voice sounds like in person.
A record, huh? Well, personally, I prefer Harry James.
Blackie, I want you to listen carefully to what follows. Have you anything to say?
Sure I have. I hope you'll...
Oh!
Okay, boss. Take the record off. He's out cold. I hope I didn't hit him too hard, boss. There's no sense killing him. The law is going to do that for us very soon.
Gee, Blackie, where you been? I've been having pups.
Well, I hope they look like their mother. Well, I'm back, Shorty, only I'm not the same guy.
You should have had your head examined for going down to that Hunter Street joint.
Yes, I had it cracked. That's worse. Take a look at this, Shorty.
A bullet hole?
Yeah.
In your coat pocket. Who'd you shoot, Blackie?
I didn't shoot anybody, Shorty. Somebody slugged me, and when I woke up, my gun was gone, and this hole was in my pocket. I must have been out for hours. It's almost 11 o'clock. I called Jean, and she told me the bank renewed Manletter's notes the minute I showed up at the Hunter Street place.
Somebody sure took an awful crack at you, hey, Blackie?
Yeah, it's more than that, Shorty. Only how much more and exactly what, I don't know. Get my robe, will you, please?
Yeah, sure, boss. Give me your coat, and I'll hang it over this here chair.
Well, here it is.
Blackie, what do you make of this business this afternoon?
I don't make it. It's got me stumped.
Yeah, me too. Well, here's your robe.
Thanks. I think I'll lie down and relax for half an hour. Would you mind fixing me some coffee, Shorty?
Sure. Have it free in just a minute, boss.
Thanks.
Hello, Blackie. Glad to see me?
Well, Inspector Faraday, of course I'm glad to see you. Which goes to prove how easy I am to please.
Very funny. Well, Blackie, I think you overdid it this afternoon.
Well, my head sure feels like I did.
That isn't what I mean. Did you ever hear of a private detective named Fred Viswell?
That crooked Shamus?
Yeah?
Oh, sure, I've heard of him. And he's heard of me, too, Faraday. I got the guy's license suspended when he tried to blackmail me. A couple of friends of mine, last year.
That's the guy. He didn't like you, Blackie.
I'd feel a whole lot worse if you said Rita Hayworth didn't like me.
You didn't like him either.
I hate rats, Faraday. Come on, what's all this about?
Nothing, only Viswell was found shot to death an hour ago.
What?
I'm taking you in for his murder, Blackie. Now, let's get going.
Now, look, Faraday, you've done ridiculous things every day of your life. But right now, you're borrowing from next week. What makes you think I bumped off Viswell?
I don't think it. I know it. We've got your gun, and it's got your fingerprints on it.
Oh.
We found it near Viswell's body. And if I'm not mistaken, isn't that a bullet hole in the pocket of this coat of yours on the chair? You fired from your pocket.
Well, maybe I burned the hole with a cigarette.
No cigarette ever burned a hole like that. Now, come on, let's get going, Blackie. Get dressed and hurry up. Take off that robe, put a coat on. You're coming with me. Come on, take that robe off.
All right.
Pretty robe, isn't it? Too bad you won't be allowed to wear it in jail.
You like this robe, Inspector?
Mm-hmm.
Well, here, take a good look at it.
Lovely.
Take a good look at it. Right over your head. Shorty.
Yeah, I'm right here, boss. I was waiting for a signal from him before I conked
Well,
him.
help me tie him up, Shorty. We'll use the cord from the rope. Now, quiet, Inspector, quiet. Don't you know it's impolite to talk with your mouth full?
You'll be tied up like a chicken in just a little minute now.
Well, I know what the score is now, Shorty. Somebody's fixed it to look like I knocked off Fred Visual.
Yeah, I heard. Ain't a very pretty picture, is it, boss?
I'm not worried about the picture, Shorty. I'm worried about the frame.
Who is it? Who's there?
Let me in, Gene. Hurry. It's Blackie.
Blackie.
Oh, thanks. I'm sorry about coming to your apartment at this hour, Gene, but I couldn't reach you on the telephone.
Well, they closed the downstairs switchboard at midnight.
Oh.
What is it, Blackie? What's wrong?
I need information, Gene. I need all you know or can remember. There's some connection between a private detective named Fred Visual and somebody at the Morton National Bank. Now, who was it that spoke to you on the telephone?
The new president.
Oh.
His name is John Partridge.
Well, that's the man I'm going to see. Faraday's on my trail again, Gene, and I've got to clear myself.
Oh, you'll never be able to get into the bank to see Partridge, especially if Faraday has a dragnet out for you. As soon as you show up, they'll throw you in jail.
Oh, and don't worry. I'll figure out a way to get in to see him. But if I don't get anywhere with Partridge, I'm a dead duck.
Good morning, Mr. Partridge.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Partridge. Good morning.
Oh, I left your mail on your desk, Mr. Partridge.
Thank you. I'll be in my office if anyone wants me.
Don't open your mouth, Partridge, or this gun will shut it permanently.
Why? What do you want? Aren't you one of the special police that protects the bank?
Oh, well, don't let this uniform fool you. I wore it just to get in here. And keep away from your desk. You know, I'm allergic to the sudden pushing of buttons. Ah, that's better. Now, do you know who I am?
No.
I'm Boston Blackie.
That doesn't mean a thing to me.
Oh, I think it does. You called Arthur Manletter's office and told him the bank wouldn't renew his notes. But he received a letter saying that if I were to go to 50 Hunter Street, the bank would renew.
Maybe you know what you're talking about, but I don't.
You've got to be the man behind a pretty shrewd frame-up, Partridge. Unless you're acting on somebody's instructions. Now, which is it?
You know that if I raised my voice, you'd be shot dead by the bank guards before you could go through the front door.
Well, I'd have company, Partridge, believe me. You. Inspector Faraday thinks I killed a man. They don't hang you twice for double killing. Why was I framed for the murder of Fred Visual?
I don't know any Fred Visual, and I don't know anything about any telephone call that was supposed to be made by me to Arthur Manletter.
Oh, you don't, huh? How about the renewal of Manletter's note?
There never was any question about renewing Manletter's note. His credit is excellent. The note was renewed by me personally at 10 o'clock yesterday morning with a notary attesting to the time. And that was certainly long before my alleged phone call.
Oh, you played it cozy, huh? You knew Manletter would call me, so you bluffed him.
How long are you going to make me stand here? Can't you see there's nothing I know that can help you? Why don't you go?
I will. I've got another stop to make. But the minute I leave this office, you'll call for help, of course.
Of course.
Oh, but you're not going to. You know, the only way you can do any calling, Partridge, is to talk in your sleep. Mr. Borden?
Yes?
I'm sorry to disturb you at your home. My name is Boston Blackie.
How do you do, Mr. Blackie?
I came up here to see you, Mr. Borden, about your bank.
You mean about what used to be my bank?
I'm sorry. Who decided to replace you as president?
The board of directors.
Oh, and was it done suddenly?
Yes, very.
Uh-huh. And where did John Partridge come from?
I don't know. He'd been on our board of directors only a short while.
Oh.
I'm an old man, Blackie. The loss of my bank was a blow to me. Everything came so suddenly, I haven't gotten used to not being there anymore. Will you forgive me if I'd rather not talk about it?
Oh, I understand, Mr. Borden. I'm going to try to get your bank back for you, but I need some help. Now, here's an address where I can be reached. Oh, you must have some loyal employee at the bank you can depend on, and would you call him and get him to find out something about Partridge? And if you get any information, send me a message. And send that ring you're wearing with it so I know it's from you.
I'll send you a message if I get it, but with just a paper clip on it. I haven't been able to get this ring off in years. The paper clip will identify my messenger if I hear anything.
Good. Give me a little help. I'll turn a murder over to Inspector Faraday, get rid of the charge against myself, and give you a bank right in your side pocket. got to stay down here at my waterfront hideout during the day, Shorty. Every cop in town is on our tail, and Faraday's sworn he won't sleep till he brings me in.
It's okay with me, Blackie. And go ahead, it's your deal. You got me, let me see, you got me 60 to 17 and 2 boxes. Go ahead, it's your deal.
You know, one thing about gin rummy, it sure passes the time away.
Yeah, it passes my dough away, too.
Okay, you two. Hoist him. Come on, Patsy.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Now, look, Blackie. Stand up and don't try nothing foolish. I know all about you and your tricks.
Well, I wasn't exactly going to ask you to pick a card. Who are you?
A guy who ain't going to be outsmarted by you.
Oh?
Tie the little guy up, Patsy.
Yeah, I'll tie him up. Good, too.
Don't talk. Tie.
I'm tying him. He ain't going to go nowhere for a while.
Okay. Suppose we start moving, Blackie. You ready, Patsy?
Yeah, I'm ready, Mug.
Well, of course, don't anybody ask me.
You're ready, Blackie. But you don't know for what. Now start moving.
Oh, this is a ride, huh? Okay. One way?
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Blackie. We're coming back. Patsy and me. But we got orders to get you.
Orders to get me, huh? Dealing in the Blackie market?
You'll strain an arm reaching for jokes like that, Blackie.
I thought that was rather clever, as a
But
matter
you
of
might as well know something.
Yeah?
We ain't taking you on any gang ride. We're turning you over to the cops.
Yeah, I'll bet. A couple of hoods like you wouldn't go within 2 miles of headquarters. I guarantee Faraday's got charges hanging over both you guys.
Maybe. Only he'll be so glad to see you, he won't be able to think straight. All right, let's get moving, Blackie. And remember, I'm the guy that's got the gun on you.
Okay, Mug. But take my word for it, someday you're going to beg me to forget that.
Blackie, there's something natural about the way you look behind bars. Yeah. They look good on you.
Oh, thanks.
You've got no idea how nice it is to see you sitting so sweetly in that cell.
Now, Faraday, listen, I didn't knock off Fiswell. No kidding.
Oh, of course not. And you didn't throw your bathrobe over my head and tie me up either, did you, Blackie?
Well, yes, I did do that, Faraday. You know I did. But I did it to help you.
Oh, this is going to be good. Now, tell me how.
Well, somebody knocked off Fred Biswell. Your job is to catch murderers, Faraday. I had to be free to help you, see?
Blackie, you should have been a lawyer.
Thanks.
Only you're overlooking a slight something. Your gun. Your pretty little gun. With your fingerprints on it. And a slug from it in Viswell's head and a bullet hole in your coat pocket. Nobody else killed Viswell, Blackie. You've got no alibi. You hated the guy and your gun did the job. Looks like kind of a perfect job to me.
This is a frame-up, Faraday. Now, you've got to do something you've never done before.
Oh, what?
Use your head.
Look, you're in jail, Blackie, and you tell me to use my head. Don't you think this is a spot where you should use yours?
Well, it seems as though Inspector Faraday is about to realize a lifelong ambition and has finally found a charge against Boston Blackie that will stick. However, that remains to be seen, of course. You know, you ladies really have it all over the men folks when it comes to being sensible about clothes. Come summertime, for instance, you know that one of the tricks of keeping cool is to look cool. And what could look cooler, crisper, and prettier than those bright cotton washables you wear? It's important, though, to remember to keep them bright and crisp. And that's where our soapy-rich Rinso comes in. No point in working your head off in summertime, boiling and scrubbing clothes. And you don't have to with Rinso. A short soaking in Rinso suds, often as little as 10 minutes, is enough. Then a few quick finger rubs on extra soiled places, and your clothes are ready to rinse. And believe you me, you'll be mighty proud of how your wash looks, too. Your lovely colored washable cottons will stay fresh and bright week after week, wash after wash. And your white clothes, well, it goes without saying, they'll be, yes, Rinso white. So get Rinso next wash day for a Rinso white, Rinso bright wash. And now back to Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris. Blackie is in jail. Inspector Faraday knows that it was Blackie's gun that killed Fred Viswell, and Blackie can't clear himself while he's in prison. Into the cell block where Blackie is being kept walks a young lady.
The policeman at the end of the corridor said I could come in and talk to all the other policemen in the whole jail, and you're the other policeman, so I thought I'd come over and talk to you.
All right, miss. But about what?
About the ball, of course. Everybody knows about the ball.
What ball?
The ball we're giving. But I'm selling tickets only to policemen.
Well, now I've heard everything. Selling tickets to policemen for a civilian's ball. How much are they?
$1. But the policeman at the end of the corridor said that if I came up with...
here's $1 and keep the ticket. And the next policeman is right down past this row of cells. Go bother him, will you, please?
Yes.
And don't tell me that bag you're carrying is full of tickets. There aren't that many policemen.
Oh, you're so silly. Of course not. I always carry a bag. It makes me look as if I'm always about ready to go someplace.
Well, you can go right now. I'll unlock the door. You can walk down the corridor till you find another cop at the end of it. His name's Murphy.
Isn't every policeman?
Oh, I don't know. All right, go. Go on, miss. Right down the corridor. Don't mind them mugs in the cells.
Blackie.
Gene, what are you doing here? This isn't visiting day.
Blackie, listen. I've got to keep walking when the guard looks this way.
Oh, don't be silly. Come in. The door's open.
The cell door's open?
Sure, try it.
It is. Blackie, how did you do that?
Close the door. You know, I could open the cell door all right, Gene. That was a cinch. But I haven't figured out yet how to get past the guards at both ends of the guard.
Oh, stop figuring it, Blackie. Here, look at this bag I brought. It's an outfit that matches the one I'm wearing, only it's a couple of sizes larger. Put it on, quick.
What, and leave you in the cell? Oh, nothing doing, honey.
Oh, I'll go out the door I came in, Blackie, and you go out the other one. Only hurry. The guard might get curious.
Okay. Well, it won't take me a second. Now, first roll my trousers up, then on with the dress. Oh, you brought a wig, too, huh? You think of everything. Can I get into these shoes?
Sure you can, and hurry, Blackie.
Yeah?
Don't forget your hat.
Say, it's a cute one. All right, zip me up, will you? And all set.
There.
Oh.
Now, just walk out, Blackie, and tell the cop at the end of the corridor. His name's Murphy. Tell him he ran out of tickets. Can you talk like a girl?
Oh, me? Of course I can.
Oh, you better not talk. Bye, Blackie, and luck. Meet me back in my apartment.
Oh, thanks, Gene. You're wonderful.
See you later, Blackie. You look awful cute in that outfit. Watch out for the wolves.
Oh, not me. For once, I want to be on the receiving end of a... This is the house, Shorty, 50 Hunter Street. I don't know what I'd expect to find here, but let's go in.
Why, boss?
Well, maybe I can pick up something inside that'll give me a clue to that masked man. You see any lights?
No. Nope, there ain't any but.
Okay, now don't hit your flashlight till we close the street door. Oh, what kind of a lock is this?
I don't know. But if you're working on it, it's an easy lock. I'll guarantee that.
No, Shorty, it's an open lock. Come on in. Shh, quiet. Hit your flash, Shorty.
Right.
Yeah, this is the room where I got conked. The masked guy sat right over there facing me with his hands folded on that table, and he... Shorty.
What? Oh, what happened?
I know now who the masked guy was, Shorty.
Yeah?
I'm going to straighten out this whole mess. Wait till I look up a number in this phone book. Let's see.
Who are you calling, Blackie?
I'm calling the murderer of Fred Biswell. Wait a minute. Yeah, here it is. Well, now let's hope I sound like the mug.
Hey, boss, this is a mug. Come right down to Hunter Street house. I got Blackie here. He's Hoyt. Oh, you want to talk to him? Okay. Talk to the boss, Blackie, or you get it again. Here, take the phone.
So you're the boss, huh? What am I supposed to do, applaud?
Give me that phone, Blackie. Okay, boss.
Yeah, that sure is Blackie, huh? Oh, you'll be right down?
It worked, eh?
Good. Yeah.
What a swell.
Okay, Shorty, now you beat it. I'm staying right here, and I'm handling this alone. But I have a job for you when you get outside.
Okay, boss.
It may decide who dies for the murder of Fred Biswell. And just between us, I'd rather it wasn't me.
Mug, are you in here? Mug, turn on the light. It's dark. I can't see you. Turn on the light.
Here's a light, Mr. Borden. Right in your face.
Boston Blackie.
That's right, Boston Blackie. You had a very nice frame-up all fixed for me, but I think you're going down to explain it all to Inspector Faraday now.
Do you? Well, I don't. So the phone call to me was a gag, eh? I might have known it was one of your tricks, Blackie, but I didn't. No harm done, though. I'll just leave.
Oh, just like that, huh?
Mm-hmm. I don't think you can threaten me, Blackie. As long as I'm alive, I'm a potential alibi for you. Only you and I know you didn't kill Fred Biswell and that I did. And you've got to let me live in the hope that someday I'll confess.
Yes, I guess maybe I do. Oh, you're a pretty smart man, Borden. You'd have to be to have me in this kind of a jam. What did Biswell ever do to you?
He thought he could outsmart me, the fool. Some private investors had him checking the books at the bank. Found that I'd taken quite a bit of money that didn't belong to me. And he thought he'd try a bit of blackmail. He didn't get very far.
Pretty thorough, aren't you?
I think so. How did you know I was the masked man, Blackie?
Well, 2 ways, Borden.
Yes?
One was the fact that I gave you the address of my waterfront hideout, and later your hoods paid me a visit down there. You were the only one that had that address. The other was that ring you're wearing. The one you told me you couldn't take off. When I came in tonight, I remembered the masked man was wearing that ring. Putting John Partridge in your place as president of the bank sounds like a wonderfully smart idea.
It was. I was tired of working, and I can throw Partridge in jail any time I like for a little embezzlement job he did. So he must do as I say. And now, Boston Blackie, let's go visit Inspector Faraday.
Well, no, Mr. Borden. I don't think I care to see the inspector tonight.
No? Perhaps this gun will make you change your mind. I happen to know that Faraday has your gun. You're still under suspicion of murder, you know. And if you try to escape, Blackie, I'll think nothing of killing you in cold blood.
I believe you would, Borden. All right, I'll go with you. I guess I'd rather be a live prisoner than a dead suspect.
Here's Inspector Faraday's office, Blackie. Walk right in. Go on.
Okay, if you say so, Borden. Hello, Inspector. Say, look, don't you ever sleep?
Hello, Blackie. I've been expecting you. You're a little late.
Would you mind telling this gentleman in back of me to get rid of his gun, please, Inspector? He doesn't realize that it's impolite to point. His name is Arthur Borden.
Okay, Mr. Borden, I'll take that gun.
Certainly. Here you are.
Well, looks like I've got a first-rate murder suspect right here in this room.
It certainly does, Inspector. Going to lock him up?
In just a minute. In fact, I might as well do it very legal and proper. Arthur Borden, you're under arrest for the murder of Fred Viswell.
What? Me? Why,
David, I wish it was Blackie. Only it isn't. We've got your confession in your own voice, right on a dictograph record.
A dictograph planted in my Hunter Street house?
Right.
That's impossible. Nobody could have put a dictograph in there.
You tell him, Blackie. You figured this thing out.
Well, before you came into the Hunter Street house tonight, Mr. Borden, I dialed the inspector's private number on the telephone and left the receiver off the hook, you see. I had Shorty call him before and tell him to expect his private telephone to ring. All the while you were telling me how perfectly you would frame me, the inspector was listening on this end.
Yeah, not only listening, but having the whole thing taken down on a record.
Say, Inspector, I did you a favor, didn't I, by turning up Viswell's murderer?
You did yourself a bigger favor, but what's on your mind?
Well, I'll tell you, Inspector. Shorty told me you have Jean Rochelle booked here.
You said it, Blackie. She helped you escape from jail.
Well, maybe she did, but if she did, I brought you in a murderer, so you certainly owe her a favor, too, right?
Well, maybe. What do you expect me to do, let her go?
Sure. You've held her long enough. Now it's my turn.
You've heard about making mountains out of molehills, but here's how to make mountains of dishes go right down to nothing in a hurry. You put some Rinso in your dishpan, and up go the suds. Plenty of thick suds from surprisingly little Rinso. And down goes that stack of dishes in practically no time. Yes, dishwashing is a mighty easy, simple job with Rinso helping out. China, silver, glassware, they're all shining brightly in a jiffy with Rinso's soapy-rich suds on the job. Why, even your pots and pans come clean easily when Rinso gets to work. Use Rinso, too, for all the soap and water jobs around the house. It's swell. Now a glimpse at next week's adventure of Boston Blackie.
All right, Monahan, give me a little more juice in that light.
No, don't do that. I can't stand it.
That's better. Now, listen, Shorty, you say you don't remember what happened.
I don't. I keep telling you I don't.
All right, maybe you don't remember. You were slugged. Now, we don't want to know anything except one thing. Now, think hard, Shorty. Who was the last person you saw or talked to before you were slugged? Now, that's all we want to know.
I'm thinking, Inspector, honest. I'm dizzy trying to think. I don't know. I just don't know. Hey, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, I remember now. The last person I talked to before I got conked was Boston Blackie.
Be sure to listen in at this same time next week for another exciting adventure with Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris with Richard Lane as Inspector Faraday. You can see Chester Morris as Boston Blackie at your favorite movie theater. Boston Blackie's latest Columbia picture is One Mysterious Night, soon to be released. Original music for the program was by Charles Cornell. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Rinso and wishing you all a very pleasant good night.
you have all taken seats that satisfy you, gentlemen, we will proceed at once with the business at hand.
Good.
Maps, photographs, and other data, Miss Arden.
In your portfolio, Mr. Parker.
Thank you. Gentlemen, we are faced with a crisis. We're in dire need of funds, and we shall acquire said funds from the Wentworth diamonds. Net profit to us, $500,000.
Boss, the Wentworth rocks are too hot to handle.
The main stone, yes. We have no interest in that. We shall acquire our revenue from the 24 smaller stones of the Wentworth collection.
We gonna take it out of Lady Wentworth's home?
Lady Wentworth has only a paste copy of the diamonds in her name. The real diamonds are in the National Vaults. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, the diamonds are to be transferred by armored truck from the National Vaults for 2 weeks' display at the Manchester Museum. It is there that we appropriate them.
They'll be heavily guarded at the museum, won't they?
You will hire a dozen of the city's most capable trigger men. They'll be paid well.
I get it. Rough stuff. Huh?
You will lead the operations, Mr. Adams. 6 guards will stand in our way. The 2 at the front door can be subdued at trigger point. The 2 at the entrance to the gallery in which the Wentworth collection is being displayed may have to be rendered unconscious.
The other 2?
The other 2 will be guarding the Wentworth diamonds. They are to be killed.
When do you plan to do this?
I'll inform you of the exact day and time of day. In the meantime, you'll study these maps and photographs at the Manchester Museum. One more thing.
There's more?
Yes. We now come to that portion of our plans which involves the person known as Boston Blackie.
And now meet Richard Culmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend.
Like walking in the rain, Blackie?
That's a leading question.
Where does it lead?
Well, right now, Mary, around the corner to your apartment.
Okay. Oh, it's been a wonderful evening.
Yeah. I hope the 3 of us enjoyed it.
The 3 of us?
Sure. You and I and the man who's been following us.
Someone following us? Why?
Never had a man follow you before?
Oh. Did you see someone?
Yes.
What do we do?
Keep talking.
About what?
Oh, anything. Tell me a funny story.
A funny story.
So when I get through with him, this guy following us will have something to laugh about.
All right.
After we turn this corner here, I'll stop. But you go ahead, cut across the grass, and keep talking all the time. Here's the corner. Now, keep going. I'll hug the wall and get this fellow as he goes by.
But what if he puts up a fight?
About the only thing he'll get to put up is a squawk. Now, keep on talking. I stop here. Wish me luck.
I do. It was really the funniest thing that's happened to me in weeks, Blackie. The telephone rang about 7 o'clock this morning. And a squeaky little voice asked for Ozzie.
All right, you, reach.
Gee, boss, don't shoot. It's me.
Shorty. Well, what? Wait a minute. Hey, Mary, come on back. It's all right. It's a friend of mine.
I've been telling you all night, boss. I got to talk to you. But not with a dame, Blackie. I can't.
Since when have you turned girl shy? This is Mary Wesley, Shorty. Mary, this is Shorty, an old pal of mine.
Oh, how do you do? Boss, I got to talk to you. And where nobody can see us.
Well, if you 2 want to talk, you can come up to my apartment.
Nix, boss. This got to be private conference.
Come on, Shorty. It's all right. Mary doesn't talk. And besides, she makes good coffee.
Oh. Hey, boss. Hey, you're right as a parson. This is sure good coffee.
How right are you about this frame? That's what I'd like to know.
Well, I told you all I know, Blackie, and that's all I know. A high-class operator is going to snatch the Wentworth diamonds from the Manchester museums.
And you got it straight from one of the hoods who was hired as a triggerman.
Well, from a guy who knew a guy who was hired.
But I don't understand how they're going to involve you, Blackie.
Well, the plan seems to be this. To dress one of the gunmen to look like me. He'll be called, Blackie several times during the holdup.
Yeah, and they figure to knock off a couple of guards, see? So Blackie'll get wrapped by the cops for murder. And then to cinch it, they're planting the big Wentworth diamond in Blackie's apartment.
Is this really true?
Probably, but that doesn't mean it's going to work.
Well, what are you going to do?
I don't know. I don't know when they're planning the robbery, so I don't know when to make sure to have an alibi. This is cute.
Well, why don't you try calling Inspector Faraday?
When I want somebody to laugh at me, I'll tell jokes.
Oh, please, Blackie, please. It's the smartest thing.
Will it make you happy?
Very.
All right.
Thanks.
I've always wanted a legitimate excuse to wake Faraday in the middle of the night anyway.
Oh, he'll listen to you. I just know it.
Like I listen to opera. Faraday's probably snoring so loud that he would...
Hello?
Faraday, this is your old pal Blackie.
Blackie, what's the idea of calling me up this time of night?
What's the matter, Sleeping Beauty? Were you dreaming you had the goods on me at last?
Did you call me up to make jokes, Blackie? Because if you did, I...
No. Listen, Inspector, and listen carefully.
I'm not listening to anything from you. Go to bed and let me get some sleep.
Wait. Faraday. Faraday.
Did he hang up?
Well, he didn't exactly invite me over for a midnight snack.
Oh, gee, boss, now what do we do?
I know what you're going to do, Blackie. Leave town.
Yeah, the lady's right, boss. You can't have no alibi 2 weeks long in this town. But if you just lamb out of town for 2 weeks...
I don't like to take it on the chin any more than anybody else. But I'm not going to take it on the lamb.
Oh, I know what you're thinking, darling. It's running away, and you don't want to run away. But please, Blackie, please do it for me.
I must be getting soft.
Well, it's the thing you gotta do, boss. For the lady's sake.
Now, I'll get you train or plane reservations. You go to your apartment with Shorty, and I'll phone you there.
I don't know why I'm doing this. I guess those looks of yours sure pack a wallop.
Never mind my looks. You just see to it that you pack a bag.
How many shirts you want in this suitcase, boss?
Oh, I don't know. Gosh, I wish that Chicago call would come in. Oh, well. Shorty, is there something that maybe you haven't told me yet? For instance, what time tomorrow are the diamonds being taken from the National Vaults to the museum?
7 o'clock. To be in the museum at 8, see? An armored car's picking them up.
No chance they intend to steal them en route. They're too well guarded in an armored car.
Gee, boss, how'd you know the diamonds would be picked up at the National Vaults instead of Lady Wentworth's house?
Lady Wentworth wears only paste copies of the Wentworth diamonds. The real ones have always been in a vault.
Gee, you know everything, boss.
Well, I know I'm in the clear till those stones get to the museum at 8 tomorrow morning. This is probably my Chicago call now.
Or the dame with the reservations on a train, maybe.
Hello?
Blackie, this is Mary. I couldn't get a plane reservation at all. I got a train reservation to Chicago just as you wanted, but it's not until Friday.
All right, then I'll leave on Friday.
Oh, but Blackie, to be perfectly safe, you have to be out of town before tomorrow morning.
Look, honey, don't worry. I'll play Invisible Man until Friday.
But I am worried, darling. What if they rob the museum before Friday?
Then I'm in a jam.
Well, if having an alibi will help, can't someone be with you all the time?
You like the job for yourself?
Oh, Blackie. Oh, Blackie, be serious. You know I can't meet you until 4 o'clock.
That has to be a date.
All right. Well, be careful, darling. And call me in the morning.
I'll give you a ring at 10.
See that you do. Night.
Good night. Well, Shorty, looks like you and I have a chance to have a little fun. I can't leave town till Friday.
Oh, gee, boss. You better tell your pal Kingston in Chicago. And tell him you're not coming to see him until Friday, huh?
Not at all, short one. He's going to help me.
Oh. But, gosh, what can he do? He's in Chicago.
He can give me a hand through one of his branch offices here. If I was... Oh, that's probably Charlie now. Hello?
Mr. Charles Kingston of the Kingston Corporation in Chicago calling Mr. Boston Blackie.
I'll take it, operator.
Here's your party, Mr. Kingston. Hello, Blackie.
Hello, Charlie.
How are you, fella?
Oh, swell, Charlie. Is the man who does favors in?
Good. The right round ticket, Blackie. What is it?
Can you hear me clearly?
Go ahead.
All right, Charlie. Here's what I want you to do.
Hello?
Morning, Mary.
Oh, Blackie, I've worried all night long. Where are you?
In my apartment. Stop worrying.
But, Blackie, as long as you're in town and those...
Look, Mary, everything's going to be all right. There's nothing to the...
Blackie! Blackie! What's the matter? Blackie!
May I see the timetable of the Wentworth diamond robbery, Hazel?
Here you are, Mr. Farthing.
Good. Now, here on the chart, we can see what progress we will make today.
Mm-hmm.
It's 1:30. The men are here at this moment, a mile and a half south of the museum. In 15 minutes, the first of them will enter the museum and take their places. In 30 minutes, it'll all be over. You're smiling.
Yes.
You like the way I plan.
Obviously.
If my schedule's right, this should be Mr. Boston Blackie. Come in.
Here he is, Mr. Farthing. Boston Blackie.
Oh. Won't you come in, Blackie?
Do I have a choice?
Not for the present. That'll be all, Tom.
Right.
I'm Roger Farthing. This is Miss Hazel Arden, my secretary. Hazel, the famous Boston Blackie.
How do you do?
How are you?
You know why you're here?
Not to play house. When do my teeth start chattering?
In exactly 22 minutes, men in my employ are going to steal the Wentworth diamonds from the Manchester Museum and inadvertently kill 2 of the guards. One of the gunmen will be referred to by the others as Blackie. You begin to see?
Seeing is a little habit I picked up some time ago.
Splendid. As you probably know, the main Wentworth diamond is too distinctive to be of value to anyone other than its rightful owner.
So?
So, one of my associates is placing it in your apartment shortly after the robbery, then informing the police of its whereabouts. You will be forced to remain here until it is found. You understand?
Perfectly.
You know something, Blackie? Nothing disturbs you. I'd like to have you on my side.
You want me on your side? Believe me, Farthing. You'd be more comfortable with acute appendicitis.
This way to the display of the Wentworth diamonds, the Arling Galleries to the right. This way.
Saw a couple of the cars drive up across the street. Boy should be coming through the front door in a minute, right? There they are. Took care of the guards at the door.
Go ahead, do your stuff. All right, everybody, get back. Keep quiet. This isn't any fool. Over this way, Blackie, in here. Come on, gang. Blackie, over this way. Blackie, get those 2 guards. Cut them down. Cut them down. I got the diamonds. Let's go. Nice shooting, Blackie. Nice shooting. Those guards never know what hit them.
Faraday.
Inspector, this is Mary Wesley.
Yeah?
You remember me, don't you?
Oh, I remember all of Boston Blackie's friends, so I can identify him when we pull him out of the river. What do you want?
I talked to Blackie on the phone at 10 o'clock this morning. We were cut off. I haven't heard from him since.
Oh, don't let that surprise you.
But I had a date with him at 4 o'clock, and he didn't show up. I'm worried about him.
I think you should be.
Has something happened?
Plenty. I hope you like music, Miss Wesley, because you're playing second fiddle to the Wentworth diamonds. Blackie stole them this afternoon.
Now back to our story. When we left Boston Blackie, he was, to all appearances, hopelessly victimized by Roger Farthing's plan to frame him for the theft of the Wentworth diamonds and the murder of the 2 museum guards. As provided in Farthing's plan, the police have been notified that the main Wentworth diamond is in Blackie's apartment. And as we continue our story, Inspector Faraday knocks on Blackie's door.
Okay, Blackie. Come on, open up in there. Open up! All right,
Hi, Inspector.
Okay, Shorty. Go on, get back in the apartment. Where's Blackie? Where's the Wentworth diamond?
The Wentworth diamond, Inspector?
Shorty, the only time you look smart is when you're trying to look dumb.
Oh, gee, thanks.
Sit down over there and behave yourself. I'm going to look around for that diamond.
Oh, Inspector, there ain't no jewel around here. In that drawer or anywhere else.
He not only stole the entire Wentworth collection, but he killed 2 guards. You can't get out of a rap like that with a suspended sentence. Huh? Nothing in here. Maybe this drawer.
Look, Inspector, I can tell you the whole thing from the beginning if you'll believe me.
Yeah? Blackie rehearse you?
Look, do you remember when Blackie was...
Oh, the jewel wasn't here, huh? What's this, a kid's marble?
Gee. Hey, that rock's got more sparkle than a pinwheel.
Yeah, this is the Wentworth diamond, all right. Now, what do you do with the smaller ones?
You mean there's more?
You know there are more. All around here,
Uh-oh.
Someone's coming down the hall. It's probably Blackie. Turn out the lights.
Oh, Inspector,
Turn out those lights.
Yes, sir.
This is going to be wonderful. Wise guy knocking on his own door. Is that a signal to you?
It don't mean nothing to me.
I'll open it.
Blackie, are you... Oh,
Miss Wesley, it's you.
is Blackie here?
Turn on the lights, Shorty.
Oh, sure thing. Hi, Miss Wesley.
Shorty, where is he? What happened to him?
Well, didn't he meet you?
No. And when he called me, we were cut off. I don't know what happened.
Oh, gee.
Okay, you 2. Make yourselves comfortable. Because we're going to wait right here for Blackie.
Oh, gee, Inspector, I think you're way off base.
Think so, huh? Well, we're waiting here all night if we have to. Because with Miss Wesley here, I'll guarantee Blackie thinks there's no base like home.
Mr. Farthing.
Oh.
Mr. Farthing.
I must have fallen asleep, Hazel. Sleep well earned.
You've released Boston Blackie?
Yes. Before very long, we shall hear that he's been picked up for robbery and murder. And tomorrow morning, I shall have in my hands 24 of the most precious diamonds in the world.
Tomorrow morning, Mr. Farthing. You mean this morning?
Oh, it is quite late, isn't it?
Nearly mid-morning.
I suggest you go to your room and try to sleep, Hazel. And if you are addicted to dreams, my dear, perchance you can dream of the crime so perfect that it cost nothing but the life of Boston Blackie.
Gee, Inspector. It's the middle of the morning. Hey, when do we get out of here, huh?
When I say you do, not before. So don't keep asking. Uh-oh, there's a key in the door. It's probably Blackie. Quiet.
Mary, Shorty, good morning. What?
Hold it, Blackie.
Oh, Inspector, do you have to turn up when I feel refreshed and happy? One look at you and I'm 20 years older.
You're not going to live 20 years, Blackie. What they do to you for murder in this state isn't good for your health.
What did I do? Kill one of your jokes?
You killed 2 guards at the Manchester Museum yesterday.
Don't be a fool, Faraday. I wasn't near the Manchester Museum when those guards were killed.
Then where did you get this diamond I found in your drawer? At the 5 and 10?
I could get one like that off a chandelier, Inspector. That's a phony.
It's the central diamond from the Wentworth collection. And you know it.
I don't even know that the diamonds were stolen.
What?
For all I know, they're still in the Manchester Museum, just where they ought to be.
Sometimes I think you ought to have your head examined. There are witnesses who saw you there. I find the diamond in your apartment, and you tell me the Wentworth jewels are still in the museum. Come on, what did you do with the smaller stones?
Mary, call the museum, will you?
Sure.
The phone number's Plaza 39613.
That kind of a stall isn't going to get you anywhere, Blackie. Forget about that phone call, Miss Wesley.
Make it, Mary, and don't be a dope, Faraday. Wait a minute.
Oh, what'll I say?
Tell the museum you're calling for Inspector Faraday.
All right.
I'm not going to wait around for any phone call.
Where would you like to meet us, Inspector? At the Ritz or the Roni?
Very funny, Blackie. But I don't need a phone call to prove those diamonds were stolen. I got one of them right in my hand.
Roll that stone out, Inspector, and it'd make a nice window pane.
Hello, Manchester Museum. I'm calling for Inspector Faraday. Yes, of police headquarters.
They don't even know you, pal.
Yes, just a minute. He wants to talk to you, Inspector.
Yeah? We didn't know who I was, huh? Give me that phone.
Blackie said he's been trying to reach the inspector
Hello,
all morning.
this is Faraday
Most people
talking.
don't know when they're well
What
off.
do you want? The Wentworth diamonds are in their display case. What? Sure. I'll be right down.
I told you the diamonds were right where they belong, Faraday. Have a nice trip down there. Mary and I are going to have some breakfast. You too, Shorty. Come on.
Just a minute, Blackie. I don't fall for any of the tricks this easy. I'm going down to have a look at those jewels, all right. But you're going with me.
Here are the diamonds, Inspector, just as they were before the robbery. I don't understand it, but here they are.
How do I know these aren't phony?
I beg your pardon, Inspector, but I'm an expert in such matters.
What about this diamond in my hand?
It's paste.
And what's this gag about the jewels being stolen, 2 guards killed?
Well, it's all very true, Inspector, but this morning when I came into the museum, here were the diamonds just as they were before the unfortunate incident. It's amazing.
Happy, Faraday?
All the diamonds are here?
All but one small stone. But we're so happy to have the other diamond returned, we aren't terribly concerned about...
Well, I'm concerned. Especially about those 2 murdered guards.
I'll tell you where you can find that missing stone, Faraday, and the man responsible for the death of the 2 guards.
In your apartment?
No, in room 909 in the Winston Hotel. In the handkerchief pocket of a friend of mine.
Blackie, you're getting deeper and deeper into this every minute.
I'll be in plenty deep if a certain party had a cold last night. A diamond that size is nothing to sneeze at.
Here's room 909. Whose room is this?
You'll see.
Yes?
Hello, beautiful.
What do you want?
In. Come on, Inspector.
I'm with you.
How dare you force your way in here?
I seemed welcome enough here yesterday. Where's Farthing?
Who's out there?
Don't talk, beautiful. He's in there, Inspector. Come on.
Mr. Farthing, it's the police.
What's the meaning of...
You two know each other, don't you?
Hello, Farthing. I didn't know you were in town.
Oh, good morning, Inspector. I was just in town for the day on a buying trip.
Buying diamonds, Inspector.
Diamonds?
For free. Look in his handkerchief pocket, Faraday.
I'm in no mood for practical jokes, gentlemen. I have a business appointment that I
You may
intend
have to reach inside for the stone, Faraday. The handkerchief may not pull it out.
We'll see. There.
What fell on the desk, Inspector?
Looks like a diamond to me. Farthing, if this is from the Wentworth collection, I'm arresting you for murder and robbery.
It's from the Wentworth collection, all right.
From the looks of it, I'd say the same thing. Congratulations, Blackie.
Farthing, do you admit this is a Wentworth diamond?
Oh, I see no reason why I shouldn't. You'll discover it for yourself in due time. I know when I'm beaten, but I don't know how. Blackie?
Sorry, Farthing. That's a secret of the profession.
If we of the same profession were alone...
Same profession? Don't flatter yourself, Farthing.
Inspector, would you be so kind?
Let us have 5 minutes alone, Faraday. It's all right.
I'm not the type to run away from anything once I run into it. It's entirely safe.
Well, with Blackie in here and me outside the door, I guess it's okay. 5 minutes, no more.
Sit down.
Thanks. You're a good sport, Farthing. Sit right here.
A gambler has to be a good sport.
Yes, I guess he does.
I'm amazed. How did you do it, Blackie? When?
The diamond in your pocket? It wasn't easy. You didn't let me get close to you but once when I was here yesterday. Fortunately, once was enough.
But that's so utterly impossible. The diamonds were still in the museum when you were here yesterday.
That's where you're wrong, Farthing. The diamonds were never in the museum. Only a set of paste.
What?
I switched them myself at the National Vaults, 8 o'clock yesterday morning.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Tell me how.
Well, the first thing I did was to borrow Lady Wentworth's paste set.
Mm-hmm.
That was easy. Lady Wentworth is away. The paste set is not locked up because it's worthless. Then I hired an armored car.
That alone is no simple matter.
It was simple enough for my friend Charlie Kingston.
Of Chicago?
Yes. He hired an armored car for me through his local office.
And how did you use this armored car?
My friend Shorty and I dressed as bank guards and went to the delivery entrance of the vaults a little before 8 with the paste diamonds in a case just like the ones the real diamonds were in.
I see. You stayed just inside the delivery entrance until the armored truck came along, then walked out with the paste diamonds and gave them to the driver.
Well, that was no problem. We weren't stealing anything, just handing to the driver something he expected to get.
So far, brilliant, brilliant. Then what?
Then Shorty and I got our own armored car from around the block, drove it to the delivery entrance of the vault, and picked up the real diamonds from the real bank guards.
That was simple, too, because the bank guards expected to see an armored car outside the delivery entrance.
So a set of phonies went to the museum, and I kept the real set. Until after your men robbed the museum. Then I broke into the museum at night and delivered the real diamonds, that is, all except the one small stone which I planted on you.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Thanks. That's a lot coming from you under the circumstances.
I am an artist in my way, Blackie, and you're an artist in yours. Does one great painter scoff at the work of another because the other's artistry is superior to his own?
Maybe you're not the artist you think, Farthing.
Why do you say that?
The idea of involving me. It seems to me that a good artist concentrates more on the picture and a little less on the frame.
Oh, Blackie, look at those lovely diamonds in this window. Aren't those engagement rings beautiful?
They sure are.
Oh, how I'd love to have that one there.
You would?
Well, it might depend on who gave it to me.
Oh.
I might like you to give me one someday. Except
what?
Except I'd never be quite sure just how you got it.
Operator.
Operator, get me the police.
1 moment, please.
22nd Precinct, Sergeant Mulvaney speaking.
Sergeant Mulvaney, this is Dr. Lester Allen.
Yes, Doc, what can I do for you?
Well, I'm in a house at 1110 Dale Avenue. There's been a murder here.
A murder? Well, don't touch anything, don't move anything. We'll be right over.
All right, Sergeant.
Who's the victim, Doctor?
The victim was a patient of mine, Miss Frances Fielding. I'm a psychiatrist,
Do
Sergeant.
you know how she was killed or who killed her?
She was shot. It looks like murder because when I found her just now, the gun was much too far from her body for this to be suicide.
Well, just sit tight, Doc. We'll be right over.
Sergeant, I wonder...
Yeah, Doc?
Oh, nothing. I suppose it's much too irregular.
I think I know what you're getting at, Doc. You know a couple of newspaper men will come along with us. You don't want the publicity.
No. Frankly, I don't.
Well, I tell you what, Dr. Allen. I know who you are, all right. Go back to your office and stay there. We'll be up to talk to you later. Might have to ask you a few questions.
Of course, Sergeant. I'm sure I can answer them to your complete satisfaction.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Here's your apartment, Mary. Hold the meter, driver. The young lady's getting out here, but I'm going on.
Okay.
Blackie, look across the street.
Hey, looks like a sighting of some kind, Mary. Wonder what it is.
It is not for us.
I know, not... Hey, that police car over there, the one in front. That's Inspector Faraday's.
Oh, now I know what kind of excitement it is.
And that is for us. Come on. Hey, driver, keep the change.
Thanks.
Come on, Mary.
Oh, golly, do we have to, Blackie?
Does water have to run downhill?
That was a foolish answer.
That's what a foolish question deserves, they tell me.
Okay, darling. There's Inspector Faraday coming out to his car.
Good. Now we won't have to waste time finding him. Hello, Faraday.
Huh? Who's that?
Who would you expect to turn up about this time?
Blackie, I might have known it was you.
Hello, Inspector Faraday. What are you doing in my neighborhood?
Hello, Miss Wesley. What's murder doing in your neighborhood?
Murder, Faraday?
Yeah, in that house there. A girl by the name of Frances Fielding.
Now, don't look at me, Faraday. Mary and I were at the Mercedes restaurant tonight, and I have a dozen witnesses to prove it.
The girl was killed about 8 o'clock. I suppose you were at the Mercedes then?
Yes, we were.
See anybody around here before you went to eat?
I didn't.
I didn't either. Oh, wait. I met Dr. Allen here. In fact, he went right into this house. He was going in to see a patient, he said. Remember, Mary?
Hey, that's right.
Dr. Allen, huh?
Dr. Lester Allen, a psychiatrist.
I think I'll go over and have a talk with him.
Faraday, you don't think that...
I do think, Blackie. That's something you don't give me credit for. That's something that's going to get you in trouble someday.
Someday.
I'll see you later, Blackie. Much later, I hope.
But, Faraday, you aren't going to pin this on Dr. Allen, are you?
Not unless he did it.
Well, he didn't. I've known him for years.
Well, then, maybe that's why he did it. Knowing you has made him tired of going straight. I like that.
Do you, Inspector? Well, Dr. Allen's a nice guy. If you're going to see him, I'm going with you. How do you like that?
Dr. Allen, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Of course, Inspector Faraday.
Give him routine answers, Doctor. He won't know the difference.
Quiet, Blackie. Dr. Allen, when was the last time you saw Frances Fielding alive?
This afternoon, here in my office.
Is that the last time you saw her?
Alive? Yes. I talked to her on the phone later. She called me. Told me she was terribly upset.
About what?
Well, she came to see me this afternoon for treatment. She was suffering from a neurosis. She was afraid she was going to kill herself.
Never mind about that neurosis stuff. Now, after Miss Fielding called this evening, what did you do?
I did as she asked. I went to see her.
So you admit you were there, do you?
Well, of course I do. In fact, Blackie saw me going in to see her.
That's why you're being questioned, Doctor. I had to open my big mouth.
Well, shut it, Blackie. Dr. Allen, you mean to tell me you went to the Fielding home, found Miss Fielding dead, and left without calling the police?
Without call... Look here, Inspector, I did call the police.
You called the police? Now, please, Doctor, don't give me that.
But I did. I talked to a Sergeant Mulvaney.
Mulvaney? There's no such sergeant at headquarters, and no call ever came into headquarters. I checked that.
I don't understand. This is absolutely fantastic.
Is it? If you talked to the police, why weren't you at the scene of the murder when the police arrived?
Why? Because
Yeah.
the Sergeant Mulvaney said he knew me, and it would be all right if I waited for the police right here in my office.
You don't tell very good lies, Dr. Allen. And you don't tell them well either. Come on, why did you kill her?
I didn't kill her. I never saw her before this afternoon.
Can you prove that, Doctor?
Well, I don't know. I might. My secretary, Miss Glenn, she might.
Get her in here, Blackie.
Sure.
You never saw Frances Fielding before this afternoon, huh?
No. My appointment book will prove it.
All right, Doctor. It isn't going to matter much, but I hope you're telling the truth for a change.
There she is.
Thanks, Blackie. Miss Glenn, when did Frances Fielding first have an appointment with Dr. Allen?
About 8 months ago, Inspector.
8 months? Miss Glenn.
8 months, huh?
That's not true, Inspector. Miss Glenn, what's the matter with you? You know I never saw that girl until she walked into my office this afternoon.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry, Dr. Allen. Did I say something wrong?
You said something right, Miss Glenn.
Look here, Inspector. This whole thing is absolutely... Why, my appointment book shows she was here for the first time today.
It shows you saw her for the first time 8 months ago. Or Miss Glenn wouldn't say so.
I'm afraid it does, Doctor. Here's my book. See for yourself.
I'll take that book. You answer your phone, Doctor.
Thank you. Hello.
Dr. Lester Allen?
Yes.
Can you talk?
No, I can't talk to anyone now. Call me back in a few minutes.
Okay, I'll call back in a very few minutes.
Now listen, Inspector.
You listen, Doctor. You're not in a position to do much talking. You look like a murder suspect to me.
Faraday, you're all wrong.
Quiet, Blackie. I'm all right. The doctor's lying about the phone call to the police and about when he first met the dead girl. And I think that makes it look like maybe he killed her.
Motive, Faraday, motive. What was his motive?
I'll find one, don't worry. Don't leave town, Dr. Allen. I may want you to come down and see me sometime. Come on, Blackie. Let's go.
Wait, Blackie, I want to talk to you.
All right. See you later, Faraday.
I'm warning you, Blackie. You stay out of this.
Tell that to someone who hasn't solved most of your cases for you.
Miss Glenn, show Inspector Faraday the way out, will you?
Of course. Right this way, Inspector.
Doctor, I'm awfully sorry. In a way, I got you into this.
I'm not blaming you, Blackie. I understand all you did was say you saw me at Miss Fielding's house. What I don't... Oh. Excuse me. Hello?
Hello, Dr. Allen. Can you talk now?
Yes.
This is Roger Fielding. Francis Fielding's brother.
Oh. Yes. Well, just a minute.
What's the matter, Doctor?
Blackie, this is Francis Fielding's brother. Should I talk to him?
Yes, but let me listen, too. Is there an extension I can use?
Yes, right there on that table.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and talk to him now.
Yes, Mr. Fielding. What is it?
You know what it is, Doc. It's about what you did to my sister.
What I did to her?
That's right. She's dead. Don't try to tell me you didn't kill her.
What makes you think I did?
Her little diary told me so. What? Just let me read you what it says here on one of the pages. Kept for a year, and you're on every page. This is 7 months ago. It says, I love Lester so, and he says he loves me. But I know one of these days he'll leave me to go back to his wife. I envy Mrs. Allen so, but I won't let him go. I just won't let him go.
Look here, I didn't even know your sister 7 months
and listen
ago.
to this, Doc. This is even better. Here's what it says on a page of her diary about a month ago. She wrote, Lester's throwing me over. I just know he is. And if he does, I'll go to Mrs. Allen with the truth. I'll tell her everything. Listen, Doc.
What?
I don't know why you killed my sister, but I got a rough idea. She sort of asked for it, didn't she?
Now, look.
You look, Doc. Maybe Sis got what was coming to her, but the cops got this diary coming to them. Unless you want it. And bad.
This is blackmail.
Is that what it is? I think I'm doing you a favor. Meet me at Dobbs Hill at 10 tomorrow night. And kind of I like to do favors.
Hello. Hello.
No use, Doctor. He hung up.
Blackie, what do you think?
Well, Faraday broke down your story about calling the police and not meeting the dead girl until this afternoon and said all he needed to arrest you was a motive. What I just heard on the phone would pass as a motive, all right.
Blackie, you know I had nothing to do with this.
No? Well, Dr. Allen, either this is first-class frame-up or you're a third-degree liar.
Golly, Blackie. The Fielding home is spooky enough upstairs. Do we have to stay down here in the basement much longer?
Only until we find telephone wires that look as if they've been tampered with.
Okay.
What will that prove, Blackie?
Well, Doctor, when you made your call to the police, you got through to the operator all right, didn't you?
Yes.
bit before you got the police, there was a long pause, huh?
Yes, quite long. Then a Sergeant Mulvaney answered.
But there's no such person on the force. You didn't talk to the police, but maybe to someone here in the basement.
Blackie, do you
Huh?
want wires that look as if they've been cut?
Or wires with tape on them, Mary, to cover a place where they've been scraped.
Well, here are two of them.
2 is what we want. Come on, Doctor.
Aren't you glad you brought me?
These are the wires we want, all right.
Can you tell if they've been tapped?
Easily. Just look at them. The wires have been separated, the insulation scraped off, then the bare wires taped together again.
Does this really prove the doctor's story about talking to a Sergeant Mulvaney?
Yes, Mary. And here's why. Whoever tricked the doctor into thinking he was talking to the police was down here when the doctor dialed the operator.
I did get the operator then. That was legitimate.
Oh, yes. But after you got the operator, there was a long pause, you said.
Yes, there was.
Blackie, Dr. Allen was cut off during that pause.
That's right, Mary. It was the man down here who took over his call to the police, probably asked us some foolish questions, then hung up on them.
Then the man switched the doctor back in and talked to him.
Exactly. And you, Dr. Allen, thought you were talking to the police, while all the time you were talking to the man down here.
Well, who was that man, though?
Francis Feeling's killer, probably.
I think I feel better already. You believe me now, don't you?
I think so. But we'll never convince Faraday you're innocent if he sees the dead girl's diary.
I've got to keep that meeting with her brother tonight.
Yes, but in the meantime, we'd better work on another angle.
What, Blackie?
The reason for the girl's death.
What would be a good reason?
Well, money. That's enough. But enough for not. If we could find she carried insurance payable to someone who had a chance to kill her, that would be enough for me.
Now back to Boston Blackie. Psychiatrist Lester Allen receives a phone call from his new patient, Frances Fielding, to come to her home at once. He goes there, finds her murdered, and calls police. He is told to go back to his office. Inspector Faraday finds no record of Allen's call and believes him guilty. As we return to our story, Boston Blackie, who is with Mary and Dr. Allen, calls Faraday in search of a motive for the girl's murder.
Maybe this will work. At least it's worth a try.
Faraday speaking.
Hello, Faraday. This is Blackie.
Now what do you want?
The usual, Faraday, to give you a little help.
I'd rather have the measles.
Next week, Faraday. This week, I want to give you an angle on the Fielding murder. I think it's insurance.
Blackie, I don't know how I'd get along without you.
I do. Not very well.
You know, it's amazing that you'd think of insurance at a time like this.
What's amazing about it, Faraday? If you were any kind of a cop, you'd have thought about it long ago.
I thought of it last night. Is that long enough ago for you?
Well, Faraday, you're improving. What did you find out?
None of your business.
What are you doing, Faraday? Faking? I'll bet you don't know a thing about the Fielding girl's insurance. Bet you never even thought of it.
Oh, I didn't think of it, huh? Well, a copy of the policy is right here on my desk.
I don't believe it.
You don't, huh? All right, listen to this.
I'm listening.
She had an accident policy with $5,000 for accidental death.
Mm-hmm.
She took it out 2 years ago and collected on it 5 months ago for a broken arm. And now all the money from the policy goes to her grandmother in Mexico City.
Oh, her grandmother, huh?
Yes. And if you think her grandmother killed her, think again. Because she's a 97-year-old invalid and hasn't been out of Mexico City in 30 years. Well, wise guy, don't bother me with your bright ideas.
Faraday. Faraday!
He hang up on you, Blackie?
He sure did, Mary.
Was she killed for her insurance?
No.
Oh, gee, so now what?
Now, Mary, you're going home to see a bed about some sleep, and Dr. Allen and I are going to Dobbs Hill to see a man about a diary. There's his car, parked on the other side of the road. Now, you stay down there in the back of your car.
You sure it's safe for you to go over and talk to him?
You sure this fellow's never seen you?
No, he's never seen me. At least I don't think so.
Well, I'd better go on over and talk to him before he gets suspicious. I'll try and sound as much like you as I can. Sit tight. Here I go.
All right. Good luck.
Roger Fielding?
Yeah. Dr. Allen?
Yes.
How are you, Doc?
I don't know. Let me see that diary.
Sure. Here you are. This is the original.
Thanks.
Don't bother trying to run off with it. I've got photostated copies. Get me?
I got you.
I want you to notice something, Doc. She wrote in her diary every day. Every single day.
Yes, so I see.
And every day, every single day, she wrote about Doc Allen. Nice diary, huh?
Pretty incriminating.
Pretty valuable to me. It's her handwriting, and she kept it about a year.
Hold it. I want to compare the writing with the note she sent me asking for an appointment here.
All right.
Yeah. She wrote the diary, all right?
Sure she did. Now, I'm not asking much, Doc, only a little. Now.
And later?
A little more.
And after that?
Oh, whenever I get a little pushed for cash, then either you come across with the money like a nice guy, or I take this diary to the cops.
What for?
What for? It gives you a pretty good reason for killing it.
Yes, it does, Fielding. There's only one thing wrong with it.
What's that?
It's a phony.
A phony, huh? Well, let me tell you something.
What?
As a doc, you're a phony, too. The next time, tell Doc Allen he better show in person. Mr. Boston Blackie.
I'm still sorry I couldn't fool that guy, Doctor.
Well, it was a nice try, Blackie. Let's go into my office. Maybe we can think of something else.
We've got to, or Inspector Faraday will come running after you
I'm not
with
running, Blackie. I'm waiting.
Hello, Faraday.
Good evening, Inspector.
I'm sure glad to see you, Doctor. I was afraid you'd skip town.
No. All I did was drive out.
For a little air, Faraday. After that conversation with you last night, he needed it.
Quiet, Blackie. Dr. Allen, I'm taking you to headquarters.
What for?
Questioning.
Faraday, you can't do that. The doctor knows less about that girl's death than you do, if that's possible.
Well, I suppose you know all about it, huh?
I know you need a motive before you can really pin this on the doctor.
Give me time. I'll find one.
I'll save you time. I've already found it. A diary written by Francis Fielding and containing plenty of motive for murder.
Where?
Blackie.
Don't get excited, either of you. The diary's a phony.
A phony? How do you know?
Blackie, you know that diary's a counterfeit? How?
How? Very simple, Doctor. Faraday, do you remember the accident policy the Fielding girl had?
Sure. She collected on it, too, for a broken right arm. About, it was exactly 5 months ago.
Well, guess what was in Miss Fielding's diary 5 months ago?
Blank pages. Her arm was broken.
The pages weren't blank, Faraday. Her mind was. About that broken right arm. The day-to-day account continued 6 months ago, just as if her arm was perfectly all right.
Well, that does prove the diary was a counterfeit. It was probably written just recently, perhaps in the last few weeks.
That's exactly it, Doctor. She was so anxious to phony up a long-time love affair in a diary, she forgot she couldn't write 6 months ago.
All right, Blackie. So that diary was phony. So the diary was a frame. I suppose you think everything else about this case is a frame against the doctor, too.
Yes.
Who framed him?
I think the girl did it.
And killed herself to do it? That's a good one.
That's too good, Faraday. I can't figure out that part at all. But she was part of a frame against the doctor. That much I do know.
Look, will you quit trying to do my thinking for me?
Somebody has to. You don't.
I don't, huh? Well, Dr. Allen here says he met the Fielding girl for the first time yesterday, but his own appointment book shows he's been seeing her for 8 months. Explain that.
I can't understand it.
I can. You were lying. Just as you were lying when you said you called the police.
He thought he did call them, Faraday.
What do you mean, thought he did?
Whoever killed Miss Fielding tapped the phone in her house and pretended to be the police.
Yeah? How do you know?
I did a very strange thing for me, Faraday. I investigated. And look, have you ever heard of Roger Fielding?
Roger Fielding. Roger Fielding sounds familiar.
How familiar?
I think he was arrested once. He served time, too.
What for?
I don't know, but I can find out.
Well, you find out why Roger Fielding was arrested. And if it's for what I hope it is, maybe I'll find out why you can arrest him again.
Who are you looking up in the phone book, Blackie?
Catherine Glenn, Mary, the doctor's secretary.
Why?
Well, Faraday found out that Roger Fielding used to work for the telephone company. Went to jail for stealing payphone collections. I knew he was responsible for this frame-up as soon as he flashed the phony diary, but I wanted to make sure.
Oh, I see. And when you found out he'd worked for the phone company at one time, you figured he knew how to tap the phone in his sister's house.
Right. Let me see. Yeah, and the only thing I have to prove now is that Catherine Glenn was working with Fielding. And, of course, she phoned up Dr. Allen's appointment book. Ah, here's the number.
Darling, where's Dr. Allen now?
At headquarters, poor guy. Faraday wouldn't wait.
Oh. What are you going to say to Miss Glenn?
I'm going to pretend I'm Roger Fielding and see what she says to me.
Oh, again. Happy pretending.
Thanks.
Hello?
Okay. This is Roger.
Roger who?
You don't know?
I think I do, but
Look,
then...
I have to see you.
What about?
Just to check on a few things.
Such as...
You ought to know.
Oh, I ought to know who you are, but I don't.
You don't?
No. Unless you couldn't be Boston Blackie by any chance.
What happened?
Nothing. She knew who I was. I'm not very good at fooling people tonight,
Darling,
apparently.
you never were very good at fooling me.
I was never trying to pin a murder on you.
I have never given you the chance, though.
Well, Fielding and Miss Glenn have. And I'm going to take it, too. There's just one more thing I can do.
Hello?
Roger,
Yes?
this is Kay Glenn.
What's the idea of calling me?
Look, I'm scared.
About what?
I don't want to tell you over the phone. I better wait till I see you.
What's the matter?
I'll tell you later.
All right.
Can you come right away?
Yes.
Well, hurry before it's too late. Oh, come in, Roger.
What's up, Kay? What's the trouble?
Wait till I lock the door.
Kind of jumpy, kid. What's the matter?
Nothing. I just want to talk to you.
What about?
About how things are going.
You know the answer to that yourself. Great.
But I'm upset.
Why?
Because of Frances.
Why be upset about her?
Because... Roger, why didn't you tell me you were going to kill her? That's what I'm really upset about.
That? Well, I didn't see any point in telling you about that. Or Frances either, of course. In fact, it was sort of a spur-of-the-moment thing. I double-crossed Frances, who never even dreamed she'd be murdered when she first came along with that plan. I thought it would make a better frame against the doctor.
A better one? What was wrong with your first idea?
Nothing. I suppose we could have shaken him down for plenty with Frances's diary and the appointment book you fixed up.
Then why did you have to kill Frances?
2 reasons. It put the doc in a worse spot, and we only have to split 2 ways instead of 3, so I killed her.
Well, I want nothing to do with murder. I'm going to the police.
Oh, no, you're not. I killed Frances to make the frame against the doc a good one, and I could kill you and make it perfect. You go to the police, will you? No, you won't. You won't.
Inspector!
Don't call on a cop, huh? I'll fix you so you don't call...
You called the wrong man, Kay. I got here first.
Oh, thanks, Blackie. He was going to choke me.
You can come out now, Faraday. The danger's over.
Very funny.
I had to slip up behind Fielding and slug him, or he'd have choked Miss Glenn here.
Yeah, I know. I heard plenty before you clipped him.
I guess you did it that, Faraday. You know, I just couldn't get along without you. What would I do for laughs?
You'd look in the mirror. Well, I gotta revive this guy now and get him down to headquarters. Come on.
I suppose I'm going to headquarters, too.
Yes, Miss Glenn. But I don't think you'll get what Fielding is going to get. You did a good job working with me after Frances was killed. It was your cooperation that helped us break this case.
Oh, I did my best, Blackie. I had to. When I first got into this, there was no talk about killing Frances Fielding. I'm glad Dr. Allen's name is clear. Really, I am.
I think the police will believe you, Miss Glenn. Oh, well, for his frame-up against Lester Allen, M.D., Fielding's name from now on is M.U.D.
Fowler Brothers, makers of Rinso, R-I-N-S-O, Soapy Rich Rinso, presents Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris.
Step on it, Steve. I got my foot on the floor now. You gotta do something, then we'll never lose that car that's chasing us. Don't talk. Lean out and see if I can hit a tire. Okay. Well, missed. Hey, watch that curve. I'll take care of the driving. Try it again. Try and hold this bus steady, will you? I'm doing the best I can. I've been fighting this wheel for 20 minutes. Now, after I swing around that next curve, I'll slow up. Try and get that tire again. Okay. Here goes. I got her, Steve. She's heading right for the telegraph pole. What a crack up. Them plainclothes cops in that car ain't gonna interrupt another one of our hijack jobs. Plainclothes cops? Those ain't no cops. The driver of the car that just wrapped around the telegraph pole is Boston Blackie.
In a moment, we'll meet Boston Blackie, enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend. But first, a fashion note for summer. The spotlight is certainly on cotton, and that's not just my idea. I was looking through a couple of those fancy fashion magazines, and every page had something about crisp, colorful cotton dresses, cotton evening things, daytime dresses, and so on. Well, speaking from the man's point of view, I'm for it. Those printed cottons are certainly mighty pretty. And speaking from the Soapy Rich Rinso's point of view, it's easy as a breeze to keep them crisp and colorful. Rinso's rich suds are gentle and safe for washable colors, leave their bright colors gay and sparkling week after week. And it's so easy to do a Rinso wash, a short soaking, a few quick finger rubs on extra soiled places, and your clothes are ready to rinse. Really Rinso white and Rinso bright, too. So next wash day, be sure you have Rinso on hand to give you a hand. And now, here is Chester Morris as Boston Blackie.
Tell me, Blackie, how does your wrist feel, huh?
Oh, just a slight sprain, Shorty. But we're lucky. We might have been killed when those thugs got our front tire last night. I thought for a moment we were killed.
Hey, Blackie, let's stay up here in your apartment and mind our own business for a while, huh? At least until I get over that shaking up I got.
Well, we weren't looking for trouble. We were just driving along and...
Yeah. I know. Always that and. That's what gets us into more jams.
All right, so we went for a drive. Nothing unusual in that?
No, but why'd you have to notice that big sedan was parked right in front of a truck and two guys were holding up the driver?
Well, I always feel sorry for the guy on the other end of a gun.
Yeah, but listen, boy, if you want to listen to...
You too, Shorty. Up high, way up.
Yeah, all right.
I cover, Mike. Okay. So the crack-up didn't kill you guys, huh? The boss sent us to find out. You have more lives than a cat, Blackie.
Yes, I've got 10.
That means you rats better look out. Hey, that's good, isn't it, Blackie?
It's wonderful, Shorty. Say, what are you mugs doing here?
The boss didn't like the idea of you interfering with that hijack job last night.
Oh, well, I don't like the idea of having my car wrecked either, stooge.
We ain't interested in what you like. We got a pretty good setup, Blackie.
Well, I'm so glad. That's fine.
Yeah, we got a lot of meat tied up, and we're getting good prices for it.
Well, what do you want me to see me about? What's the catch?
The boss wants to know if you want in on the racket.
What?
Yeah. See, he don't want no more interference from you. That's the catch.
Oh, black market, huh? Well, if I say no, what does the boss say?
He says we should give you a little treatment.
Oh, and by the way, who is your boss?
Never mind.
Well, how do I know your boss is a reasonable guy?
Hey, where you going?
Now, don't be scared, stooge. You know, I always talk when I'm thinking. After all, you're the one that's got the gun.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, boys, I finished thinking. I guess I have no choice, huh? Well, tell the boss I'll go along with him.
Now you're talking sense.
Well, I guess that makes us partners, huh, boys? Say, how about a little drink on that?
Yeah, I'll take a snort.
Fine. I'm sorry. All I've got is bourbon.
That's okay with me.
Uh-huh. With soda?
Yeah.
Well, come on, boys. I'll build you a couple. Say when, Steve.
When? Look, I gotta hold this gun on you, Blackie. It ain't that I'm impolite. It's just that I'm careful.
You flatter me. How much soda?
Gee, I never had it with soda before.
Really? You haven't? Well, you're going to get it.
All right, give it.
All right, Shorty, I'll take care of this one. Okay, boss. Okay, I got his gun.
Why, you...
All right, take it easy, Steve. Now, cut out the nonsense. I've got your gun. Now, be a good boy. You wanted an answer for your boss, huh? Well, you have it. Now, get out of here. And in the future, boys, remember, never drink during business hours.
Say, boss, did you know that it was 103 in Needles yesterday?
That's an enlightening breakfast conversation, Shorty.
Thanks.
Never mind, I'll get it.
Boston Blackie?
That's right.
Sorry to disturb you so early in the morning.
Well, won't you come in?
Thank you.
Shorty, another cup of coffee for Miss,
Parker. June Parker.
Well, Miss Parker, you're a charming eye-opener for so early in the morning.
Boston Blackie, I need your help.
And I'm glad to know you, too.
As a matter of fact, you've already helped me.
I have?
Mm-hmm. My driver tells me you helped one of my trucks get through the other night.
One of your trucks?
Yes.
Well, I don't quite understand.
This may sound a little strange to you, but I have a ranch and I raise stock.
Yeah?
I've sold a lot of cattle, only I can't deliver it to my customers.
Oh, I see. And your trucks are being hijacked by that black market gang, huh?
Yes. That's why I came to you. Will you help me get them through?
That's the second offer to go in the meat business that I've had in the last 24 hours. Why don't you go to the police, Miss Parker? I'm sure Inspector Faraday would be glad to give you protection.
I've gone to the police, but my trucks still aren't getting through.
Oh, you're really in a jam. Those black market thugs are worse than any racketeers we've ever had in this country.
I've been offered any amount if I'd sell to the black market. But I won't, not for anything.
Of course you won't.
Then you'll help me?
Now, look, Miss Parker, it isn't only helping you, it's helping me. It's helping everybody. The black market is one of the biggest things we've ever been up against. And you're fighting that black market. You know, you're the kind of a girl who's helping win this war.
Coffee's ready, boss.
Forget the coffee, Shorty. We've got a job to do. The biggest job we've ever done.
That's you, Matthews?
Yes, Inspector.
Yeah, I'll be with you in a minute. Got to finish writing this letter. Hey, Matthews, how do you spell stupidity?
F-A-R-A-D-A-Y.
Hey, oh, it's you, Blackie. I should have known. Matthews can't spell. All right, what do you want here?
Well, I don't know. What have you got here?
One of these days, we're going to have you here, in a cell.
Oh, Faraday, you're nothing but an idealist.
Oh.
You know, I've been lonely. You haven't been bothering me lately. What's the matter? Don't you love me anymore?
I love you. I love you like poison ivy. What do you want, Blackie?
Well, Faraday, my life has been threatened. I want police protection.
You're wonderful. You want police protection, Blackie. Stop
Now, wait a minute, Faraday. I'm serious. There's a gang after me, and they're not fooling.
Poor little Blackie. I'd like to see the gang that you couldn't handle. What is this, a gag?
No, wait a minute. I'm on the level.
Blackie, you're breaking my heart. You've never been on the level with me in your life, so why should I start believing you now?
Oh, so you won't give me police protection, huh?
Don't make me laugh.
Okay, Faraday. That's all I wanted to know.
Blackie wants protection.
No! Got him, Mike. Help me get him into the car. Come on. Let's get out of here. Boston Blackie's going for a long trip.
Well, it looks as though Boston Blackie's in a pretty tight spot. But Blackie is also a pretty resourceful individual, so just wait and see what happens. You know, we used to have a nice hand-embroidered motto hung up on our wall that said, "True friends are like diamonds, precious and rare." How well that applies in wartime to the washing machine. Yes, ma'am, if you're lucky enough to have a washer, keep in mind that it's your true friend and take care of it. One way is to follow the advice of the makers of 33 leading washers and use Rinso. You see, soapy-rich Rinso gets out more dirt. And with such a short run, it's easy not only on your clothes, but on your washer. And Rinso results are something to see. All your white clothes gleaming, sparkling. Sure, Rinso White. and colors washable, Rinso Bright. So be sure to put Rinso, R-I-N-S-O, right on top of tomorrow's shopping list. And now, back to Chester Morris as Boston Blackie. Well, Boston Blackie, intent on breaking up a black market meat ring, was waylaid by thugs as he was leaving police headquarters where Inspector Faraday had just refused him police protection. Blackie has been thrown into a car.
Hey, Steve, he's coming too. Must be this country air. Stop the car.
Okay, let's get this over with.
I'll take the gag out of his mouth.
Yeah, nobody can hear him out here.
Thanks, Steve. I want to get my necktie back anyway. The best one I got. My girl gave it to me. She's a redhead. Says it matches her hair.
You know, it's too bad she ain't a brunette.
You just don't like redheads.
Hey, never mind putting on your tie now. Leave it there in the seat and let's get this job over with. Come on, Blackie. Can you talk?
Well, what is this, the end of the line?
No. This is where we transfer.
Okay, boys. What's the score?
2-0, and you're the nothing. Blackie, can you stand up?
Well, I'm not so sure.
Well, you better stand up while you can, Blackie. You're going to be laying down for a long time.
You have a charming sense of humor.
You had a chance to join up with us, Blackie. You nixed it, and now you're getting rubbed out.
Oh, boss's orders, huh?
Yeah, and besides, it gives us a chance to get even for that soda trick yesterday.
I see.
Get over that fence, Blackie.
Say, what is this, an obstacle course?
Yeah, and you're the obstacle.
Hey, Steve. Hey, what's that over there?
Huh? Nothing. It's just a cow.
That happens to be the cow's husband, gentlemen.
Gee, a bull. Hey, if a bull sees red, he goes crazy.
What's the matter? You scared, Mike? Now we got to finish our job. Okay, Blackie? Anything you want to say? Any last request?
Well, I'd like to start running, gentlemen, if you don't mind, and I'm sure you would, too.
What?
That bull's coming this way, and fast.
Hey, he's after me.
Thanks for the gun, Steve.
Hey, let's get out of here, will you?
Don't worry, Steve. The bull's after Mike. You see, I stuck his own red necktie in his back pocket.
Who's there?
It's me, June. Boston Blackie.
Oh, Blackie, just a minute. Well, please come in. I'm glad to see you, Blackie.
Thanks. I'd like some information, June. These gents we're up against are playing a little rough.
Blackie, what happened?
Well, I went to Faraday for protection. He didn't believe I needed it. Next thing I knew, I was tapped on the head and ended up in a cow pasture playing matador.
Blackie.
Now, look, June, all I want to know is just one thing. You told me that somebody tried to get you to sell your cattle to the black market ring. I want to know who that somebody is.
Well, I can't tell you. I don't know.
Oh, if you're being afraid, don't be. I'll see that nothing happens to you, and it's also a little bit important that nothing happens to me, too. Now, look, all I want to know is who approached you on that black market deal?
Well, some men who said they represented a Mr. George Williams.
Williams? Well, who's he?
I don't know him. He has a wholesale meat plant on Johnson Street.
Yes?
But, Blackie, I've never seen him.
Quiet, June.
What's the matter?
The doorknob, it's turning.
Oh.
Now, I'll be in back of the door when it opens, but you keep on talking.
Okay. But, Blackie, I don't know whether I can go to dinner with you or not. Oh.
Okay, drop those guns. Now, drop them fast. I'm right here in back of you. Better drop your gun, too, Steve. Well, you two matadors again, huh? This is getting a little monotonous. How far did that bull chase you this morning? I'm a little fed up with you two guys. June.
Yes, Blackie.
Take the cord off those drapes. I want to tie up these two bullfighters. Then I've got to go over and see a man by the name of George Williams.
Blackie, I'm afraid
You don't have to be afraid, June. Oh, when Blackie ties them up, they stay tied. And when I get through with this, you'd better call the police and have them pick up these mugs. And I got to work fast.
Hey, Miss Parker. You ain't going to call no police.
What? What do you mean?
And besides, you're going to untie us right now. Or else the boss won't like it.
You mean Mr. Williams?
No, Miss Parker. You see, Williams ain't his name. His real name is Parker. Parker, yeah. George Parker, your brother. Now, will you untie our hands?
I don't know what you're talking about, Blackie. I operate a legitimate business here. I sell only at ceiling prices.
I came up here to tell you I'm tired of being kicked around by those two mugs of yours. And also that you're going to lay off June Parker.
June Parker? Who's she?
Well, she's the girl you've been threatening. You know, the one that owns the trucks you've been hijacking. But you won't do it anymore. You see, I'm taking you with me.
You're taking me with you?
That's right. You're going to be my insurance that from now on this black market gang of yours is unemployed.
What are you going to do with me?
What's he going to do with you? He ain't going to do anything with you.
Faraday, I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, I'll bet you are.
Inspector, my secretary had the good sense to call you. And I'm glad you got here so fast.
Mm-hmm. What's Boston Blackie been up to now?
He held me here in my office at the point of a gun, Inspector. He was going to force me to go with him unless...
Unless what?
Unless I stopped selling meat at ceiling prices and went into the black market.
Now, wait a minute, Faraday. That's ridiculous. You know that can't be right.
I don't know nothing.
Oh, you know a thing or two. You're just being modest.
I'm a reputable merchant, Inspector. I've been in business for years. This Blackie person wanted me to make this plant his headquarters for illegal meat sales.
Now, Faraday, listen. He claims I pulled a gun on him. I don't even have a gun.
It was in his hand when you came in the door, Inspector.
With Blackie, that don't make any difference. He can make anything disappear.
Thanks.
Someday I hope he goes to work on himself.
This Williams is head of a black market ring.
That's not true.
Not only that, but he's got a couple of thugs that have an obsession about my collecting old age pensions.
That's ridiculous. Please take Blackie with you, Inspector. I'll prefer charges.
Now, wait a minute, Inspector. I know I've tricked you, and we've been playing hide-and-go-seek for years.
Go on.
But I've never gone back on my word, now have I?
That's right.
And I'm not going to try any tricks. I just want you to come with me to a young lady's apartment.
Oh, now,
Now, really, I want you to meet two friends of Mr. Williams. And if I can't prove that my story is true, well, I'll go downtown with you. Now, nothing could be fairer than that.
Sounds all right. But then you can make anything sound okay. You want me to see a gal who'll set me right on this whole thing?
That's right.
Okay, Blackie. I'll give you a chance to square yourself, but remember, this better not be a runaround.
This is the apartment, Inspector. Come on in.
Who is it?
Oh, it's me, June. It's Blackie. I'm here with Inspector Faraday.
Who?
Inspector Faraday.
Wait a minute. I'm coming. Well, hello.
Hello, June. Would you mind telling the inspector about that black market ring that threatened you?
What black market ring?
Well, you know that the... June.
I'm Miss Parker. And who are you?
That's all, Blackie. I've heard enough.
June. Now, what happened to those two men I left tied up here at your apartment?
Inspector, who is this man?
Don't you know? He says he's a very dear friend of yours.
Why, I've never seen him before in my life. And now, will you excuse me, please?
Okay, Blackie. We made a deal. This gal who was supposed to explain everything claims she never saw you before. Come on, let's go.
No, I can't go with you, Inspector. I've got to find out what this is all about.
Sorry, Blackie. Figure it out while you're waiting trial.
Faraday, will you listen? This girl is lying, and I can prove it. If you give me time.
I'll give you time, Blackie. You're coming with me. And keep your hands where I can see them. Now, come on over here to the telephone. I'm going to get you an escort downtown.
Okay, Inspector, but you're making a great mistake.
According to you, I always make them. So what's the difference? Remember, Blackie, I'm keeping my eye and my gun on you. Get me police headquarters. Blackie, stop playing with that telephone cord. You make me nervous.
I'm not playing with it, Inspector.
Get that wire off my gun, Blackie. Stop you twisting that gun. You're breaking my wrist.
I'm sorry, Inspector. Now let go of the gun.
You're going back on your word.
That's
You're
better.
going back on your word now. You never did that before.
Well, I'm sorry, but I've got to be free to get the head of that black market ring. And put a ring right through his nose. Shorty?
Hey, open up, will you, boss?
Wait a minute. Come in, Shorty. Well, Oh, what are you doing here?
She made me bring her down here to your waterfront hideout, boss.
Well, that's fine. What do you mean she made you?
She came to the apartment and she was crying.
Oh.
Boss, you know I can't stand to see a poor dame cry.
Blackie, you've got to listen to me.
Yeah, Yeah, I listened to you once.
I know I lied to Inspector Faraday, but I had to.
Well, that's fine. Why don't you tell it to Faraday?
I can't tell Inspector Faraday I lied. I can't.
You can't do this. You can't do that. You sound like the Summer Sisters. Why did you make Shorty bring you down here?
So that I could beg you to please forget all about me and the black market ring.
Oh, well, forgetting about you will be a pleasure.
I don't blame you for feeling that way. But believe me, it's for the good of everyone for you to forget about all this.
Believe you? Are you kidding?
You almost did once.
Yeah, I almost died once, too. And I've no desire to try that again, either.
You wanted to help me when I was in trouble, Blackie. I'm still in trouble. But the only way you can help me now is to drop this whole black market case.
Mm-hmm. And you're the girl I thought was going to help win the war.
Oh, Blackie, please.
Joan, there's no point in you coming here to see me.
But, George, I didn't even know you were here in the city. And then to find out what you're doing. How in the world did you ever get started on this?
Just why should I explain that to you, Joan?
I can't understand you. And Dad couldn't either. When you ran away from the ranch 5 years ago, you broke Dad's heart. And not hearing from you after that didn't help any.
I don't see why you should complain. Dad left the ranch to you, didn't he?
Yes, but what else could he do?
But it's worked out all right anyway. You've done a good job, Joan, raising good cattle. That's helped me in my business.
But black market, George. You call that a business?
I don't go for those names. All I know is I'm making money. And incidentally, Joan, it wasn't in my plans that you should know who I am. And it's your own fault that you do. You got mixed up with this Boston Blackie, and I had something to do about it.
Well, this is convenient, finding the two of you here together.
Boston Blackie.
Well, now who wants to talk first? You, Williams?
I got nothing to say to you, Boston Blackie.
Oh, I see. How about you, June?
I can't tell you anything.
Well, let me tell you then. Williams, you ought to pick smarter stooges. Or I might say you ought to pick a dumb stooge, one who can't talk. You see, Steve talked. With a little persuasion, of course, but he talked. So, Williams, I know that you're really Parker, June's brother.
But, Blackie,
Now, June, that explains a great deal, too. Of course, you made Faraday very happy by pretending not to know me, but you didn't make me very happy.
Oh, please, Blackie, you've got to listen to me. Look, I didn't know that my brother was going under the name of Williams. And when I found out, I was so stunned, I didn't know what to do. Except I knew I couldn't turn him over to the police. Now I know he deserves to be.
Well, sister I got, huh?
Yes, I think so.
Blackie, you said it was very convenient having two of us here. Well, I think it's very convenient having the two of you here. And this gun is very convenient, too. Put them up, both of you.
Georgie, did anyone ever tell you what happens to little boys who play with fire?
Both of you stuck your noses into my business. June always did, and I'm used to that. And anyway, she's my sister, but I don't have to take it from you, Boston Blackie.
Well, you have something there, Georgie. Not to mention the gun. June, would you please leave the room? If I'm right in supposing what your charming brother intends to do with me, it won't be very pretty.
George, you wouldn't.
Now, please, June, do as I say.
But, Blackie,
Please, June.
Oh, it's all my fault. I got you into this. I didn't know that... Oh, my own brother. Oh, Blackie, I thought...
You know, June, for a man raised on a ranch, your brother isn't very quick on the trigger.
Oh,
Personally, I'm very glad because it gave me a chance to show him his mistake.
Blackie, what did you do to George? Can I see him?
Well, a little later. He's busy right now. You see, he's got 1,000 pounds of steaks hanging in his wholesale plant, and he's looking for one little piece of beef to put on his eye.
Yeah, Blackie, I guess I'll forget about you going back on your word.
Good old inspector. I had a pretty good reason, you know.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, you broke up this black market ring, and I get the credit.
Thanks.
You know, sometimes I find it kind of hard to hate you.
Well, keep trying, Inspector. You know you're much prettier with a worried look on your face.
You know, this thing kind of calls for a celebration, Blackie.
Yeah?
You and I break up a black market gang, and 1 million people can buy beef at reasonable prices. What do you think we ought to do?
Well, let's see, Inspector. How about coming up to the apartment for a home-cooked steak dinner?
Shall I bring anything?
Yes. Points.
Boston Blackie will be back in just a moment with an interesting preview of next week's program. Meanwhile, let's see now. There are the dishes, the floors, the woodwork, the tiles, sink, windows. Hey, I could keep this up for hours. Listing the jobs that Rinso will make easier for you. Yes, those same soapy rich suds that are such a help when it comes to washing clothes are great for all the soap and water jobs around the house. So be sure to get Rinso tomorrow, ladies, for dishes, housework, and to keep you singing through wash day like this.
Rinso white, Rinso white, happy little wash day song. Rinso white, Rinso white, birdies sing it all day long. Your fine feathered friend has a message to send, so listen, you can't go wrong. Rinso white, Rinso white, happy little wash day song.
Yeah, Matthews, yeah, I know the guy's dead. You said that. Now listen, did you find the gun?
Sure, we found it. It was hooked up inside the radio. When the guy turned the set on, it fired the gun.
I get it. Hey, was the telephone receiver off the hook?
Sure, when we broke down the door... Hey, Inspector, how could you know that?
Just so happens that's the way a guy was killed in a play I've been watching. Somebody lifted the idea, and I've got an idea who that somebody was.
Yeah? Who, Inspector?
The man who's backing this play, a fellow by the name of Boston Blackie.
Tough luck, ladies. I mean about choice cuts of lamb going back on rationing. Means you've got to be smarter than ever at figuring ways to fix the meals your families want, especially since you don't have as many points as you used to. Well, the smartest thing to do is to get extra points by turning in waste fats. You know, your meat dealer will give you cash and 2 red points for every pound you turn in. So get going. You'll be doing yourself a favor and your country an important service. For used fats are urgently needed for military medicines, armaments, and a host of things so necessary to win this war. Strain every drop into any tin can, no glass containers, please, and turn them in as soon as you have a pound. Be sure to listen at this same time next week for another exciting adventure with Boston Blackie. You can see Chester Morris as Boston Blackie on the screen at your favorite movie theater. Boston Blackie's latest Columbia picture is One Mysterious Night, soon to be released. Richard Lane appears as Inspector Faraday. Music by Charles Cornell. This is Harlow Wilcox saying goodnight for Boston Blackie, brought to you by the makers of Rinso, the soap that gets clothes.
Hi, this is Greg from An Evening of Old Time Radio. Hope you're enjoying the video and the old time radio shows. If you're watching this on any other channel than An Evening of Old Time Radio, you should be aware that the channel owner has stolen this audio track from one of my videos and uploaded it with a different background as if it were their own. Again, this video and this audio is from my channel, An Evening of Old Time Radio. On with the show.
Like a blockade.
Huh?
Okay, blockhead, move out of the way, will you?
Why should I?
Well, you're too big to squeeze by, and I want in.
What do you want in for?
I want to see the boss.
And I want to go to the White House and see the president. Who are you?
Boston Blackie.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, why didn't you say so? Come on.
Well, my name's a magic word.
Yeah, it sure is. This way.
Okay.
Yeah? Harry? Uh-huh. This guy here is Boston Blackie. He wants to see the boss. Open up.
Sure thing.
Harry will take you the rest of the way, Blackie.
Thanks.
Goodbye.
You're certainly giving me a royal welcome, Harry.
Sure thing. You follow me.
I'll have to, or I'll get lost in here. I didn't bring my compass.
You may be gonna need one to get out.
Talk tough like that on the outside, and you're the one that's gonna get lost.
Now, look.
Yes?
Boston Blackie to see you, Mr. Buckley.
Oh, that's fine. Come right in, Blackie.
Boss says come right in.
I heard him.
That'll be all, Harry. Go back to your post.
Sure thing, boss.
Harry, you have a cold?
Yeah, but I'm doing something about it, boss.
What, coughing?
Oh, cough.
Well, Blackie, I'm glad to see you.
I'm amazed to see you, Buckley. I mean, amazed at the ease with which I got in.
Country hospitality, Blackie. You forget this is my first venture in the role of a city slicker.
And it's your last, too, Buckley. I know the kind of jobs you pulled upstate. I know you've come here to crack at bigger stuff. You're an awful sucker to have sent for me.
Don't antagonize me, Blackie. I'm in much too good a mood for unpleasantness.
You're going to be in the mood for the morgue when I get through with you, Buckley. I've got a few...
Blackie, no fists, no guns, no nasty talk. Don't you think it's strange that I sent for you? Don't you have a notion it's because I'm not afraid of you or anything you can do to me?
This I got to hear.
All right. You see, I formed a protective agency, Blackie.
Mm-hmm.
And you're the president. But just interfere in my business. Or if you don't keep Faraday off my neck, your girlfriend, Mary Wesley, will go to jail for the murder of a man named Henry Dale.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Mary! Mary, where are you?
Hi, Blackie. Sit down.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, see, you're still alive, or haven't you tried to see Mr. Buckley yet?
I've seen him all right, but somebody else is dead, so he tells me. And he tells me you killed the guy.
Blackie, you've been hit on the head again.
I've been hit right between the eyes because, according to Buckley, you hit a man named Dale with your car 10 days ago.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. He says he and his men were following your car on a country road near Watertown.
Following my car? But why?
Mary, I know you were on vacation up there, but you accidentally picked the Buckley mob's hideout. And they thought you were up there sort of snooping around for me. Did you hit a man with your car?
I know, Blackie. Not that I know. Wait a minute. Did Buckley say it was on a foggy night?
Yes, a very foggy night, on the road by the river.
Oh, Blackie, I did hit something. But I thought it was just another bump on the road.
At what time?
Oh, I don't know. I'd say it was around 10:30.
Uh-oh. It was just after 10:30 that Buckley and his boys found the man on the road. And yours was the only car ahead of them. The man wasn't dead yet, and he said he'd just been hit by a car. Where's your car now?
In the garage. Oh, Blackie, I'm sick. There's a dent in one of the front fenders. I had no idea how it got there. Till now.
Things are getting pretty bad by the minute, aren't they?
Yeah.
And I think they're going to get even worse before they get better.
So you want me to tell you what made that dent in this fender, hey, Blackie?
You guys in the Motor Vehicle Bureau can tell those things, can't you, Wills?
Usually. What do you think made it?
Well, I'm not the expert. You are.
Well, putting me to a test, eh?
Yeah.
All right, let's have a look at it. Well, it's a flat dent. Looks more as if something rather heavy and flat pushed part of the fender in.
Heavy and flat like what?
Well, like a body or a sack of cement.
I prefer to think it was a sack of cement.
Well, I'll let you know. I'll have a look at it through this glass.
You'd please me a lot if you didn't find anything.
Blackie, whose car is this?
It belongs to a friend of mine. Find anything?
Not on the fender. Now, let's have a look at the bumper here. It's Mary Wesley's car, isn't it?
How'd you know?
No, I just guessed. Sorry, Blackie, but I'm afraid Miss Wesley's in trouble.
Uh-oh. What'd you find?
Enough to prove without any question that this car hit someone. And I can tell by the look on your face that whoever it hit is dead.
That's right, Sergeant.
Well, I'll have to hold this car and send a report to Faraday. It's...
No, wait.
What for?
I'll drive it down to Faraday myself. And Wills.
Yeah?
It's the toughest trip I'm ever going to make.
There's the old guy, Harry, ready and waiting.
He's gonna be willing, too. Willing to part with $100 a week.
Yeah.
Yes, gentlemen, something I can do for you. Some shirts, maybe. We have a special sale on pipe.
Your name is Adams, right?
Yes.
Okay, now, it says here in the book that you're down for $100 a week. That's protection money.
Protection money? I don't have to be protected. Who am I to be protected against?
Guys like us.
Well, I don't...
$100, Adams. Get it up.
Get out of here.
Now, look, Adams. You know, we got a pretty good organization. Did you ever hear of Boston Blackie? Now, he's president of our little company, and Blackie especially wanted you to join up.
I don't care who wanted me to do anything. If you two don't leave at once, I'll call the police. Get out or I'll call.
Learn him not to make telephone calls when he's got company. Huh?
Operator.
Yeah, it ain't
Operator.
Yeah. Nice sock, huh?
Yeah, it was all right.
Well, we better work on this guy a little bit while he's out, Chuck.
Yeah.
Just so he knows that we mean business when we call back here tomorrow.
What is it, Blackie? Just because you have nothing to do doesn't mean you have to do it in my office.
I've got to talk to you, Faraday, my friend.
I don't like the way you said that, my friend. Blackie, you want something?
Yes, I want your ear for a minute.
It's attached to my head. And if there was anything in my head, I'd toss you out of here now.
Inspector, you know you like me.
Now, that's news to me. When did I start?
The very first minute you saw me and watched me solve your first case for you. Now, look, Faraday, you've got to do me a favor.
Oh, I do, huh?
Yes, you do, huh? You're going to get a report from the Motor Vehicle Bureau involving Mary's car. I don't want you to do anything about it for 24 hours.
Now, what about your girlfriend's car?
Never mind about that. Just treat the report the way you do everything else when I'm not around to help you. Don't do anything about it.
Blackie, you out of your mind as usual?
No, I'm trying to get something off your mind before it gets into it. Listen, I need 24 hours to explain that car.
Well, that's sure a long explanation.
Do I get it?
Well, I don't know what it is, but if you ask for 24, I'll give you 12.
I would have settled for 8.
Yeah? Well, homicide, Faraday.
Inspector, this is Brown at 23rd Precinct. You told us to let you know when the Buckley gang started to operate in this town.
Yeah?
They've started. They beat up a storekeeper named Adams a little while ago.
Yeah?
Tried to hold him up for $100 a week protection money.
Oh, they did they?
Yes, sir.
I'll take care of Buckley.
Well, there's only one thing more, Inspector.
Yeah?
The 2 thugs that beat up Adams told him Boston Blackie was president of their organization.
Blackie, huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks. Blackie, what's going on? Where did that guy go?
Oh, come on, Mary. Answer in a hurry, will you? Thank you.
Hello?
Mary, this is Blackie. Listen fast.
Yeah, okay.
You were right about thinking your car hit a man while you were on vacation.
Oh, Blackie, no.
Oh, Mary, yes. And it doesn't mean necessarily that you were driving at the time, though. Where did you have your car parked while you were away?
I kept it in the town garage when I wasn't using it. Why?
Because that's going to make it tougher to prove somebody else drove it if somebody else did. We've got to get up to that town you were at right away.
Okay, well, I can leave right now. I was on my way to take some dresses to the cleaners. Are you free?
Uh-huh. I just left Faraday's office. He'll be surprised to learn.
Huh?
Mary, this is a beautiful frame-up somebody's pulling.
Oh, Blackie, I don't understand any of it.
I don't know. Well, you're lucky that you don't. You're going to the cleaners, huh? Well, that sounds like a good idea. I want to go, too. There's a spot on the sleeve of my coat.
Well, we'll go there together, then. 2 of my dresses have spots, and they have to be cleaned.
Okay. Meet you at the cleaners.
Okay.
It'll be relatively simple to take the spots off your dresses. What I want to do is to take you off the spot. The sheriff said the man your car hit lived in a house down this road. You see a house, Mary?
Well, not yet, Blackie. Let's go a little farther. We've got to find out something.
We have to find the man's family first, Mary.
Yeah, I know. I'm upset because the more I think about it, the more I think maybe that bump I hit was a man.
If it was, you're in real trouble. So am I. Was the road as foggy as it is tonight?
Foggier. I couldn't see a thing.
Yeah, that's interesting.
It is? Why?
Oh, here's a house.
Huh? Yeah.
Maybe this is the one we want.
Okay, I hope so.
I have an idea. It is, Mary. Apparently there's a link between the dead man and Buckley's mob. He might have been one of them. One they wanted to get rid of.
Yeah, and at the same time get rid of you through me.
That's right.
Oh, Blackie, they wouldn't kill one of their own men just to frame someone for murder, would they?
They wanted to get rid of him anyhow. Come on, let's go up the house.
Okay.
I'll get out your side.
Yeah, well, careful. The ground's a little muddy.
We're up to our necks in something worse than mud, Mary.
Yeah, I can say that again.
Took us long enough to find this place. It's after 10 o'clock.
Well, let's get out of this mud and into the house.
Keep your fingers crossed, Mary. This may still be the wrong house.
Yeah, I know. Yeah?
Good evening. Are you Martha Dale?
Yeah, that's me.
Did you have a brother named Henry Dale?
Yeah, I did have.
Oh, Blackie, we're in luck.
Had a brother, I said. But you won't find him here no more. He's up in the cemetery.
Yes, we know, and we're very sorry. He was killed by an automobile about 10 days ago, wasn't he?
Yeah, he sure was. Always thought he would be someday, too. Never looked where he was going. What you asking for?
We're investigating the accident. We don't think it was an accident. We think your brother was in bad company. And
Henry? In bad company?
That's right.
Not Henry. He only wandered off the farm to go fishing down by the river. Except to go to work in the garage. He didn't mix with no company at all, bad or good.
Worked in a garage, you say? Which one?
Well, there's only one here in town, Allen's.
Yeah, that's where I kept my car, Blackie.
Anything more you want from me?
No, thank you.
Okay, then. Guess I'll go back to bed, then. Night.
Night.
Good night.
So the man who was killed worked in the garage where you kept your car. Yeah. That's something, Mary.
Yeah, but what?
I'm not sure, but it could mean that they had to kill somebody to frame you and picked on Dale so that he couldn't tell anyone that they used your car for the job.
Well, what about the bump I hit, Blackie?
Oh, the road we came over was full of bumps.
Yeah, that's true.
This is a frame-up, all right, Mary, and a very beautiful one for a very big reason.
What's that?
There isn't any way to prove that somebody else was driving your car the night it hit and killed the garage man.
And now back to Boston Blackie. When Boston Blackie's friend, Mary Wesley, was on vacation, her car hit what she thought was a bump going down a dark and fog-shrouded country road. Later, it is proved that Mary's car hit and killed a man. Witness to the killing is a gangster named Buckley, or at least that's Buckley's story. Blackie is sure that Mary's been framed, but has no way of proving it. Buckley's gang, free because Blackie is trying to clear Mary, and thinking that Blackie has influenced Faraday to leave them alone, starts a shakedown racket, using Boston Blackie's name. As we return to our story, Blackie is in Inspector Faraday's office.
Blackie, I don't care what your reason is for trying to hold me back. I'm not going to stall any longer. Your time's up.
So's your number if you interfere now, Faraday.
I'll handle myself. But regardless of that car I was supposed to get a report on and didn't, what about you being with the Buckley mob and trying...
Faraday, you know better than that. Correction, please. You don't know anything at all.
Yeah, well, I know the Buckley mob is trying to shake down every merchant in this town. If I don't stop them soon, somebody's going to get killed.
You won't promise to be that somebody, will you? For me?
I promise to have the Buckley mob behind bars inside of 24 hours. That's what I promise, and I mean it.
Well, in that case, I'll help you.
No thanks.
All right, then I won't help you. Do you know where the Buckley mob hides out?
No.
Well, I do. So long, Faraday. If you live long enough, maybe you'll find him.
Wait a minute. You know where Buckley is?
Buckley and all his boys. Do I go with you, or don't I?
Okay, you can go with me.
Okay, then we'll go together. Just the two of us.
Why just the two of us?
Buckley's smart, Inspector. You send a lot of men after him, he'll be gone before your men even get out of their cars. You'd like to send Buckley up the river, wouldn't you?
You know I would.
Well, let's buckle down to the job of sending Buckley up.
We've really shown this town how to operate, haven't we, Harry?
Oh, sure thing, Mr. Buckley.
Blackie's out of the way. He won't let the cops touch us until he gets his girlfriend out of her little, difficulty.
You'll never be able to do that, Mr. Buckley.
Yes, we can shake down anybody in town. Say, that cold of yours is bad. Is that medicine helping your cough?
Well, yeah, a little, but I gotta run out and get a new bottle. I'll see you in about an hour, huh? This is a special kind, Mr. Buckley. Takes a while to make up, you know.
Well, don't hurry. We've got all the time in the world to do anything we like in this town. Why shouldn't we have? Boston Blackie is making sure the police don't bother us.
Hey, Blackie, if you had such a good reason for keeping me away from Buckley, why are you bringing me here now?
Never mind my reason, Faraday. I can't let a mob go to work on a few thousand people just to protect one.
Protect one? What are you talking about?
Never mind. Let's have a look around for Buckley.
Blackie, there's been nobody in this house for 10 years.
Nobody but the Buckley mob, Faraday. They're out now, but maybe they'll be back and we'll be waiting for them.
Right here in the middle of the room, I suppose, so they can get good shots at us.
No, this looks like a good place to hide right here.
How do you know?
I was here before, remember?
No.
Yeah, this is the closet, all right.
Yeah?
I thought so. Okay, let's duck in here now. No telling how soon they'll show up.
Can we cover the whole room from in there?
I don't know. Go on in and turn around and have a look.
Okay, now let's see. If I stood about here, you stood over here, we could just...
Hey, Blackie, what's down here?
The idea is to get rid of you, Faraday, and it looks as if I have.
Blackie, let me out of here. You can't handle the whole Buckley all alone.
The Buckleys don't live here anymore, Faraday. In fact, they never did. This is just an old empty house I looked at for a friend of mine the other day.
You double-crossing you. Let me out of here, Blackie.
I'll let you out of there, Faraday. In a few hours, talk to yourself in the meantime. You'll get an idea of how boring only you can be.
Hello?
Mary, this is Blackie.
Oh, yes, Blackie. Any luck?
A little. I got rid of Faraday for the time being.
The time being?
Yes, the time being, just long enough to get you out of this jam, if a hunch of mine is right.
Oh, I did.
Mary, I'm convinced someone else was driving your car when it killed the garage man.
Well, I hope I wasn't driving it, but... Well, you said we couldn't prove
Listen, Mary, I have a hunch.
Yeah?
In fact, I'm full of hunches. You said there were spots on a couple of your dresses. What kind of spots were they?
Oh, I don't know, but they were on the left sleeves.
Well, where'd they come from?
Well, I'm not sure, Blackie.
I am. I was driving your car and got a spot on my sleeve, too. There was something on the side of the driver's seat. That's how your dresses and my coat got spots on them. Mary, I want to look at those dresses.
Oh, but they're at the cleaners, Blackie, and I told them to rush them through. They may be cleaned already.
Well, let's get out of your cleaners in a hurry, Mary, because if I can find the spots on your dress, I know the address of the man who drove your car the night Dale was killed.
No, Miss Wesley, the dresses are still here. The truck from the central plant hasn't shown up yet.
Well, let's see them, will you, please? Better
Yeah,
still,
sure.
just show me one of them, the green one.
Yeah, sure, Blackie. Just a minute. I have it right here.
Blackie, what will this prove?
Let's say, what do I hope it will prove?
Here's that dress, Miss Wesley. You want to look at the green one, didn't you?
Yeah, that's the one.
Let's see that spot.
Here it is, Blackie, in the back of the left sleeve, right
It's
there.
going to be hard to take that out, Miss Wesley.
Well, Blackie?
I'm not sure. But if what I think is right, this spot is going to get Faraday out of a closet and you out of a jam. Oh, hello. You still out here blocking doorways?
Oh, hiya, Blackie. What's the matter? Got a cold? Want in to see the boss again, huh?
Yes. Gonna take me to Harry like a nice boy?
Sure. Come in. I gotta hold the door open for the president of our company.
Thanks.
Follow me.
Oh, I think I know my way all right. You better stay out here and guard the front door, huh?
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
Hello, Harry.
Well, if it ain't Blackie. you want to see Mr. Buckley, huh?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you follow me. Hey, you got an awful bad cough there, Blackie. You got a cold?
Yes. I guess you know how I feel, too, don't you?
Oh, yeah, I sure do. But I just about got mine licked. Here, I got something that kills colds pretty quick. You try some.
Thanks. I think I will. I'll take the bottle. I like to smell this stuff.
Hey, Blackie, you swallow it, not inhale it.
I'll tell him when he comes in.
Hey, wait a minute. You're up to something, Blackie, and I don't like it.
Well, let's see how you like this. Harry, that cough medicine is going to be bad medicine for you.
Harry. Smith. Tommy. Where is everybody? Harry. Joe, somebody.
What's going on here? Where are you guys? What's the matter here? Harry. Joe. Somebody, what's up?
Hello, Buckley.
Huh? Oh, Blackie, hello. Where's everybody?
Don't you know? You're the boss here.
Yes, but... Say, didn't you see anyone when you came in?
Yes, I saw them all. Faraday and I saw all the boys, Buckley. One at a time.
Well, where are they?
Sleeping, some of them. The ones who wouldn't go quietly. And all of them are in the police wagon outside and waiting patiently for you.
You're lying.
Go outside and climb into the police wagon yourself and see.
You want your friend, Miss Wesley, to go to prison? I told you if you interfered in my affairs and didn't keep Faraday away, I'd send her to jail.
Yes, I know you told me that. Now, just to make things even, maybe I ought to tell you that Mary wasn't driving a car when it killed Henry Dale.
If she wasn't, I don't know who was.
Oh, yes, you do. You were riding with him at the time. Harry just told me.
Harry told you? He wouldn't tell you anything like that.
I'll admit he didn't want to at first, but I persuaded him. And what's more, I have proof that Harry was driving Mary's car. Some of his special cough medicine spilled on the side of the driver's seat.
Why, that's...
Wait a minute, Buckley. Wait a minute. You're not going anywhere. Not until I give you an escort.
Oh, yes, I am.
In place of an escort, maybe you'd like this. Come on in, Faraday. The slaughter's fine.
Oh, we have to pick him up and carry him out, too, huh?
Sure. If you're weak, after staying in a closet for so long, I'll carry him out myself.
Don't remind me about that closet, Blackie. If you hadn't let me out 3 hours ago, I'd have suffocated.
I'm sorry, Faraday. But it was because I locked you in that you can lock these guys up.
Oh, I see by the papers, Blackie, where Mr. Buckley confessed that he and Harry used my car to kill that man and frame me.
Oh, we had him cold, Mary. The police laboratory test showed that it was Harry's medicine that made the stain on your car upholstery. Probably some of it spilled out of his pocket when he was driving your car to kill the garage fellow. Mm-hmm. Feel important, Mary?
Well, it isn't often I get my name in the paper. But I'm sorry I caused you all that trouble.
It was Buckley who caused me what trouble I had, Mary. If he hadn't spotted you up in the country and thought you were spying for me, he wouldn't have tried to frame you.
You know, there's one thing I don't understand, Blackie. Why Inspector Faraday didn't put me under arrest if you took my car to him?
Well, it was the strangest thing, Mary. I parked your car on a side street on my way to Faraday's and just couldn't remember which street it was until a while ago.
My, aren't you clever?
Oh, Mary, the real reason Faraday didn't know about you is that Sergeant Wells, who inspected your car, is a nice guy.
Yes?
He gave me time to clear you before reporting to Faraday. That let me find out about Harry's cough medicine. You know something, Mary?
I know a lot of things. What do you have in mind?
I only got hot on this case when I found Harry had a cold.
See what you're complaining about, John.
Oh, you don't, huh? Well, who owns this pawn shop, Paul? You, me, or both of us?
We both do, you know that.
Okay, then. From now on, I sign checks the same as you do.
Now, wait a minute, John. You're getting your share of the profits, aren't you?
So you say. Only I don't trust you. I'll get it. Hello. Hello. Wait a minute, is anybody on here? Hello.
Hello? Is this Blaine's pawn shop?
Yeah, what do you want?
I want to speak to Paul Blaine, please.
Oh, you don't care who you speak to, do you? Just a minute. It's for you, here.
Thanks. Hello?
Hello, Paul Blaine?
Yeah?
This is Boston Blackie. You wanted me to call you?
Oh, yeah. And, I'm sorry about the way my brother spoke to you on the phone. We're having a little argument.
That's all right. What do you want, Blaine?
I'd like to see you. It's important, and, well, could you get down here this afternoon?
Well, I don't know.
No, look, you gotta come. It's awfully important.
All right, Blaine. I'll be there about 3 o'clock.
Okay, 3 o'clock. Thanks. Goodbye.
Hey, what kind of a deal you got cooking with Blackie, Paul?
That's my own business. Now, look, John, I don't want any more trouble with you or...
Oh, no, well, you're going to get it.
Now, wait a minute, John. Don't leave.
Stop worrying about my leaving. But just start worrying if I come back.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Oh, there's the pawn shop we want. 2 doors down, Mary.
Oh, yeah. Why did Paul Blaine want to see you, Blackie?
I don't know, Mary. That's what I've come down here to find out.
Well, that being the case, let's go in and find out.
Here we are.
Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Are you Paul Blaine?
Yes, I am. You must be Boston Blackie.
Yes, and this is Mary Wesley.
How do you do?
Mr. Blaine?
Well, you're right on time, Blackie. You said you'd be here at 3, and it's, 2 minutes of 3 right now.
I'm generally on time, Blaine. What'd you want to see me about?
Well, it's this, Blackie. I made a loan of $1,000 on a diamond yesterday, and this morning I found out it's stolen property.
Uh-oh.
That's bad, isn't it?
It's very bad, Miss Wesley. It means I may lose my $1,000.
Ooh.
Well, what do you want me to do about it, Blaine?
Well, I thought you'd take the diamond to the insurance company that carries a policy on it and make a deal so I could get my money back.
Oh. Well, I suppose I could do that, but why can't you?
Well, they'd have no reason to bargain with me. They'd know I'd have to turn in the diamond to the police, and... Well, I was hoping it wouldn't be too much trouble for you to...
Blackie's so used to trouble, he's lonesome without it.
Quiet, Mary.
All right, but I like that.
That's what I like. Modesty.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Blaine. I'll take the diamond.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot. Here, I have it here in my pocket.
Okay, Blaine. You'll hear from me tomorrow.
About what time, Blackie?
Same time as now, 3 o'clock. Come on, Mary.
Okay. See you at 3 tomorrow, Blackie. Goodbye, and thanks.
Goodbye, and don't mention it. Let's wait here for a cab, Mary.
All right. Blackie, will you be able to get Mr. Blaine's $1,000 back?
I think so, Mary. All I have to do is...
That was a shot.
And inside the store, too. Come on. Blaine! Blaine, where... Oh, there he is.
Blackie. Oh, it looks like he's...
Dead, Mary.
Ooh.
He has to be dead unless he was wearing a bulletproof heart.
Yes, but who could have...
I don't know. But whoever it was is probably out the back way by now. Well, here we go again. I guess I'd better call Faraday.
No, darling, no. Please don't call Inspector Faraday. You didn't have anything to do with this, but Faraday will never believe you.
All right, Mary. I guess the best way for us to stay out of this is to get out of here.
Hey, Rollins! Rollins, come in my office.
Yeah, Inspector Faraday?
What about some action on the murder of Paul Blaine, the pawnbroker?
Inspector, there hasn't been a thing developed.
Oh, just a minute. Faraday speaking.
Inspector, got a little news for you. You want to know who killed Paul Blaine, don't you?
Sure. Do you know who did it?
Well, I know who was in his store about the time he got bumped.
Oh.
Friend of yours? Boston Blackie?
A friend of it. Hello. Hello.
What was it, Inspector?
Some guy who says Boston Blackie was at the scene of Paul Blaine's murder.
Good. Hey, that's exactly what you want, isn't it?
It should be, but it isn't. This is one time I don't think Blackie's involved. And besides, I waste too much time chasing that guy anyway.
Gee, Inspector, you must be sick. Maybe that call was a straight tip.
I doubt it. Besides, I got a line on Blaine's killer.
Yeah, who?
Never mind who. But Blaine sent a certain guy to prison about 5 years ago. Last week, that certain guy got out of prison. I think he killed Blaine for revenge.
Could be, Inspector, but I'd still like to have a look around Blackie's apartment.
Go ahead. Waste your time any way you want. But I'll bet I find the real killer before you find anything on Boston Blackie.
Harry, what's the matter?
Nothing, huh?
Something is, honey. You seem awfully upset. What is the matter?
You read the paper you brought me?
Only the headlines. I don't remember what they said, though.
Well, let me refresh your memory just a little. Here, listen to this headline. Cops looking for ex-convict in Blaine murder.
Oh, yes, I remember that.
Well, I'm an ex-con, remember that?
Yes, of course, darling. You got out of jail, let's see. It was last, what day was it?
Last Friday.
Oh, yes, that's right. But, darling, what does this have to do with you and then this Mr. Blaine's murder?
Well, Blaine sent me to prison. Now the cops are trying to tie me up with his murder.
Oh.
The paper says Blaine was knocked off at 3 o'clock yesterday. If I could just remember where I was then,
Don't you know where you were, Harry? You were with me.
Oh, yeah, but where?
Huh?
We weren't anywhere. We were out walking, that's all.
Oh, yes, that's right. Where were we walking? Do you remember?
Oh, not exactly. Downtown somewhere. No, I've got to keep you out of this. I think I know what I'm going to do.
What?
I'm going to see a fellow named Boston Blackie. He helps guys like me.
Oh, you can't leave here if the police are looking for you. Harry, I've met Blackie's friend, Mary Wesley. I know her. I'll get her to help me, and she'll get Blackie to help you.
Now, Helen, please, can't you remember where you and Harry were, and at least about what time it was?
No, Mary, I can't. All I know is that we were out walking.
Yes, but where, dear?
Just downtown.
That's a big help. Now, look. Paul Blaine was murdered at 3 o'clock in his shop on 71st Street. Were you on 71st Street around 3 o'clock?
Well, no.
Oh, gosh, I'm beginning to sound like Blackie.
Mary, I don't know where we were. I started out to see a man about fixing my coat. I think I have his address here in my purse.
Oh,
Now,
well,
just
this
a
might be
minute.
something.
Oh, dear. Oh, yes. Here's his address. 20th Street.
All right, now you think you were on 20th Street.
Yes. Down there somewhere. But I don't know.
Oh, wait a minute. What's that other card in your purse?
Where? Which one? Oh, yes, let's see. Oh, yes, I remember. A sidewalk photographer took our picture and gave us this check.
Yesterday?
Yes, while we were out walking. Yesterday afternoon.
Well, as Blackie might say when I show him this, it's a nice photograph. Let's hope it doesn't result in any negative development.
Faraday speaking.
Inspector Faraday, this is Rawlins. I'm calling from Blackie's apartment. And guess what I found? Guess.
Guess? What am I? A guest star? What was it?
A diamond.
So what?
Well, this diamond is listed as one of the things which should have been in Paul Blaine's pawn shop, but wasn't.
Yeah?
Yeah, and that means maybe Blackie was... Well, he might have...
What are you talking about?
Well, you see,
I get it. Blackie slipped up behind you and has a gun in your back, huh? Some cop you are. Well, just put Blackie on the phone.
Sure. Here, Blackie, he wants to talk to you.
Thanks, Rollins. And don't go away yet.
Okay.
Hello, Inspector.
Blackie, what is that diamond from Blaine's pawn shop doing in your apartment?
It's all very simple, Inspector, but it'll sound complicated to you. Blaine gave it to me.
Oh, yeah? When?
At 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
3 o'clock. That's when we think he was killed. And I got a tip you were there when it happened. Only I didn't believe it.
Why not? I was there. A few minutes before and after the murder.
What? And you didn't report it?
No, Faraday, and you know why, too. It meant getting mixed up in this, which is something I didn't want to do.
I didn't believe the tip I got. And I'll tell you something you won't believe.
What?
I believe you. How do you like that?
Faraday, my, how you've changed.
Never mind about me. You send Rollins back to headquarters. And with that diamond.
All right. Bye.
Goodbye.
Rollins,
Yeah, Blackie?
Faraday wants you back at headquarters, and you can take this diamond with you.
Sure. Okay, thanks a lot, Blackie. Good, Oh, hello, Miss Wesley.
Hello, Sergeant Rollins.
Come in, Mary. The sergeant is just leaving.
Yeah, so long.
Bye.
Well, Mary, I almost got mixed up in the Blaine murder. Rollins found that diamond Blaine gave me, and Faraday got a tip I was there when Blaine was killed.
Oh, somebody's trying to frame you. Well, that means you'll help my friend Helen, doesn't it?
What? What friend, Helen?
Helen Waltham, darling. The one I told you about on the telephone. Faraday thinks her fiancé, Harry Matthews, murdered Blaine.
Oh, yes. Well, that means I'd better find an alibi for Matthews that will show him away from the scene of the crime at the time of the murder.
Well, all right, then I know this much, Blackie. Yesterday afternoon, Helen and Harry were walking on 20th Street. Now, that's about 5 miles from the scene of the crime. A sidewalk photographer took their picture, she thinks about 3 o'clock, and she had a receipt for it. I took that. Here.
Picture, huh? Say, I'd like to see it. Maybe the shadows on the street or something on it would give Matthews an alibi. Yeah. It's awfully late. Photoshop is probably closed by now. But if we can get into the darkroom, maybe we can bring an alibi for Matthews out into the light.
How soon will the picture be developed, Blackie?
Should be about now, Mary. I've had the print and the solution about, I'm beginning to see something now.
Good.
I'm glad you took this claim check from Helen so we could find this picture.
Developing that print isn't taking as long as it took us to get in here.
That was a tough lock on the door, Mary. You had a hard time picking it.
Yeah, you'll have to buy the photographer a new lock, won't you?
I suppose so. Now, let's hope this picture shows something that'll help us. All we know now is that it was taken the afternoon of the murder.
Okay, I'm hoping. Look, Blackie, there's the whole picture now. It's clear, too.
Mm-hmm. Now we'll lift it out of the solution and have a look at it. Here, I'll put it on the table here and hold it down with these weights so it won't curl while it dries. There.
Well, it shows Helen and her friend Matthews all right.
Look behind Helen and our boyfriend, Mary. The Leeds jewelry store clock, and look at the time.
3:00. And Leeds Jewelry Store is on 20th Street, a good 5 miles from where Paul Blaine was killed.
And at 3:00. Tell your friend Helen not to worry, Mary. Our friend Harry Matthews is all right. The clear shot of the clock in this picture put him in the clear, too.
Now, back to Boston Blackie. Paul Blaine, pawnbroker, gets Blackie's help in returning a stolen diamond. Just after Blackie leaves him, however, Blaine is shot and killed. Police think Blaine was murdered by Harry Matthews, ex-con, who was sent to jail by Blaine. But with the help of his girlfriend, Helen Waltham, Matthews receives Blackie's help in proving his innocence. Blackie finds a sidewalk photographer's picture of Matthews near the Leeds Jewelry Store 5 miles away from the murder scene with the hands of the clock at 3, which is the time Blaine was killed. So Matthews is obviously innocent. As we return to our story, Mary Wesley is at the Leeds Jewelry Store.
And what can I do for you, miss?
I'm not sure. Are you Mr. Leeds?
Yes, I am.
Well, this may sound sort of silly, but I'd like to know about that big clock out in front of your store.
I hope you don't want to buy it.
Oh, no. I just would like to know how accurate it is.
Oh, it's the most accurate clock in town, miss. We have it checked once a week. It loses hardly a second.
I see. When was it checked last?
Why, 4 days ago.
Oh, thank you very much. Where's the nearest public phone?
Oh, if you want to use a phone, you may use mine right there on the desk.
Thank you.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Hello?
Blackie, this is Mary.
You found out about the clock?
Yes, it's always right, and it was checked 4 days ago.
Good. Now I'm absolutely sure Matthews is innocent. I'm going up to tell him for 2 reasons. To make him happy and Faraday miserable.
All right, Matthews. You might as well talk. I didn't come to your apartment to outstay you.
I don't have anything to talk about, Inspector Faraday.
You killed Paul Blaine, so you ought to have a lot to talk about.
I didn't kill him, Inspector. I admit I had a reason. He sent me to jail, but I didn't kill him.
That's what they all tell me. Until I prove they're lying. Who's that at the door? One of your pals, Matthews?
I don't know who it is.
Well, go answer it. But no tricks.
Don't worry. I don't have anything to hide.
This Harry Matthews' apartment?
Yes, I'm Harry Matthews.
Blackie, for Pete's sake, what are you doing here?
Just playing newsboy. Good newsboy, I might say.
Blackie, I didn't kill Blaine. Don't let this guy arrest me.
Don't worry, Harry. I wouldn't let Faraday do anything he'd be sorry for.
Look, what do you mean I'd be sorry? Harry here is the one who's going to be sorry. He's going to jail.
Is he? When was Blaine killed?
At 3:00 yesterday. You know that.
All right. Take a look at this.
What is it?
A picture of Harry and his girlfriend walking down 20th Street a good 5 miles away from the scene of the crime. Taken yesterday, too. There's a date on it. Look.
I am looking. So what?
So look at the clock behind them. What time does it say?
Well, it says 3:00.
That's right. And do you know what time it is now, Faraday?
Huh? What's that
it's
got to do?
It's time you apologized to an innocent man and got out of here.
Oh. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Matthews.
No, okay. Blackie, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Blackie. You're a big help to me. You've just cost me my only suspect.
Don't fret, Faraday. What I take away, I usually put back. I've got another one for you. Come on, Harry. I'd like you to drive me down to see him right now. This is Blaine's pawn shop right here, Harry. Thanks for driving me.
No trouble, Blackie.
It was nice seeing you, Blackie.
Thanks, Helen, and thanks for the lift.
Okay.
Oh, say, would you wait for me for a few minutes? I'm going to want to get to my bank, and I may not be able to get a car.
Sure, we'll wait. But you better hurry. The bank closes in a few minutes. I guess I shouldn't have stopped to pick up Helen.
That's all right. We'll make it.
How far to your bank?
It's down on 25th Street.
The Weatherly National, Blackie?
Yes, Helen, why?
Why, that's my bank, too.
Well, we're practically partners then, Helen.
Yes.
I'll be out in a minute.
You want me to go with you?
No, thanks, Matthews. I like to do things like this alone. Be right back.
Hurry, or you'll be too late to get to the bank.
All right. Good afternoon.
Yeah? What's good about it?
Well, that's fine talk. You own this shop?
I'm John Blaine, if that's what you mean.
I'm Boston Blackie.
Hooray. So you're Boston Blackie. So what?
So I'd like to talk to you. Maybe about the killing of your brother.
What makes you think I killed him?
You were having an argument when I called up yesterday afternoon and spoke to your brother.
So what?
So an argument could end in a killing.
So could too much curiosity. Get out of here, Blackie. Fast.
Now, is that a nice way to do business, John? Your brother Paul never pulled a gun on a visitor.
Get out of here, I said.
When I'm finished.
You're finished now. Get out of here. Maybe this will help you move.
You missed me, my friend. Or should I wait till I try to turn my head?
I missed you because I wanted to. But next time, maybe I won't want to miss.
I wish I'd known you were having trouble with John Blaine, Blackie. I could have run out and given you a hand.
I didn't mind arguing with him, Harry. It was the back talk from his gun I couldn't do anything about.
Blackie, I want to thank you for helping Harry out of his trouble.
He's not out completely yet, Helen.
What?
He isn't, Blackie. Why isn't he?
Oh, it's nothing to get excited about. I just wasn't able to prove John Blaine is 100% suspect. And until I do, Faraday will always feel like Harry here is guilty.
Well, as long as you believe I'm innocent.
You're safe. Even Faraday has to face the facts. You couldn't have killed Blaine. You're too far away from the scene of the murder when Blaine was killed. Oh, say, it's too late for me to get to the bank, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess it is.
Oh, dear, that's a shame. It is after 3 o'clock, isn't it?
Slightly. Say, do either of you have enough money to cash a check? If it isn't too big?
Well, all I've got is $5. How about you, Helen?
No, I don't think Oh, wait, I might have some. Yes, Why, yes, of course I do.
Swell. Could you spare 50, Helen?
50? I don't... Oh, dear, what's the matter with me? I drew 100 out of the bank yesterday.
You did?
Yes, it was yesterday. I remember I got to the bank just at closing time, and I had to argue with the man at the door to let me in. Here's the money you wanted, Blackie. Oh, how much did you ask for?
Just 50.
Oh, yes, 40, 50. Here, you can make a check out later.
All right, thanks.
That's all right. I could give you more if you wanted it.
No, thanks. You've given me plenty already. That sidewalk photographer must have a mania for putting fancy locks on his door. This one's tougher than the one I picked yesterday, Mary.
It sure seems to be. But what are we going to find by breaking into this dark room again?
Oh, nothing much, Mary. Just this. How Helen Waltham could have been with Harry Matthews in front of Leeds jewelry store having a picture taken at 3 o'clock yesterday and still be in her bank at closing time. That's 3 o'clock. I know it's my bank, too. There, that opened the lock.
Good. But about the time, that's impossible, darling. The clock on Leeds jewelry store is never wrong.
I know it. But why would Helen say she was in her bank at closing time if she wasn't? She was very definite about that.
Yeah, I know. So you said.
Come on. Let's go into the dark room. I'm going to take a look at that picture again.
All right.
Wait, I'll turn on the light. There.
Blackie, you think the picture of Harry and Helen was faked? Retouched or something?
No, it wasn't. Or I would have noticed it. The picture was real. The clock wasn't wrong. So there's only one answer to this whole thing.
What?
I said there's only one answer, Mary. I didn't say I knew what it was.
Oh,
Let's see. Do you remember the number of that picture of Harry and Helen?
I sure do. 4121.
Yeah. Here's the index file. 4121. 4121. Where is that? Oh, here we are. Mm-hmm. It's a legitimate picture, all right.
So where are we? Right back where we started.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Oh, wait a minute. I've got a hunch. This is picture 4121. Let's have a look at picture number 4120 and see what that looks like.
Well, what do you think that'll show?
Well, I don't know. That's why I want to look at it. 4120, 4120. Ah, here it is, already developed. Yeah, taken at the same spot. That's good.
Let me look at it, too.
A picture of a woman and a little girl. Well, that's not much. But, Mary, look at the clock behind them.
For goodness sake, there's a man on a ladder doing something to it.
Yes. Looks as if he's cleaning it. And look, Mary, look at the time. It's 3:30.
3:30?
Yes. And do you know what that means? It means the picture was taken before picture number 4120, and yet the clock says 3:30. So picture number 4121 showing Harry and Helen had to be taken after 3:30.
Blackie. Then Harry could have killed Paul Blaine.
He not only could have, Mary, but he probably did. That guy on the ladder there is obviously Harry's accomplice. He was planted to set back the clock so that Harry could have an alibi when his picture was taken.
Wow.
Wow is right. So it was Harry and not John Blaine, after all. I should have known John acted too guilty to be guilty. Come on. It's going to hurt to do this, but I've got to call Faraday and tell him that he was right about Matthews.
Oh, it's a lovely day for a walk, isn't it, Blackie?
Beautiful, Mary.
Is that Beautiful Mary or Beautiful Mary?
Take your choice.
Well, I've taken it, and so I thank you, kind sir. Hey, Blackie.
Yes?
Why did Harry Matthews call Inspector Faraday and tell him you were at the scene of Paul Blaine's murder?
Oh, that's easy, Mary. 2 reasons. He wanted to involve me, and he wanted to make sure the police established the time of the murder at 3 o'clock, so his alibi with the fixed-up clock would stand up. He probably was hiding in the back of the pawn shop while we were talking to Paul Blaine the day of the murder.
Oh, I see.
That guy Matthews was clever, Mary. He never once offered an alibi. He knew it would be too phony if he did. He waited for me to supply it for him, and I did, by discovering that sidewalk photographer's picture.
Yeah, he was clever, all right. He killed Paul Blaine for revenge, didn't he? But he made one mistake, you know. He didn't go to the trouble to find out where his friend Helen was at exactly 3 o'clock.
No, and thanks to her, we broke the case. I certainly was glad Faraday didn't involve her.
Yeah.
Harry was obviously just using her.
Here you are, lady.
Blackie, did you see what just happened?
What?
A sidewalk photographer just snapped our picture.
Well, how do you like that? Why does everything happen to us?
Well, I don't know, but it certainly does. Blackie, tell me, how do sidewalk photographers like this fellow know whose picture to take?
How? Why, Mary, that's simple. Snap judgment, that's all. Just snap judgment.
Donald, what's the matter with your appetite?
Nothing's the matter with my appetite, Mom. Ask me what's the matter with the stuff you cooked.
If you don't like what Mom cooked, don't eat it. Don't make any remarks about it either.
Why don't you shut up?
Donald, don't talk that way to your brother. Kenneth isn't making any trouble.
He isn't making it any pleasant around here either.
Maybe you'd better leave the table, Donald.
I might as well.
Don't let him upset you, Ma. He's just in one of his moods this morning.
He's always in one of his moods.
I don't know why I put up with you two.
You don't know why you put up with us. Well, I like that. I don't know how we put up with you. You refuse to work. You won't help me around the house. You won't do a thing ever. You let your brother support you and me wait on you.
It's a good setup, isn't it, Mother? Or do you want me to move out and do things my way?
Maybe that wouldn't be as bad as I've always imagined. Maybe I ought to let you.
You won't. You'll do anything to keep me out of trouble. By the way, I need $10 for this afternoon.
I won't give it to you.
All right, then. I'll
better give it to him, Ma. Just go out and try and steal it if you don't.
Thanks, brother. Sometimes you're almost a good guy.
You ought to be ashamed to take money from me, Donald. It's Kenneth's money. He works for it, and all you do is spend it.
That's the way it's supposed to be. He makes it, I spend it. Where's the $10, Ma?
I'll get it for you. But believe me, this is going to stop one of these days.
When it stops, I'll start. That's simple, isn't it? Keep me happy, I keep out of trouble.
I ought to let you go. You'll end up in just one place, the electric chair, and maybe that's a good idea.
And now, on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
I'm leaving now, Mr. Williams. Is there anything you want me to do?
No, Kenneth. I think you've seen enough of the office for today. You put everything in the safe, didn't you?
Yes, sir. Well, then, I guess that's all.
I guess that's all, Kenneth. See you in the morning. Good night.
Good night. Night, Miss Holloway.
Oh, good night, Kenneth.
There's a fine boy, Miss Holloway. Hard worker. He'll go places someday.
He's all right, but have you ever met his brother?
Once. That was enough. How two brothers can be so different. It's stopped raining, hasn't it?
Yes, it stopped about a half hour ago.
That's good. I hate to go home in the rain. Well, we might as well call it a day ourselves, Miss Holloway. Say, what's Kenneth using for a head this afternoon? He didn't put everything in the safe. Look at those ledgers on the table.
Why, that's funny. Kenneth never forgets those ledgers.
Well, he's entitled to slip up once, Miss Holloway. I'll put him away. Would you hand him to me?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Say, Kenneth really must have something on his mind. He left this office supply tray out of the cabinet. Well, I'll put it back.
Never mind, I'll do
I
it.
got it.
What?
Oh, Mr. Williams, I'm so
my
sorry.
fault. Always let a woman have her way, I always say. Guess I should have let you carry it.
Oh, well, I'll pick up the stuff that's spilled.
Oh, don't bother, Miss Holloway. Nothing but paper clips, thumbtacks, a couple of pencils, even for the cleaning woman. And for Pete's sake, don't look so conscience-stricken. It wasn't
dear.
your fault.
Well, all right, I won't look like that anymore, but I better write a note for the woman who cleans telling her that...
Come in.
Oh, Mr. Williams, he has a gun.
Good heavens, man, no. Don't be a fool.
Yeah, who was it?
It's your mother, Donald. I want to clean up your room.
Okay, come on in, clean it. Who's stopping you? Why didn't you do it today while I was out? I'd like to be alone in the evening.
I like to spend my evenings doing something besides housework, too, Donald, but there's too much to do around here.
Not for me, there isn't. But I like it that way.
Oh, Donald, your dresser's a mess. Can't you ever put anything away?
Why should I? It's too much bother.
Everything's too much bother to you, isn't it? Did you go to see Harry Brown as you promised?
I saw the bum this afternoon. I went way across town to see him. All he wanted was to give me a job at his gas station.
A job wouldn't hurt you, Donald, and Mr. Brown's company pays well.
So what?
You didn't take the job, did you?
Are you kidding, Ma?
Oh, Donald, you're impossible. Look at these dresser drawers. No wonder your clothes are always in such a mess. Suppose one is worse than the other.
Hey, keep out of that drawer, Mother.
I'm going to clean this room of yours inside.
I told you to stay out of there.
Donald, where did you get all this money?
Money? There's no money in that drawer. There's no... Wow. Hey, that must be $25,000.
You didn't know it was in here, did you?
Well, no, Ma, no. I took a shirt at Ken's. I didn't want you to see it.
A gun. There's a gun in here. So you have a gun, too.
Ma, that money isn't mine. That gun isn't
The
mine.
money isn't yours because you stole it. But the gun is, and you got this money by using it. It's been fired recently. I can tell by the smell of it. Put up your hands, Donald.
Put that gun away, Mom. Warning you.
I'm warning you, Donald Carver. You do as I say, or when the police get here, they'll have to take you to the morgue.
Hello.
Hello, Blackie. This is Mary.
Oh, hello, Mary. You sound excited. What's the matter?
Well, did you hear what was on the radio a minute ago?
No, I didn't. Mine isn't on.
Well, Inspector Faraday just solved a robbery and a murder in 1 hour and 30 minutes. And guess who was arrested?
Who?
Donald Carver.
Donald Carver? Who's he?
Oh, Blackie, don't you remember the woman who came to see you about a year ago? The woman with the son who needed a talking to?
Oh, yes, of course. My talking to him didn't take, huh?
Well, it took for a year and then wore off. Apparently, there was a robbery and murder early this evening, and Carver's mother found some of the stolen money and the murder gun in her son's dresser drawer and phoned the police.
His own mother turned him in, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Gee, must have been a pretty tough thing for her to do. Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. I just remembered something else about Mrs. Carver.
Huh?
She said if I didn't straighten Donald out, she'd do something drastic to get rid of him.
Yes, that's right, she did.
Mary, it's not like a killer to keep a murder gun in his dresser drawer. It can be found too easily.
Well, this whole case was over in 90 minutes.
I think the case has just begun, Mary. Who was killed and where?
A man named Williams and his secretary, Miss Holloway. It happened in Mr. Williams' office where Donald's brother Kenneth works. That's 18 Oval Square.
18 Oval Square, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm going to Oval Square right now. And I'll bet before long I have Faraday running around in circles.
While strolling through the park one day in the merry...
Very nice voice you have there.
Back up there, young fellow. You'll get your feet wet. When I scrub floors, I scrub 'em and everything on 'em. In the merry, merry month of...
I'm sorry to bother you while you're working, but I'm Boston Blackie. A murder was committed in this room this evening, I understand.
Mighty good understanding you've got. Month of May,
How long has it been since the police left?
Oh, about an hour. Take a look around. Ever see such a mess? Must have been some fight here before the killings. Taken by surprise
Apparently. Was that stuff on the floor there when you came in?
Yep, pair of roguish eyes.
Paper clips and thumbtacks and papers and all?
Yep. Cops figured out they got knocked on the floor during the struggle. What's it to you?
I don't know yet. Well, thanks for letting me interrupt your work. I'll be seeing you in the merry, merry month of May.
Blackie, are you sure this is Mrs. Carver's house?
I'm positive. Well, let's go in.
All right, I'm with you.
Careful, Mary. It's muddy.
Oh, it was an awful rain this afternoon.
It's made an awful mess of the walk to Mrs. Carver's house.
I'll say.
You can tell a lot of people have been here.
A lot of policemen, I know that.
I'll bet that's Faraday's print right there, the big flat one. That one there is probably Mrs. Carver's. And Mary,
Huh?
look at those prints going around to the side of the house, the path that leads to the kitchen.
Oh, yeah.
There's an unusual design in one of the heels. See? A round indentation in the mud.
Yeah, I see it. But I haven't been interested in mud since I stopped making mud pies. Come on, let's go in and see Mrs. Carver.
Well, that is what we came down here to do, isn't it?
You go out there.
What?
Get away from here.
Wherever Blackie goes, there's trouble.
I said get out of here.
Blackie, he's holding a shotgun.
I know, and he's holding us up from going in, too. Hey, look, you. We want to see Mrs. Carver.
You heard me say to get off these premises, didn't you? Well, get in fast. Mom isn't seeing anybody. Now get out of here before I count 3 or I'll...
What's the trouble?
That's okay,
Put down
Mom.
that gun. Who is it out there?
It's me, Mrs. Carver, Boston Blackie, and my friend Miss Wesley.
Oh, Blackie, come in. Please come in. Kenneth didn't know you.
Well, Mom says to come in. What are you waiting for?
Never saw such a contradictory young man. Angry because we came here, and Now he's angry because we won't come in.
I don't care how angry he got as long as that shotgun kept cool. Hello, Mrs. Carver.
Hello.
Hope you don't mind a couple of visitors.
Come in, Blackie. You too, Miss Wesley. Kenneth, put away that shotgun.
Okay, Mom. Sorry about the gun, Blackie. Didn't know it was you. I guess you're here because of my brother.
Yes, we are. Mrs. Carver, it must have been very difficult for you to turn in your own son.
It was, Blackie.
But not so difficult to find some of the stolen money in the murder gun, huh?
It was in his dresser drawer. I was cleaning.
That late in the evening?
I had a lot of washing to do during the day.
You know, Mrs. Carver, I remember a remark you made about a year ago concerning Donald and his antics. You said you might not be able to stand them or him much longer.
Are you hinting that Ma killed those people and is trying to blame Donald? Why don't
Kenneth, don't.
You mean you ought to try? Why, I'll...
Blackie, please, now, don't hit him.
Whether or not he gets hit is up to him, Mary.
Get out of here, Blackie. Get out before I throw you out.
Come on, Blackie, please. Now, let's not have any trouble. Please, Blackie.
Wait a minute. What time did you come home tonight, Kenneth?
At 5:45.
At exactly 5:45?
Yes. I left the office at 5:30, and when I leave then, I'm always home by 5:45.
How do you know it was exactly 5:45?
I looked at the clock just as I came in. That's one way of telling, isn't it?
Yes, I suppose so. If the clock was right. Where is it? I want to check the clock.
In the kitchen, right above the stove, Blackie.
Mm-hmm.
I use it to tell how long a roast has been cooking. You know, you've got to cook a roast.
Wait a minute, Mom, please.
All right.
Blackie, a little while ago, I told you to get out of here. What are you waiting for?
Nothing now, Kenneth. I just want to know all the facts, that's all. Well, good night.
Night.
Mary. Mary, where are you?
I'm out here waiting for you, Blackie.
Oh.
Well, seems to me the murder case is pretty much solved. Faraday has arrested Donald Carver, and you've found nothing to indicate that Donald didn't kill Kenneth's boss and the secretary.
You know, Mary, I like to agree with you. It makes things so much easier for the two of us. Only you've never been so completely wrong in all your life.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Mrs. Martha Carver has two sons, Donald and Kenneth. Son Donald is a ne'er-do-well, whose demand for money keeps the family broke. Shortly after son Kenneth leaves his office, his boss and boss's secretary are both shot and killed by a man who then robs the safe. Part of the stolen money is then found by Mrs. Carver in her son Donald's dresser. A recently used pistol is found there, too. So Donald is arrested. Boston Blackie, however, feels that Donald has been framed, but he can't prove it. As we return to our story, Blackie is in Inspector Faraday's office seeking further facts.
Blackie, you have no more right in this case than I do in the Ladies' Aid Society.
You have no right in this case either, Faraday. No right answers.
Oh, I suppose you do.
Well, so far, I'm only guessing at things, but I've had pretty good luck with my guesses. When were Williams and the secretary killed?
None of your business. 5:30.
Well, at 5:30, where was Donald Carver?
He says he was with a man named Harry Brown.
Had he checked?
Sure, but Brown left town at 6:30.
Well, at least you tried.
I didn't have to. The gun found in Donald's dresser was the murder gun.
So what?
The money found in his dresser was part of the money stolen from the Williams Company safe.
Where's the rest of it?
How do I know? Maybe he spent it. Donald Carver has a bad reputation.
And you're going to have a worse one if you don't let him go.
I've already let him go.
What?
I had to, in spite of the evidence against him. Harry Brown called in from out of town, and he swears that Donald Carver was with him from 5 to 6. And Brown's office is 50 blocks from where the murder took place.
Well, with Donald Carver free, who are you going to get to take his place?
No one. I still think Donald Carver is guilty.
With a perfect alibi?
I'm going to prove his alibi isn't so perfect.
Don't bet. I could tell you where you'll find your killer, though.
He could tell me, he says. All right, tell me.
Well, if I were you, I'd invite me to go back to the Carver house. I think it would be a good idea if we had a good talk with Mrs. Carver.
Well, what are you sitting there looking at me for? The police let me go. They think I'm innocent. Is my own brother going to convict me?
Why don't you get out of here, Donald?
Want to try to make me?
Yeah.
You know, kid, I have an idea I was framed. And I got a very good idea who did it, too. Maybe you and Mom did this thing together.
You never were much good, Donald, but just how low can you get? I ought to
Why
knock
don't you try, Mama's boy? Scared?
Not of you, and this'll prove it.
So you do have a little blood in you, huh, kid? Well, I'm going to see just how much and what color it is.
That's what you think.
That's what I was waiting.
All right, Carver, relax. Fun's over. Come on, take it easy. Take it easy.
All right. I should have killed the rat.
Are you all right, Kenneth?
Yeah, Blackie, I'll live. But get that guy out of here or he won't.
I'll take care of you, brother.
Let go me, Faraday. I'll let you all have it. Let go.
Let him go, Faraday.
Okay.
I've owed him a workout for a year. Where's your mother, tough guy?
Who knows?
Where is she, Kenneth?
I don't know. She left here right after you and Miss Wesley did. Only I don't know when she's coming back or where she went.
I think maybe you had the right idea about talking to Mrs. Carver, Blackie.
I've got another idea, only this one is a question. Kenneth, I went up to your office after the murders. The cleaning woman showed me a lot of office supplies. Thumbtacks, paper clips, pencils, the usual stuff. Only they were on the floor.
What am I expected to know about that?
Well, I thought maybe it was spilled during the day. An accident or something, was it?
Not while I was there.
Blackie, I don't know what you're trying to prove. All I know is you haven't done it. Now let's get out of here. I'm going to send out an alarm for Mrs. Carver. When we pick her up, this case will be over.
From the very beginning, this case has been over, Faraday. Over your head.
Stand right where you are, Blackie.
What? Well, Mrs. Carver, and a gun. What are you doing in my apartment?
You're looking for trouble, Blackie.
Looks like I found it. Why the gun, Mrs. Carver?
I don't want to hurt you, Blackie. But if you don't stay away from my boys and me, I'll kill you. I don't know who killed those people, but I don't want you to find out.
Mrs. Carver, be smart and put down that gun.
Why should I?
Because I think you trust me. After you put down the gun, you're going to do one other thing.
What is that?
Call your sons, both of them. They're at home. And you're going to tell them to meet you in Inspector Faraday's office.
Am I?
Yes. And do you know what you're going to do in Faraday's office?
What?
You're going to confess that you robbed and murdered Williams and his secretary and tried to blame it on your son, Donald.
Don't be funny, Blackie.
Mrs. Carver, your guilty son has succeeded in outsmarting the police so far. But you really want him caught. I know that. And I promise you I'll prove a case against him. So, won't you help me do it quickly and get it over with?
I shot and killed Mr. Williams and his secretary, Miss Holloway, and robbed the safe. Then I put part of the money
A little
in...
more slowly, Mrs. Carver. This is being typed as you talk.
I'm sorry.
Are you even with her, Casey?
Yes, Inspector Faraday.
All right, Mrs. Carver, go on.
Mother, why did you let them talk you into this? You know you're not telling the truth.
I know what I'm doing, Kenneth.
And now I know what you tried to do to me.
I'm sorry, Donald.
Go on, Mrs. Carver. I know this isn't pleasant for you, so let's get it over with.
Finish your statement, Mrs. Carver. Never mind Blackie.
All right. Then I put the money and the gun I used in my son Donald's dresser drawer. I did this so he would be sent to the electric chair, and my son Kenneth and I could live in peace again. Donald made our lives miserable. I think that's all I care to say just now.
I think you've said enough, too, Mrs. Carver. Let's have it, Casey.
Here you are, Inspector.
Now you'll just sign this, Mrs. Carver, and we'll let you rest.
Thank you. Where do I sign?
There, just after the word signed. Blackie, you and Casey sign as witnesses, will you?
Yes. With pleasure, Faraday.
No, you can't do it. Now, wait a minute, Mom. Don't sign that. I won't let you. I'll admit it. I did it.
No, Donald, don't try to protect me.
No, Mom, not protect you. I'm just telling the truth.
Wait a minute. What is this?
This is what I've been waiting for, Faraday. Donald, I was hoping you'd confess. You just couldn't see your mother go to the electric chair, could you?
No, not for something she didn't do. Let her go, Faraday. I'm the guy you want. Ma, tell me the truth. Tell me you're lying.
I'm sorry, Donald, but my confession stands.
No, it doesn't. It's a lie. I know you hate me and I don't blame you, but you're not going to jail for something I did.
I killed those two people.
I'll take over from here, Mrs. Carver. Faraday, on my way back down here, I stopped and bought a large box of thumbtacks. Mind if I spill them on the floor?
Blackie, this is no time for fooling around. You've messed things up enough. What's the idea of the tax?
Well, pardon the pun, but it may tax your mentality to get the idea.
Now,
But if some people can sleep on a bed of nails and prove something, I can walk across a floor of tacks and prove something. Now, I want you to watch this, will you?
What are you trying to do, Blackie?
Trying to pick up a tack and pick out a killer.
Oh, stop wasting my time. Mrs. Carver just confessed to the crime. Now Donald Carver has confessed. I thought you had this whole thing figured out.
I do, Faraday. And I did when I came in. Now, look at the bottom of my shoe. There, what do you see?
Thumbtacks. So what?
Now look at the bottom of Kenneth Carver's shoes, and you'll see so what.
Are you nuts? He didn't walk across these tacks.
No. But there were tacks on the floor of the Williams office, weren't there?
Yeah, but what is that? Let's see one of your shoes, Carver.
What for?
Just let's see one of them.
Okay. There you are.
And there you are, Faraday, a large-headed thumbtack. Look closely and you'll find it's the same kind you found on the floor of the murder room.
A guy can pick up a thumbtack anywhere.
Not the kind you have in the heel of that shoe of yours, Kenneth. And I have further proof you murdered your boss and tried to pin the crime on your brother Donald.
Oh, you don't have any proof. If he didn't do it, Ma did. She wanted him sent to the chair.
If she did, she picked a very poor time to frame him. Your mother knew your brother had an appointment with Harry Brown, 50 blocks from your office. Mrs. Carver, you knew your son Donald was nowhere near the Williams office, didn't you?
Yes.
But you didn't know it, did you, Kenneth?
So I didn't know it. So what? What does that prove? Any more than the fact that I have a thumbtack in the heel of my shoe.
That proves plenty, that thumbtack, believe me. Kenneth, you didn't leave the building the night of the murders. You came back, shot your boss and his secretary, and stepped on one of the thumbtacks that were on the floor. How they got there, I don't know. Maybe there was a fight, or they were dropped accidentally.
Wait a minute, Blackie. Don't get me all mixed up. Suppose this Kenneth guy picked up the thumbtack on the street, any place at all. Just because it's in his heel doesn't mean he was in the office.
Oh, but it does. You see, it had been raining when he got home, and Kenneth, good son that he is, wouldn't go in the front door and muddy up the living room. He went in through the kitchen. Remember, Mrs. Carver? He told me he looked at the clock, and you told me it was in the kitchen.
He did
Remember?
come in through the kitchen that evening.
Sure. And the footprints leading to the kitchen had a small, round indentation in the heel. I noticed it when I came to the house with Mary. I could have accused Kenneth then, but I wanted the whole story first. Now I know he kept most of the money and put the rest of the money and the gun in Donald's dresser.
Tried to frame me, did he? I'll tear that guy apart.
Don't bother, Donald. I've already done that to his alibi. Faraday will take it from there.
If a buddy meet a buddy, you better pull your shoes back, young fella. You'll get 'em soaked.
I didn't want to interrupt your song by telling you I was here.
I heard you come in and knew who you were without having to look at your face. I can tell by your shoes. You're the young fella, Boston Blackie, who came around asking questions the night of the murder. Coming through the right...
Well, I'm the same person, all right. I came back to thank you for your help.
Help? I didn't do nothing to help. If a buddy kiss a buddy... You did quite some helping, though. You practically made that brother Kenneth confess. I was reading about it in the papers.
Well, it was the supposed to be bad brother Donald that set up the whole thing, you know.
Should a buddy cry, every lassie has her laddie. Say, one thing I never understood. Why did that woman, Mrs. Carver, come to your place with a gun?
Well, she came there because she knew it was Kenneth that did the killing. And she didn't want me to try to prove it. When I told her I could prove it, with or without her help, she agreed to my plan. She found Kenneth wasn't such a good son when he was willing to stand by and see her confess.
She sure did. None they have, say I. Say, what happened to Donald?
Well, he got a job in a gas station, and according to Mrs. Carver, he kind of likes the idea of honest work.
Never hurt nobody. And all the lads, they smile at me when a
coming through the right.
Lefty, come here, will you?
Sure, boss. What's up?
I'm shifting the batting order for today's game.
Yeah?
I'm going to have Roos lead off, Duncan batting second, and I'm moving you up to third. Mike Allen will bat fourth in your old spot.
All right with me, boss. Just stick me anywhere in the lineup where I get a chance to poke a couple. I'm happy.
Right. Now, Lefty, you're team captain. Write out that new batting order and give it to the umps, will you?
Sure, boss.
And tell Mike that he's batting fourth. Oh, by the way, where is he? He's around for batting practice.
No, he's still around. He's over there in the corner making a phone call. I'll go tell him.
Tell him I won't hate him if he puts a couple out of the park, Lefty.
Okay, but I got an idea he knows that. How's the arm, Joe?
Oh, it's coming around. Steve's been working on it.
Good.
Hello?
Having
Hello?
trouble, Mike?
Bad connection. I think it's okay now. Hello? Hello?
Hello, I can hear you now.
Okay. Is Blackie home?
No, he's not. This is Shorty. Who's this?
This is Mike Allen. Look, tell Boston Blackie I've got to talk to him. I'll call him right after the game today.
And now, back to our story. And in a few moments, we'll meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
This is Clem McCarthy, continuing with the last half of the first inning, folks. No score as yet. No score, and 2 out, and Roos is at second. Mike Allen is up. Here comes
Shorty,
the pitch.
do we
It's
have
a
to
strike.
listen to this?
Foul.
I just want to hear what Mike
And he
Allen
again
does.
winds up.
Gosh,
Foul.
I told you just before game time, and I talked to him personally.
Okay.
Bradley sneaks a look at second. Keeps Roos close to the bag.
I don't know, Mr.
Now
Wesley.
he's facing the plate. Here comes the pitch. Allen swings. It's a line drive over the third baseman's head. Roos is coming in. He scores,
Hooray.
standing up. Allen's heading for second. McGuire fires the ball. Allen slides, and he's safe.
We're in.
But wait a minute, folks. Wait a minute. Allen isn't getting up. He may have twisted his ankle. Harry, hand me those field glasses, please. Thank you. Folks, Mike Allen didn't twist his ankle. He's bleeding from a hole in the top of his head.
What?
Here it looks like he's been shot, and it looks as if he's dead.
Holy mackerel.
Okay, now, you ball players, all of you, line up against those dressing room lockers. Oh, where's the manager? Which one of you is the manager of this club?
I am Inspector Faraday. I'm Mac.
Okay, you. One of your ball players was shot with a rifle a little while ago out in the ballpark. Now, who could have killed him?
I don't know, Inspector Faraday.
You don't know, I don't know. Who does know? Any of you guys got any ideas? Well, how about you? Who are you first?
I'm Lefty Jones, Inspector. I'm captain of the team. All I can tell you is there never was a cleaner ball player in the business than Mike. Or a cleaner living guy either. Everybody liked him. Is that right, Mac?
Oh, fine. Well, he was killed, so somebody didn't like him. Now, we know it wasn't any of you guys. From the angle of the bullet, we know the shot came from the center field stands. But from who in the stands? There were thousands of people out there.
Look, Inspector, Mike was my friend. Whoever did kill Mike better hope that you find him before I do, because it'd be a pleasure to bounce a bat off his head. We don't know anything.
You told my assistant an hour ago that you remember Mike calling Boston Blackie before the game.
Yes, but Blackie wasn't home, and I don't know what he wanted to talk to him about.
Well, I got men out looking for Blackie. Now, let's get down to facts. You, Donlin.
Yes, sir.
You got any reason to believe Mike Allen was mixed up with anything crooked?
Mike? Not him. Lefty told you he was the cleanest ball player in the league. He was.
Well, I...
All right, you get in there, Blackie. Come on inside. Here he is, Inspector. Boston Blackie. I found him snooping around out in the grounds.
Oh, yeah? Okay, you guys. Sit around on those benches over there and relax.
Take it easy.
Well, Blackie. So Mike Allen made a phone call to you before the game, huh? What did he want?
I don't know. I wasn't home before the game.
Where were you?
Out?
You're going to be a whole lot more out before I get through with you. Where were you when Allen was shot?
Still in the same place, Faraday. Out.
Out where?
No place in particular, just out.
Rollins, grab his arms.
Yes, sir.
Now, maybe we'll get somewhere.
Just a minute, Rollins. You haven't got this arm very tight here.
No?
Here, try a better grip.
How's that?
Oh, good and tight. Okay. That'll do it. What now, Inspector?
Now I search you, that's what. Let's see your coat pockets. Mm-hmm. Change. Paper clip. What's that for, Blackie?
To clip papers, Faraday. See, you learn something every day.
And this. What's this, a hat check? No, it's a rain check for a ball game. For this ball game, too. What do you know about that? So you were in the stands watching the ball game this afternoon, huh?
Guilty as charged. What's the penalty for that?
I'll penalty you. I'll find a reason for you to kill Allen. I'll prove you had the opportunity.
Faraday. Dear friend Faraday, in reply to your most recent and most ridiculous suspicions, may I say that A, I did not kill Mike Allen. B, I came to the park here today to see a ball game. And C, I am going to help you find Allen's killer.
Oh, yeah? Well, D, E, and F, you're going to keep out of my way, and you're not leaving town. You get that? Now, what's that?
A very pretty what's that, I'd say.
Lefty, where are you?
Here I am, honey, right here. What's the matter?
Oh, Lefty, thank goodness you're all right. I heard over the radio that a ball player was killed. I thought...
Just what did you think, lady?
Who are you?
He's Inspector Faraday of the police, and if you stay here one more minute, he'll make you a suspect.
This is my wife, Inspector. Darling, it was Mike who was shot.
Mike? Oh, no.
Well, Mike will be glad to hear that.
Mike dead. Oh, Lefty, I can't believe it.
That's true, dear. I know it's hard to realize.
Okay. Now, where were we?
You, my dear Inspector, were in a blizzard, as usual. Now, I have a request to make. May I go?
Why not? I can always lay my hands on you when I want you. I've got all these ball players to question. Only keep away from this ballpark. You hear, Blackie? Keep away.
Okay, pal. I'll run home now, but you'll need an awfully big scorebook to keep the errors you make before you finally strike out on this case.
All right, Blackie. Now that I've ripped my only pair of nylons climbing over a fence to get in here, tell me what we're doing in a ballpark at 10 o'clock in the evening.
We're going to see a ball game, darling.
At this time?
It's a night game.
Oh. Without any lights?
Sure, the fireflies are playing the mosquitoes.
Oh, Blackie, please.
Please you, or please what?
Please tell me what we're doing here. You told me you'd tell me why we were here when we got here. All right, we're here. Now, why?
I also told you that I didn't want you to come. Why don't you remember that, Mary?
Oh, my memory's a convenient kind. Besides, if I didn't come, who'd hold your flashlight?
I would.
Then I'm glad I came. I don't trust you with a flashlight. You'd probably trip over something and break your neck.
Who, me? I never tripped over anything in my...
What were you saying? Oh.
Whoever left a pitcher's box in the middle of a baseball
That
diamond?
was very, very careless of him. Come on, Blackie, tell me what we're doing here.
All right. We're on the way to second base. That's it, right over there.
That's very helpful. Thank you very much. And now tell me what's second base.
It's what Mike Allen was sliding into when the shot caught him in the top of the head.
Darling, we know that. Why come out here?
I want to try something. Here we are, Mary. Now, as I remember the game this afternoon, Mike Allen got up to the plate, wiggling his bat and moving around. He wasn't much of a target until after he hit the ball and slid into second base. Here. Then for a moment, he was still.
Go ahead.
That was the moment the murderer was waiting for. He fired the shot that killed Mike. Faraday figured the angle of the bullet indicated the gun was fired from the grandstand. I want to see if he's right.
Okay, but what do I do all this time?
Well, you're the second baseman.
Oh, goody.
You stand right there. That's right. Now, I'm going to be Mike sliding in. I'll start the slide from about here. And here I come.
Oh, Blackie. You ruined your suit.
Oh, not to mention what I did to my stomach in Faraday's theory. Oh. Mary,
All
listen.
right.
There are two kinds of slides. One is the fall away, where the runner comes into the base feet first.
All right, I'm listening.
The other is where he comes sliding in on his stomach.
Just like you did.
Yeah. And here's the big difference. In the fall away, the top of the slide is heads out toward the stands. In the stomach slide, the top of heads, it's toward... Yeah, let's see, it's toward the scoreboard. Mary, Faraday figured that Allen used the fall-away slide. That's natural. Most ball players do.
Well, didn't Alan?
No, he came in on his stomach. I saw the game today. Faraday figured the shot came from the stands. Actually, it came from behind the scoreboard. Let's take a look at that. Here are the steps leading up to the back of the scoreboard, Mary. That's what we want to see. Come on.
Listen, darling, we walked up here awful fast. Just wait till I get my breath back.
Fine beauty you are. You take your own breath away.
Fine friend you are. Get me out to a ball field and don't even throw me a ball to catch.
You've got enough trouble catching your own breath. Here's the door.
Whoa, it's open. Now you can't show off and pick the lock. Okay, at least I get some compensation from that.
Oh, it shouldn't be open. Well, come on inside and let's have that flashlight.
Right? Here it is, and here I am.
The way I figure this, Mary, the murderer hid up here until he could get a good shot at Mike Allen. When Allen slid, he shot.
Well, wasn't there a boy up here? A boy who puts the balls and strikes and outs and everything up?
There should have been. Yes. Yes, there was a boy here, Mary. There he is over there in the corner. The murderer probably knocked him out, but he hit too hard.
Oh, Blackie, he's dead. No wonder the door wasn't locked.
No sign of who the murderer might have been.
Blackie, let's get out of here. If Faraday ever finds you here with that body, he'll never let you out of jail.
I know, but what would Faraday be doing here?
What would Faraday be doing up here? I'd be following you, Blackie.
You could get a bloodhound to do that. He'd do it faster and look better than you do.
Ah. I thought I told you to stay away from here, Blackie.
Yes, I suppose you did. But you didn't tell Miss Wesley to stay away, and I couldn't let her come out here unescorted, could I?
Inspector, do you know that at first he wanted to let me come out here alone? The cad.
Miss Wesley, don't I have enough trouble with Blackie?
Aren't you sure, Inspector?
Oh, sure, I'm sure. And I'm also sure that you had something to do with the murder of Mike Allen. That ought to prove to you, Blackie, you're not so smart, and I'm not so dumb.
Now back to Boston Blackie. After Mike Allen, baseball star, is mysteriously shot while sliding into second base, it is learned from Lefty Jones, another ball player, and his wife, that Mike had the cleanest record of any man in the major leagues. Boston Blackie, Inspector Faraday's perennial suspect, has figured out that the shot that killed Allen came from behind the baseball scoreboard. And he's investigating the scoreboard when Faraday surprises him. To complicate matters, the scoreboard boy has been found murdered. As we return to our story, it is a few minutes later, when Blackie, Mary Wesley, and Faraday are still up behind the scoreboard.
That's all I've got to tell you, pal. You were following me, so you know I didn't kill this boy here. All I've done so far is show you where the shot that killed Allen came from.
Blackie, why is it you always show me something you think I don't know?
Why, Inspector? Because I always have one less suspect to look for than you do. You waste too much time on me.
Blackie, I'd like to go home, please.
What are you asking him for? I'm the one who decides where you're going to go.
Well, where am I going to go, Inspector?
Home. Take her home, Blackie. And believe me, if you don't stay out of this case from here in, it'll be bad news for you.
Believe me, Inspector, if I do stay out of this case, that'll be good news for the murderer.
It don't look like much of a hotel to me, Blackie.
You've got to take what you can get nowadays, Shorty. Besides, baseball players travel a lot, and they're used to once-over-lightly accommodations. Let's go in. Push the revolving door, Shorty. I want to know what it's like to be a parasite.
Okay, boss. Don't look like much of a lobby either. Nobody around.
Except the porter. Oh, boy.
Yes. There's something I can do for you?
Yeah, where is everybody? How do I find out a certain room number?
Well, if I want any information around here, I'd go ask the clerk.
There he is. The desk is over there in the corner, Blackie.
Yes, all right, Shorty. Thanks, boy.
That's all right, boss. Neat, clean, and all.
What is there about me that attracts characters, Shorty?
Meaning me, boss?
Well, let's just say including you. Oh, I beg your pardon, sir. I'd like some information, please.
Yes, sir.
Would you tell me what room Lefty Jones is in, please?
I'll have to announce you, sir, and the Jones phone is busy. Would you mind waiting?
Not at all. By the way, do many of the ball players stop here?
No, sir, not many. Only Mr. and Mrs. Jones.
Mr. and Mrs. Jones. What position does she play?
I beg your pardon?
Sorry, ain't you, boss?
Very. Say, that was a terrible thing out at the ballpark today, wasn't it?
Yes, it certainly was. Mr. Allen used to come here to visit the Joneses very often.
He was a great ball player. Ever see him play?
No. My work here is pretty confining, and I never did have much of an interest in baseball. Oh, the Jones wire is free. Who shall I say is calling?
Boston Blackie.
Just a moment, please. Hello? Oh, Mrs. Jones, this is Mr. French at the desk. There's a Mr. Boston Blackie to see you. Very well. You may go right up. The elevator is over there. It's self-service, room 328.
Room 328, he said. That's right here, boss.
Among my many assets is the fact that I can read numbers too, Shorty, but thanks anyhow. Hold it a moment.
Come in.
Hello. I met you, or rather saw you yesterday, Mrs. Jones.
Yes, I did see you yesterday, Blackie.
Thanks for remembering. This is my friend Shorty.
How do you do, ma'am? My husband isn't home. Is there anything I can do for you?
That's a leading question, Mrs. Jones, but all I want is some information. What do you know about Mike Allen's death?
Only that the police thought you might have killed him.
That's all?
That's all. And now, would you mind...
Thank you. Sorry I bothered you. We'll be leaving now. Oh, by the way, this is rather a remote neighborhood. Will I have any trouble getting a cab?
I'll have the clerk call one for you.
Thanks.
Yes?
Joe, my friends...
I've got to talk to you.
Not now.
But I tell you I must. Doris,
Would you mind calling a cab for my friends now, please?
Of course. I'm sorry.
Thank you. You'll have Ernest the porter get you one, Blackie.
Thank you. I'm sorry I bothered you, Mrs. Jones. Oh, there's one more thing. Should Inspector Faraday get in touch with you, please don't mention my visit here, will you?
Of course not. Goodbye, Blackie. I'm sorry I was rude when you first came in.
Forget it. Come on, Shorty. Put down that magazine. Let's go.
Huh? Oh, okay, boss. Only the pictures were getting awful pretty.
Goodbye, Miss Jones. Thank you again. And you won't forget I was here in case Inspector Faraday asks you.
I won't. Goodbye.
Goodbye, ma'am.
Frenchie. Frenchie.
Yes? What is it?
Those two men leaving here. Stop them. And call the police immediately.
Ground floor. All out, Blackie.
Right, Shorty. Say, what did you think of Mrs. Jones?
The gal we just left upstairs? Well, if you ask me,
Both of you stay where you are.
Hey, boss, the clerk.
I don't mind the clerk so much as that gun he's
Don't
holding
move,
that
either
bothers me.
The police will be here in a minute.
Hey, boss, the way his hand is twitching makes me nervous.
How nervous, Shorty? Nervous enough, maybe, for you to faint?
I got it, boss.
Hey, get off of me! Get away from me!
Mighty nice fainting, Shorty. Gives me time for this.
Oh!
That clip did it. He's out now, Shorty. Let's you and I get out, too.
And what, Mr. Boston Blackie, were the results of your visit with Mrs. Jones?
I'm not sure, Mary, but I've got an idea. Let's have that telephone.
Voici. That's French, for here it is.
Grazie. That's Italian for thanks.
Uh-huh.
You can't outlanguage me, lady.
Silly of me to try, wasn't it?
Mary, you couldn't be silly trying anything.
Why, thank you.
Quiet now.
Oh.
Hello?
Hello. This here's Ernest, the porter, Mr. French. I think you want to talk to me.
What are you talking about, Ernest?
Mr. French, I was at the ball game today. Got there early on account of you gotta get there early to get seats in the bleachers, you know. And I saw you sneaking in the back of the scoreboard.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think you do. In an hour, I'll be in a room at 700 West 124th Street. It might be a good idea for you to come up and discuss this matter, don't you think? Goodbye.
Darling, would you mind telling me what was the big idea of the minstrel routine?
Well, first of all, nobody seems to have a reason for killing Mike Allen, but the batting order of yesterday's ball game was switched at the last minute, with Mike batting in Lefty Jones' spot. Now, suppose somebody didn't know it was switched and knew only that Jones usually batted in the fourth slot.
Well, then that somebody wouldn't know much about baseball. All lineups are subject to change without notice.
That's right. And the hotel clerk I just talked to doesn't know baseball at all. It was too far from the scoreboard to see a player's face, and maybe he intended to kill Jones, who usually batted fourth.
Yes, but why would he want to kill Jones?
I heard the talk between him and Mrs. Jones. Why, that gal has him doing handsprings. Maybe he figured with Jones out of the way, he could get her to marry him. If I'm right, he'll come up to meet me, and I'll put the heat on him and turn him over to Faraday on ice. Thanks for letting me use your room, Shorty. When you hear a knock on the door, it'll be the room clerk, French. So scram out the fire escape, right?
Well, suppose there's no knock on the door, boss.
Then French is probably innocent. Only I wouldn't want to think that. There he is, Shorty.
Just a minute, boss.
Get out the window, Shorty.
Okay, boss. I'll be seeing you.
Just a minute. Is that you, boss?
Is that me, boss? No, it's me, Faraday, and I'm... Blackie, what are you doing here?
I could ask you that question with better reason, believe me.
I get it, Blackie. Now you're adding blackmail to your other activities. You called French and gave him some story about seeing him go behind the scoreboard yesterday, huh?
And he called you and told you that, huh?
Of course. Only he said the hotel porter called him. Now, what's that all about?
That was me playing hotel porter, Faraday. I think I've got something.
Yeah, and I've got you, which is nothing.
Listen. I think French shot Mike Allen, thinking he was killing Lefty Jones, and that he still thinks the porter did see him at the ballpark. Look, he could never stop me from telling what I knew if I were the porter and did see him, could he?
So?
So he told the story to you, knowing if he did, that no matter what I said from there on, he'd be in the clear. Faraday, I hate to ask for favors, but, well, this time I'm going to.
This time you've got to ask for favors. I got a gun in my pocket I'll use in a minute if you get tough.
Here's your gun. I took that out of your pocket right after you came in here.
What?
Here, take it. It's heavy. Now, listen to me, Faraday. Give me one more chance to prove that French is the man we want. One chance in 1 hour. What can you lose?
One wonderful case against you. All right, go ahead, Blackie. Only you better make it good.
Thanks, Faraday. Be in the hotel lobby talking to French in an hour when a certain phone call will show you what a phony he is.
It's just like I told you, Mr. French. When we got up to that room on 124th Street, there was nobody there.
Well, I knew there was some kind of mistake somewhere, Inspector.
Yeah. Well, I'll just hang around here and grab a smoke for a minute, and then I'll go
Oh, excuse me, Inspector. Hello? Victor Hotel?
You called the cops. That wasn't smart, boss.
Oh, well, just a minute. I'll see.
Oh, somebody there?
Yes. Yes, of course.
I get it, boss. Okay. Just don't try the same trick again. You got 30 minutes to show up here so we can talk business.
I see.
That's all.
Certainly. I'll be glad to. Goodbye. The room shortage is getting worse all the time, Inspector.
Yeah, we even noticed that down at the jail. Well, I'll be seeing you, French. I'm going home.
Goodbye, Inspector. I'm going off duty soon, but I can't go home. I've got to go see a friend of mine.
Come on in, boss. I seen you coming down the street, so I know it's you this time.
Ernest? Where are you? Turn on the light.
We don't need no light, boss. It's busted in the first place, and besides, I can feel money. I don't have to see the color of it.
You can feel money, eh? Maybe you can feel this, too.
I wouldn't shoot no more if I was you, Mr. Friend.
What?
Somebody's likely to get hurt.
Where are you?
Somebody named you.
Where are you, you blackmailing?
Right here. Only I'm moving around a little. I'm the restless type.
I'm getting out of here.
That's gonna be a little tough. The door is kind of locked a bit.
What do you want? What is it?
For one thing, I don't want to be a porter no more. And a little dough would fix that. I want to get paid for spying on you and Mrs. Jones.
So you used to watch us, huh?
Sure. And I seen you at the ballpark, too. Like I said. Chances are the scoreboard boy saw you, too, so you had to kill him. That's worth $1,000, ain't it, boss?
All right. You know what you're talking about. Come here and get your money.
Okay. Here I come.
And there you go.
I forgot to say I was coming, but I was ducking, too. You try and duck this. Throw the light on, Faraday.
Nice punch, Blackie.
You've heard enough. I wonder what there was about that guy's chin that attracted my fist. Well, Mary, it's a wonderful afternoon. Where would you like to go?
Where would you like to take me?
To a ball game.
Who's being murdered? Who's playing today?
The Dodgers.
Oh, let's go. But, I wish you'd tell me first what poor Mike Allen might have called you about the day he was killed.
Well, I'd asked him for an autographed baseball for your nephew, Mary.
Oh, no.
He probably just wanted to tell me that he had it. You know, it's a curious thing, Mary. French had never been to a baseball game until the day he went and killed Allen and the scoreboard boy.
What's curious about that?
That the first time he sees the national pastime, it's his last time.
Mechanic in this garage?
I admit, mister. Grease monkey is all grease, no monkey.
Well, I think this car of mine could stand some monkeying with.
Huh. Can you leave it with me a while?
Anything you say.
Okay. Just leave it where it is. I'll move it.
Thanks.
That's your car?
Yes, why do you ask?
Oh, no reason. Nice car. Now, I gotta give you a claim ticket. What's your name?
Boston Blackie.
Boston Blackie. Yeah. Now, you just keep this. If there's nothing serious the matter with your buggy, it ought to be ready for you by noon.
Okay, I'll be back in 3 hours.
Well, he's Boston Blackie.
Police department.
I'd like to speak to the man in charge.
Just a minute. Inspector Faraday speaking.
Inspector Faraday, this is the West Avenue garage.
Well, what do you want me to do? Come down and fix a flat?
Look, that car the police told us to look for just turned up here.
A black convertible with the left front fender smashed in?
Yes, sir.
Don't let whoever owns it take it out. Last night, that car killed a woman.
Now here's Richard Calmer's Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend. Wait here at the entrance, Mary. I'll walk into the garage office and see if the car's ready.
I know, Blackie. You're ashamed to take me places.
Think so? Come on along, then.
You talk me into it.
Well, the 3 hours are up. My car ready?
Oh, you're Boston Blackie, huh? Yeah, sure, it's ready. This way.
What was the matter with it?
Oh, the engine needed a little tuning, that's all.
What do I owe you?
$3.
Okay. Hey, the rest is for you. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. Keys are right in the ignition switch there.
Thanks. Get in, Mary.
After you, my pet.
So long.
So long.
Hey, mister. Going my way?
Depends on which way you're going.
Your way.
All right, Blackie. Pull over to the curb.
Oh, not you.
Inspector Faraday, what are you doing in the back of the car?
Pull over there, Blackie, and stop.
Faraday, stop pointing that gun. It's liable to go off before you go out.
What do you want with Blackie, Inspector?
You know better than to ask me questions, Miss Wesley.
Okay.
You had such trouble with the answers, Mary. Now, what's this all about, Faraday?
Don't play dumb, Blackie.
I caught it from you, only you weren't playing. What is it this time? Arson, robbery, or murder? You're taking me down to headquarters, of course.
Sorry, Miss Wesley. You'll have to get out.
Oh, Inspector Faraday, please, listen to reason. Look.
Maybe you'd better do what he says, Mary. Be a good girl.
Good for what? Running out on you when you're in trouble?
Go on, Miss Wesley. Get out.
Oh, all right.
Take a taxi home, Mary, and I'll phone you as soon as our non-paying passenger is through with me.
Very funny.
Yes, but be careful, will you, dear?
You mean don't go through any red lights with a policeman in the car? All right.
Get going, Blackie.
Where to, Master?
Get going.
Yes, sir. Bye, Mary.
Bye.
Which route to headquarters shall I take, Master?
None. Drive around the corner and stop.
Faraday, do you feel all right?
I feel fine. Turn here and stop.
You're the boss.
Now cut your engine.
Alone at last, huh?
Now look, this is nothing to make wisecracks about.
Sorry. If you want me to get into the proper mood, take the finger you have on me and point out what I've done now.
Blackie, last night this car of yours hit and killed Carolyn Forbes.
What?
It was this car that killed her, Blackie. Witnesses described it perfectly.
Faraday, doesn't it occur to you that there are other black convertibles in this town?
Yeah, but I don't think you'll find any other with such a peculiar dent on the left front fender.
Huh?
Get out and take a look.
I certainly will.
Wait, I'll go out with you.
Come on.
Well, I suppose you're going to tell me somebody backed into your car last night and smashed this fender.
I don't know how it was smashed, Inspector.
It hit and killed Carolyn Forbes at 11 o'clock last night.
All right, I'll take your word for it. But I wasn't driving my car last night.
I know you weren't. Your car was stolen.
Sorry, Faraday. My car couldn't have been stolen because I only have one set of car keys and they were in my pocket last night.
Well, then the locks on your car were forced.
Sorry for the second time, Faraday. If they had been, I'd have noticed it this morning.
Oh, fine. As usual, you have to complicate things.
Well, then why don't you simplify them your usual way? Just arrest me and close the case.
Oh, no, Blackie. This is one time I know you're not guilty. This was a hit-and-run accident. And if there's one thing I know you wouldn't do, it's run away.
Well, my car killed this Forbes girl. And by law, I'm responsible.
By law, yes. But I'm only one member of the police force.
And what strange meaning is behind that peculiar crack?
You've managed to get away from me before. Why don't you get away from me now and find out what this is all about?
And become a fugitive from justice? Oh, no. I'd never do a thing as naughty as that.
So help me, Blackie. One of these days...
All right, Faraday. It'll make you any happier. I'll go get to the bottom of this. But I don't want to take any more orders from you.
Why not?
I'm head man in this investigation. When I go to the bottom of things, I start at the top.
Well, this is certainly a surprise turn of events, isn't it, Dan?
I suppose there's a certain amount of justice, son.
Yeah, but the justice we're going to get is a funny big amount. We should get an easy $1.5 million from Sister's will. It was a lucky accident, was.
It's getting late. We'll better get ready. Funeral.
Oh, Dad, I didn't show any respect for Carolyn when she was alive. Why pretend to respect her now?
I'm just as unconcerned about her death as you are, but for appearance's sake, we'd better see the funeral.
With the money we're coming into, why do we care about appearances?
The services won't take long.
How long will it take to get the money?
A whole lot longer than it'll take to bury Carolyn.
Yes, it would.
Yes?
Oh, you're both in here.
Well, Tom, are you leaving today?
Yes, right now. I just came in to say goodbye.
Well, Mr. Wellington, now that you can't marry my daughter, what are you going to do for money?
I'll manage.
To do what, Tom? Find some other girl with money and get yourself engaged to her?
Nothing wrong in falling in love with a rich girl, is there, Bill?
Not if you can find one who has full control of her fortune.
You hated her for that, didn't you? Both of you.
But you, loved her for it.
A fine family you are. Maybe it's just as well Carolyn's dead.
Even if I'd married her, you two would have made her life miserable.
Anybody home? Who's that?
It's not a familiar voice.
Is anybody home? Someone must have wandered in the front door. It was open. The servants in the back.
Bill, you'd better go see who it is.
Never mind. Hey, you. Looking for someone?
Yes, Carolyn Forbes' family.
They're in here.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. Sorry to intrude, but it's important.
Don't apologize to me. Oh, I care. You can walk in here 20 times a day.
Are you Bill Forbes, Carolyn's brother?
No, I'm Bill Forbes. If you've come to see my sister, down to the morgue. She's dead.
Yes, I know she's dead. That's why I'm here.
What's to you?
I'm Boston Blackie. Last
We
night,
don't know anyone by the name of Boston Blackie, and people we do know are not in the habit of coming into this house unannounced. Good day, sir.
You're, Mr. Forbes, aren't you?
And I'm ordering you out of my house.
He's Mr. Forbes, all right, Blackie. And he's ordering you around to see what it feels like to be able to give orders in his own house.
Who are you?
I'm Tom Wellington.
And he's leaving with you, Blackie.
Tom Wellington, huh? You were going to marry Carolyn Forbes, weren't you?
We're not in the mood for questions, young man. I don't want to have to ask you to leave again.
What right have you to come in here and ask us questions?
I'm in the mood for my questions, not yours, Bill.
If you want to know anything about my daughter's death, go to the police.
I have to know more than the police know about your daughter's death, Mr. Forbes, or I'll go to jail for a murder.
Murder? I knew it. I knew it was murder.
My sister was a conceited, self-centered, selfish fool. If someone murdered her, I'm not surprised.
That's fine talk. Maybe the wrong member of the Forbes family was killed.
Just what makes you think my daughter was murdered? The police say it was an accident.
I have my reasons.
What makes you think you have a right to have reasons?
Because it was my car that killed her, and I wasn't driving it.
Is that any worry of ours?
It may be, if I can prove that either you or your father borrowed my car last night.
Why would we do that?
To kill Carolyn Forbes.
Why would we kill her?
For her money.
Oh, that's much too simple. We'd be fools to do such an obvious thing. Why not see if there isn't a reason why Tom here might have killed Carolyn?
Oh, now, what could I gain?
I can't see where you'd gain anything, Mr. Wellington. You're broke, I understand.
Just about.
You'd stand to profit from Carolyn Forbes only if she lived to marry you. I want to warn you, Mr. Forbes, and your son, too. I'm going to ask the police to investigate both of you.
Bill, take Mr. Boston Blackie to the door.
Yes, Father. Come on, get out.
Don't bother to show me the way. I can find the door. I wish it was as simple to find your sister's murderer. It's as obvious as a bad joke, Mary. Either the father or Bill, the brother, killed Carolyn Forbes.
But why, Blackie? For money?
Why not? She held the purse strings.
What about the fiancé?
Oh, he had to marry her to get her money. That seems to whitewash him.
But, was she really going to marry him?
Of course.
You know. Well, how do you know something didn't happen to their romance? Maybe he's already married, and she found out about it.
Would he kill her for that?
Well, no, but...
But nothing. He had no motive. When a rich person is murdered, it's generally for money. That's almost a
Well,
rule.
couldn't this be an exception to the rule? Maybe this Tom Wellington had been running up a lot of bills on the strength of the fact that he was marrying into the Forbes millions. Then Carolyn found out about it, became angry, and broke the engagement.
Look, Mrs. Sherlock Holmes, you're beginning to make sense.
And one more thing, Watson.
Elementary?
Oh, very, very. In all good murder stories, this is back in my own voice, who always turns out to be the real killer?
The one who looks the most innocent.
And who looks perfectly innocent in the murder of the millionaire?
Tom Wellington. But maybe he never read any detective stories.
He is it.
Yeah? Yes, that may be right, Mary. In fact, I know it's right.
Well, see?
Wellington was awfully pleased when I accused the elder Forbes and the brother. And what's more, Wellington looked like the weak sister type who'd borrow him money from a rich girl with no thought of paying it back. Come on.
Where are we going?
Back to the Forbes mansion. Wellington may still be there, and
Oh,
Now what?
Shucks. I'll go see who it is.
Hello, Miss Wesley. Blackie here.
Inspector Faraday, come in.
Faraday, I think I have your killer for you. The fiancé, Tom Wellington.
Why?
Check into his background, and you'll find out he did something Carolyn Forbes didn't like.
Then she broke the engagement, and so he killed her. You know, I helped Blackie solve this case, didn't I, Pete?
Yes, you'll have to thank us both for this one, Faraday.
Well, I'll thank you both to crawl under a couple of stones. Or find me a killer I can send to jail.
Huh? What's the matter?
Carolyn Forbes' little private murder has turned into a free-for-all. I've got myself another body.
Who?
Tom Wellington.
Wellington?
Oh, that's not fair, Blackie. He was supposed to be our killer.
How do you like that guy? He never read enough detective stories to be a killer, so he winds up a corpse.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Carolyn Forbes, wealthy heiress, is fatally injured by someone driving Boston Blackie's car. And all evidence points to deliberate murder. But how the murdered managed to get Blackie's car is a mystery. There's only one set of keys, and it was in Blackie's pocket. After a visit to the dead girl's family, Blackie sees conclusive evidence that the murder was committed by Tom Wellington, her fiancé. But just as Blackie's about to tell Faraday that the case is solved, he receives the news that Wellington, too, is dead, a second victim of murder. As our story continues, Inspector Faraday is explaining to Blackie and Mary Wesley the circumstances of Wellington's death.
Yes, Blackie, Tom Wellington's dead. We fished his body out of the river just 2 hours ago.
Look, Faraday, are you sure it was Wellington's body?
We got positive identification from somebody who ought to know.
Who?
His sister, Florence Wellington.
Florence Wellington, Inspector. Why, that's the name of the switchboard operator in this building.
It's the same girl, too, Miss Wesley. That's why I happen to be up here.
Oh, she must feel awful, poor girl.
Maybe there's something we can do for her, Mary.
She seems to be okay. She and her brother were anything but palsy-walsy. When she identified him in the morgue, it was the first time she'd seen him in 2 years.
Well, but just the same, I think we should do something for her, don't you think so?
Yes, I'll go see her. Nobody especially enjoys having a relative murdered. Say, how was he killed, Faraday?
Well, I'm waiting for a coroner's report on that now. There were no marks on the body.
Well, either old man Forbes or Bill Forbes must know something. And I'm going to find out what. See you later, Mary.
Oh, Blackie, you will stop by and see Florence first, won't you?
All right. Where is she, Faraday? At headquarters?
No, she's at home.
I'll see her, but the way she feels about her brother, I don't know whether to offer condolences or congratulations.
It's nice of you to come to see me, Blackie, but it wasn't necessary.
Is there anything you need, Florence? You've done a lot of little favors for me. Maybe I can return now, all wrapped up in one big favor.
No, Blackie. Thanks just the same. What have I ever done for you but see that Miss Wesley got everything you left for her?
Well, if you do need anything, you know where to get in touch with me or with Mary Wesley. She'll do anything she can.
Thanks. You're both very nice.
Florence, do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Well, of course not.
You and your brother weren't close at all. Could you tell me the reason?
He wanted things I didn't care about, I guess. Money, social position. He was ashamed of me because I worked.
He drew away from you, then?
Yes. I might have ruined his chances of marrying into the Forbes family, or any other family that had money.
Didn't you ever see your brother?
2 years ago, I met him on a train. That was the last time we spoke. Oh, I saw him on the street once in a while, but that was all.
Did your brother have any enemies, Florence?
Why do you ask that?
Answer my question first.
Suppose everyone is ambitious as Tom has made enemies. But I didn't know any of them. Or his friends either.
Do you think anyone hated your brother enough to murder him?
No, I don't.
Think, Florence. Did he ever get in anybody's way, financially, socially?
I don't know. Well, Tom may have been cruel and selfish, but he didn't deserve to be killed.
Well, don't worry, Florence. Whoever killed him will get what he deserves. Well, Mary, first I saw Florence Wellington, and what she knew you could put inside a small zero.
Oh, shucks. But what about Mr. Forbes and his son? Did you see them too, Blackie?
Uh-huh. And there I got something. Not one confession, but two.
Two?
Believe it or not, Mary, they both confessed to the murder of Carolyn Forbes and Tom Wellington.
Well, Blackie, which one did it, Bill or the father?
I don't know, but one of them is guilty.
They confessed to protect each other.
Obviously.
Yes, but which one did it?
If I don't find out soon, I'll be Faraday's suspect. It was my car that killed the Forbes girl.
But even Inspector Faraday knows you weren't driving.
Say, what Faraday knows is about all a jury would need to convict me.
Oh, please, Blackie, be serious, darling.
Well, why? This thing is ridiculous. I usually break my neck to find a killer, and the first time I get a voluntary confession, I get two. And I don't know which to believe. If that's Faraday at the door, tell him we don't want any.
Okay, but Blackie, we've got to think of something.
I know, but what?
Hello, Miss Wesley. Oh, Florence. Come on in. Thanks. Blackie, it's Florence Wellington.
Hello, Florence. Oh, say, you going somewhere?
Yes, I am, Blackie. I'm going out to the country for a while. I think you're being very wise. Well, I thought it was best to get away.
I wouldn't go too far away if I were you, Florence. There may be a great deal of police investigation into your brother's death, you know.
Yes, I know.
Maybe you'd better leave us your address in case you're needed.
Well, I really don't know where I'm going yet, but I'll come back soon.
You better. Who else can I trust to take care of all the candy and the flowers and all the other wonderful presents I bring to Miss Wesley when she isn't home?
Oh, I wondered why you always brought me things when I wasn't home. That's so you could stop and talk to Florence, wasn't it?
Oh, gee, the secret's out.
Well, I'm leaving town in just 20 minutes, so I'd better hurry. Well, now look, you will let us hear from me, won't you? I will. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, and thanks for everything. That was strange, wasn't it?
Very.
Did she say anything about leaving town when you saw her earlier today?
That's what's so strange about it.
Blackie, you don't think that...
I think worse than that.
Is she the one?
Oh, of course not. But she's in trouble of some kind. Danger, maybe. She may have been threatened because she knows something.
Who killed her brother, maybe? You think she knows that?
I think she knows something. I'll call you when I know what it is.
Blackie, where are you going?
Wherever Florence Wellington is going. And if you remember, she didn't know where that might be. Hello, Florence.
Blackie.
Is going to an old brownstone on 117th Street what you call going to the country?
Go away, Blackie, please. You shouldn't have followed me.
Now that I know you were lying about going to the country, I know I should have followed you.
But I am leaving for the country, from here.
Florence.
Blackie, come down the street with me and I'll...
Oh, no. No. You're in trouble. And whatever the trouble is, it is in that house.
Blackie, please, let's leave.
No. I'm going to lean on this doorbell till someone answers.
Blackie, please, you'll only...
Come on in, Florence. Tom Wellington. Oh, no, you don't close that door on me.
You fool, why'd you let this guy come...
He didn't let me in. I got this idea myself. There.
All right. You're in the door, but that's as far as you're going to get.
Tom, please, put away that gun.
I'll put it away when I put a couple of slugs into your boyfriend here.
Oh, this is certainly a big surprise. Wait till Faraday finds out that body in the river wasn't yours.
I'll wait.
Tom, please, you've done enough harm already.
I'll say you've done enough harm. Who did you kill and dump in the river for your sister to identify as you?
I didn't kill anyone. I stole a body from the morgue.
Wait till Faraday hears that.
He's not going to hear it from you.
No, you're going to tell him yourself.
I'm not telling him anything.
Well, will you tell me something?
I just do things. I don't talk about it.
I'll tell you, Blackie. He killed Carolyn Forbes.
Shut up.
I suppose you'll say I helped him kill her, Blackie, but I didn't. He
I said shut up.
Maybe you'd better not tell me anything, Florence. Not just yet.
But I want to tell you. I gave Tom the keys to your car. You left your keys for Miss Wesley several times, and Tom told me you needed a car badly, for business reasons.
Shut up, Florence.
I made a wax impression of the keys to your car one night when you left them for Miss Wesley, and later had a set of keys made from the impression.
Florence, I told you to...
Florence, you'd better save the rest for Faraday.
There isn't going to be any rest at hell. Because, little sister, you're going to rest in peace.
Get out of here. Florence, get out of here and take care of this.
Let go of me, Blackie. I'll kill you
No,
too.
Tom, no!
So I admit. It only takes one to kill.
Tom, don't. Keep back, Florence. I'll make him drop his gun.
Get away from me, Blackie, or you'll get one of these. Now try to tell Blackie the whole story. And tell him how it feels to be full of lead.
You don't shoot straight, Wellington, but you shoot often enough to make up for it.
Is she dead?
She is.
I killed 2 girls in 2 days and for 2 different reasons.
I know why you killed your sister. Why did you kill Carolyn Forbes?
She found out I was running up bills, which I was going to pay when I married her. She was going to call up our engagement and tell her friends why.
The phony has found out, huh? I had you tagged from the start. That body you borrowed threw me off the track.
Well, you may be on the right track now, but you've come to the end of the line.
Yeah, but there's a switch.
Oh, I don't think there is. I can do the same to you I did to Florence.
Not unless you have another gun.
Stay back. I'll shoot you.
With what?
You saw what this gun did to Florence.
I know what it did to Florence. That's why you can't do anything to me with it.
Stay back or I'll kill you.
Go ahead, pull the trigger.
You think I'm scared? You think I'm scared? I'll show you.
What's the matter, Wellington? What's the matter? Don't you know how to use a gun?
It missed.
I don't think so. It's empty.
It is empty.
That's right, Wellington. That's right. You were so anxious to kill your sister, you forgot to save a bullet for me. Drop that gun, Wellington. I'll help you. Well, what do you call it? I hope you have pleasant dreams. You'll need them. Because when you wake up, you're going to be looking at Inspector Faraday.
Blackie, what did Faraday say when he found that the body identified as Tom Wellington had been dead 72 hours?
Well, what he usually says in a spot like that, nothing.
Yes, dear. Did Wellington confess to Faraday that he killed Carolyn Forbes?
He confessed everything, including the fact that his sister made a duplicate of my car keys when I left them here for you.
Oh. Well, I suppose that will be the end of that.
The end of what?
You won't let me borrow your car again and leave the keys with the girl at the desk downstairs.
I should say not. Hey, let's go for an automobile ride.
Now, where did you get that idea?
I don't know. Maybe it was auto-suggestion.
Oh.
This is Greg Fordyce from An Evening of Old Time Radio. Thank you so much for listening and watching and enjoying the video. Hit the like and subscribe buttons if you did. It really helps the channel out. And again, if you're seeing this video on any other channel than An Evening of Old Time Radio, there are no numbers in my channel's URL name, then you are watching a pirated copy of my video where the thief has stolen my audio track and republished it with a different background on their channel. Thanks again for all of your support.